talking over each other. That applies both to multiple moderators talking at the same time, while multiple candidates talk at the same time, cutting people short of their 75 seconds, but at the same time, letting some candidates go too long. It was a complete and total mess. But the overall assessment of what went on last night for me is that Joe Biden came in with a bunch of energy. He didn't say anything different, but he at least looked more energetic than he has before. Maybe he would get himself a small boost. The crowd was not particularly friendly to Bernie, and there's a backstory there as well. A lot more booing of Bernie and cheering of Joe Biden and Michael Bloomberg. And that's not reflective of anything other than the people that got seats in that room, some of them paying quite a bit in order to be in that room. I don't think anybody really did particular damage to their own campaign. I don't expect polling to move very much. I think, if anything, Biden maybe gets a slight boost because he just seemed more alive last night. But it's important to know, and we're going to get to the polling data later, as bad as Michael Bloomberg's performance was in last week's debate, Bloomberg was totally unaffected in the polls. He did not drop in the polls after last week's debate. So by showing up last night and being slightly prepared, like, I don't think Michael Bloomberg's responses were great yesterday. And in fact, he had some atrocious responses, which we will talk about. I don't think that Michael Bloomberg is going to see any decline in polls. And in Super Tuesday polls, he's actually doing okay, which is why I want to focus on this next clip. Michael Bloomberg had an unbelievable Freudian slip last night where he was defending his support of Democrats historically. And the reason he was doing this is he was attacked by some candidates, including Elizabeth Warren, of supporting Republicans, basically saying, this guy's really a Republican. He's not really a Democrat. Michael Bloomberg was prepared, and he fought back by talking about all the money he's given to Democrats, including many Democrats who won races in the 2018 midterm. And he slipped and said that he had bought members of Congress and immediately caught himself mid-sentence. We noticed the Freudian slip live during our stream before the stream was shut down, which I'll talk about a little bit later. Let's take a look at the clip here. It is the height of oligarchical nonsense. Michael Bloomberg admitting that he bought members of Congress and then realizing, I'm not really supposed to be saying that. That's not what I'm supposed to be saying. Take a look.
All of the new Democrats that came in, put Nancy Pelosi in charge and gave the Congress the ability to control this president. I got them. Number two,
I got them. And I tweeted about this right when it happened, saying Bloomberg Freudian slip there almost said he bought the current Congress. Anyone noticed that? And indeed, people did. Woke up to a whole bunch of articles about this morning. Some of this stuff is just poetically perfect. Like, it's almost too perfect, where if you wrote in a screenplay about this primary and said, here's an idea, let's have the super rich guy slip and catch himself saying he bought the current Congress. Nah, it's too far-fetched. It doesn't make, we can't include that in the screenplay. Nobody would believe it. This is actually more than just Bloomberg being mostly a Republican or mostly a Democrat. Bloomberg is much like many of these rich guys in that he's someone who funds both sides. Huge corporations and a lot of these rich guys don't just fund Democrats or Republicans. Some rich guys just fund one side. That's true. But a lot of these rich guys will fund both sides so that when they need someone here or they need someone there, they have them available at their beck and call. Bloomberg has supported many Republicans and he's supported many Democrats. He's been a Republican and he's been a Democrat. Trump was a Democrat for a lot of his life, ran for president as a Republican because that's where he decided he would be able to win or potentially win a nomination. Bloomberg has been an important funder for many Democrats, and now he himself is running for president. Yeah, Bloomberg got caught here saying the quiet part out loud. But it's the same thing Trump said during his debates with Hillary Clinton, that, yeah, he's made donations and he's smart. He knows how to play the game. He knows how to use money in order to get what he wants from politicians. This is the game. Bloomberg and Trump play the same game. The difference is Bloomberg has way more money with which to play it, even buying ads during the commercial breaks of last night's debate. People like Trump and Bloomberg, their politics are different. They're very different. But Trump and Bloomberg see the world through dollar signs, What will it cost me to buy this or that? What will it cost me to buy this or that person? You can buy stuff, supporters, friends, loyalty, institutions, whatever you want. That's fundamentally what this is about. What they each plan to buy is where they differ. And certainly on their politics, they also do differ. But a wacky and wild evening, including Michael Bloomberg saying that he bought the current Congress, which, if you're already the guy buying his way onto the debate stage and into probably a bunch of different delegates in different Super Tuesday states, that's not what you want to be caught saying. Let's now talk about the polling and Super Tuesday. So we now have new polling that is post-debate, but I mean post last week's debate. There was a debate last night. We don't have any polls completed after last night's debate. But last week, remember, Michael Bloomberg had this absolutely disastrous, embarrassing performance at the Democratic debate, the first debate in which he participated. And many people believed Bloomberg's support would absolutely implode because of how bad that debate performance was. And it was very, very bad. But it didn't happen. We now have two post-debate polls, and Bloomberg's support is unchanged nationally from before the first debate. And he has actually grown support in some key Super Tuesday states. And I believe Bloomberg will come away with a respectable number of delegates on Tuesday. Let's take a look. Bloomberg went into last week's debate polling right about 15% nationally. And Bloomberg now, with two post-debate polls, is still polling about 15% nationally. The numbers highlighted in red on your screen are Bloomberg's pre-debate polls. You see that he had 14 in each of the three most recent pre-debate polls. And then you see the numbers in blue, which are post-debate polls, where Bloomberg got a 13 and a 19. That is essentially no change in Michael Bloomberg's polling from before that absolutely terrible debate performance. And this is why I believe Michael Bloomberg will, by Super Tuesday, see a slight uptick in support nationally, merely because last night he did a little bit better than last week. If you were convinced by Bloomberg's heavy ad campaign spending to support him, and then last night you see him come in, he doesn't blow the roof off the place, but he at least has some preparation. You probably are comfortable voting for him if you were planning to do it already next week. Now, remember, I'm not a Bloomberg supporter. I'm analyzing this from the perspective of how he's running his campaign. Bloomberg had about the worst debate performance you can imagine last week, and his support didn't change. And yesterday's debate performance still made me cringe because of what he was saying, including that he bought Congress, but he was more prepared. He had comebacks. They weren't great, but he had them. And an okay performance last night, combined with continuing to just pour money in, is probably going to grow his support by Super Tuesday a little bit more. I know a lot of us just don't get it. Like, how could this possibly be? But I am telling you what I believe to be true, not what I want to be true. And meanwhile, let's look at some of the Super Tuesday polls. Bloomberg is now polling in the delegates, in the viability threshold for delegates in a number of states. In California, there's a poll that has Bloomberg at 21. Can you imagine? As low as 5, but as high as 21 in California. In the latest poll in Texas, Bloomberg is polling 18 would get him delegates. In North Carolina, Bloomberg has surged to as high as 20, tied for first place in one poll there, the Civitas poll. Then in Virginia, only one poll there from last week, but Bloomberg also tied for first place in Virginia. And then Florida, which is a huge prize worth 219 delegates. Bloomberg is straight up winning 5 points ahead in Florida in the only poll from this month. What do you think is going on here? Why is Bloomberg getting stronger despite poor debate performances? How many delegates is Bloomberg going to pull on Super Tuesday? And understand the importance to the math. If you've been looking at the delegate math and you understand that to secure the nomination at the convention, you need 50% plus one of the delegates. Michael Bloomberg pulling a bunch of delegates from Florida, Virginia, maybe Texas, California, possibly, maybe North Carolina. If Bloomberg does that, that makes the path to 50% plus one far more difficult for every other candidate. Bloomberg has no delegates right now. Every delegate Bloomberg gets is a delegate that makes it more likely nobody gets to 50% plus one. My question to you is, why isn't the guy losing support after these disastrous debate performances? Let me know. I'm on Twitter at @dpacman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Emmanuel Collins and Genevieve Steitman. Emmanuel and Genevieve, thank you so much for your support. I hope you stay members for years. And somebody who did is Christopher Sturback. Christopher is today's longtime sustaining member of the day, has been with us almost 5 years. Get the bonus show every day. There's a whole extra show every single day for our members. Sign up at joinpakman.com. Save bigly with the coupon code THISIS2020. It is time for Hatriot Mail. I will very quickly remind you, what is Hatriot Mail?
Because the government that is supposedly totally inept is the same government that can pull off a conspiracy that'll blow your mind. Patriot Mail. Written by patriots who hate David Pakman. Because America. And because freedom.
All right. Sometimes Hatriot Mail requires an introduction. Sometimes Hatriot Mail wants an introduction. Neither is the case this week. Let's just get right into it.
David Jew Pakman saying cringe. Cringe. Pakman just cannot help being a subversive Jew. It's in his blood. Every time his videos pop up, I'm reminded of how much of a fake and an elitist he is. Playing drums, traveling to Europe, driving a car in Boston. David always so naive and elitist. Oh yeah, David. Superdelegates are bad, okays? Bad Jew.
Is playing drums considered elitist? I actually didn't know that. I know Europe is certainly considered elitist in American right-wing circles. Anything European is elitist and a very beta for people who think of the alpha-beta male paradigm. But just playing drums is elitist. Driving a car is elitist now. Very strange. I feel like the attacks are becoming more and more flaccid. But I will remind you that you can use the coupon code HATRIOT40 to save 40% off of a membership at joinpakman.com. And when you use the coupon code HATRIOT40, the Hatriots are miserable because they see that their attacks are only growing support for independent media. Donald Trump has again commented on last night's Democratic presidential debate with a misspelled attack on the various candidates, this time focusing his ire on Elizabeth Warren, referring to her once again as Pocahontas, as well as talking about Michael Bloomberg and Tom Steyer. Trump starting bright and early this morning with the tweets saying, quote, crazy, chaotic Democrat debate last night. Fake news said Biden did well, even though he said half of our population was shot to death. Would be over for most. Mini Mike was weak and unsteady, but helped greatly by his many commercials, which are not supposed to be allowed during a debate. Pocahontas was mean and undisciplined, mostly aiming at Crazy Bernie and Mini Mike. They don't know how to handle her, but I know she is a chalker. Steyer was a disaster who, along with Minnie, are setting records in dollars per vote. Just give me an opponent. Now, does Trump mean that Warren is a choker and he misspelled it, or is chalker sort of like Cobb Pfeffy, a word that Donald Trump, according to at the time Sean Spicer, that Trump knows what it means and Trump's audience knows what it means, but I just am not in the know, so I don't know what it means that Warren is a chalker. Trump also tweeting about the coronavirus, and we are very quickly learning, and this is really scary stuff. We are quickly learning how unprepared this administration is to deal with coronavirus, having all sorts of people in important medical positions and positions related to public health that are interim people, reducing funding to many of the key agencies that would be dealing with something like a coronavirus pandemic, This is a real crisis, which we are going to be talking about in more detail. If the administration doesn't get prepared for coronavirus, people will die who didn't have to die. And Trump is making it all a political game, saying, quote, low ratings, fake news, MSDNC, Comcast, and CNN are doing everything possible to make the coronavirus look as bad as possible, including panicking markets if possible. Likewise, their incompetent do-nothing Democrat comrades are all talk, no action. USA in great shape. I will be having a news conference at the White House on this subject today at 6 p.m. CDC representatives and others will be there. Thank you. Now, we are not in great shape, and this is not political for me. I want to be in great shape no matter who the president is. Just because it's not a pandemic now doesn't mean it won't become one. But Trump only cares about appearances. How does he look at the coronavirus context and think about it? It's how did Obama do with Ebola versus how am I doing with coronavirus? It's optics. What kind of statements did Obama make versus what Trump is doing? This is sport for Trump. It's Trump coronavirus versus Obama Ebola. That's all it is. And that doesn't keep you safe. It doesn't keep me safe. Trump then also tweeting this morning, just landed. India was great. Trip very successful. Heading to the White House, meetings and calls scheduled today. CDC and Secretary Azar and all doing a great job with respect to coronavirus, briefing this afternoon. Now, of course, if you watched our coverage yesterday of Trump's trip to India, you know that it was yet another embarrassment for Donald Trump. Trump showing up at a huge rally of 100,000 Indian people, mispronouncing half of his speech while looking at the teleprompter the way your dog looks at a speaker that's playing a recording of your voice. And meanwhile, half the crowd, as we showed you video of yesterday, was fleeing to the exits while Donald Trump was speaking, followed by a press conference in India during which Trump said that Ruth Bader Ginsburg and Sonia Sotomayor should recuse themselves from any Supreme Court case even tangentially related to Trump or his administration. We are living in idiocracy. It was not a great trip to India, and we are, unfortunately, it's happening to me too. We are desensitized to it a little bit more every day. So we'd better get resensitized to it, and pretty quickly, or we are going to be very distraught at the results on November 3rd, and we will end up with another 4 years of this atrocity. We will, of course, see what it is that Donald Trump says is that at that 6 p.m. Eastern time coronavirus briefing today. But we are actually going to be speaking to doctors specializing in infectious disease about what is going on with coronavirus, who, this may not come as a shock to you, know a lot more than what Donald Trump has been able to glean from the highly partisan media that he consumes on a daily basis. It has been a very long night and day here at the David Pakman Show, one bleeding into the next. You have no idea what we've been dealing with since about 9 p.m. last night until very late this morning. I'm sort of in disbelief that this is going on, but I am going to report to you today that our coverage of last night's Democratic presidential debate on CBS was shut down midstream, jeopardizing our entire Twitch account and the revenue that comes with it. But the details here are what is sickening, and this is way bigger than the David Pakman Show. The stream that we were running yesterday of the debate with our commentary and your participation was cut either by high-priced consultants hired by CBS to shut down independent media, or by some kind of right-wing troll group posing as representatives of CBS. Now, this may sound confusing, and it is, and I'm going to try to explain it to you as clearly as I can, because so much of this information is still developing. We're in the middle of an investigation. We're engaging lawyers. And as you can imagine, this is not what I want to be dealing with in the middle of one of the most important elections in our history. But this is how they win, by making me have to deal with this stuff. So sit down and get a load of this one. As many of you know, we do our debate coverage on Twitch, where we've built a nice following of close to 30,000 viewers. It's not 810,000 like we have on YouTube, but we have a growing and steady base of close to 30,000 followers on Twitch. Yesterday during the debate, About halfway through our stream, which at the time had close to 6,000 live viewers, a nice debate for us. We had a lot of great audience participation. It was a great alternative to the disastrous moderation that was being provided by CBS. Our stream was shut down, and I was notified that we had received a copyright strike. These copyright strikes do not expire on Twitch, and that means that we are now permanently one strike away from losing our Twitch account forever. The whole point of building up Twitch for the last 8 months was that the streaming on YouTube had become too risky because YouTube is already in the pocket of so many of the large media companies, and they can shut us down anytime at the press of a button. So we started building up an audience on Twitch, and it became a nice source of revenue for us. So I get a message, and it says, "You've received a copyright takedown for your stream of the CBS debate." Now, my initial assumption was, of course, CBS started striking people doing commentary on the debate that they were broadcasting. But upon further inspection, it looks like my stream, Sam Cedar's stream, the Surf's stream, Trihex's stream, and a whole bunch of others, they were taken down not by CBS, but by a shadowy organization called Praxis Political Legal. If I look at the email I received, it says it was actually Praxis Political Legal who took down my stream on CBS's behalf. Now, this is already very odd because a lot of the companies as large as CBS, they have an internal legal and copyright team that handles this stuff. They don't hire someone else. But when they do, they hire someone that you would be able to sort of find information about. And that's where this gets even weirder. Praxis Political Legal lists a contact email in the copyright takedown that they sent me. That email is legal@praxispol.com. So I immediately emailed that address to see what's going on and to explain what we were doing and that, we want to have this strike removed. The email address does not exist. Praxis Political Legal lists an email address where when you email them, you get a bounce back that says address not found. So now it's starting to get really weird. Praxis Political Legal files a copyright takedown for CBS. Their contact email does not even exist. So then I said, well, let's find the website for Praxis Political Legal. When you go to their website, they claim to provide political consulting and legal services, but they provide almost no information whatsoever about who they are. And in fact, they don't even have their own website. They use one of these cheap single-page placeholder websites by a company called Card with 2 R's, CARRD. It's like a company that has a website that is companyname.blogspot.com. Very weird. We aren't able to find any real evidence that this company exists, at least under this name. So we have two possibilities here, and they're both really bad. Possibility number one is sometimes these hatchet job political consultancies, they deliberately maintain almost no internet presence, specifically because they focus on doing things that they don't necessarily want to be known for, like shutting down left-wing streamers commenting on a debate. So it's possible that it's a real company, that CBS really did hire them, and that's sick that if that's what's going on. The other possibility is because CBS has not in the past shut down independent media streams of debates, and because companies the size of CBS, again, often handle copyright stuff internally, not by hiring out. The other possibility is that this company is not really representing CBS, that they have fraudulently claimed to Twitch to be representatives of CBS in order to shut down streams like mine and so many others on Twitch. So either way, this is a crisis because, first of all, no corporation should have a monopoly on the platform that people can view a debate that is being used to decide who is going to represent the Democratic Party in the general election and who is going to be president ultimately if they are going to defeat Donald Trump. I've said it before, it's disgusting that one can monopolize something that is in the public interest, or supposed to be anyway, when the moderation's good, like a debate. It's disgusting. But if it turns out that this is a fraudulent group claiming to represent CBS and they're just lying about who they are, then Twitch has a real problem here. The contact email for this Praxis Political doesn't even exist. How did Twitch even set them up as an arbiter of copyright takedowns. What they do in order to shut streams like ours down, if indeed they are fakes, is falsely represent themselves to Twitch as agents of CBS. That's an issue, if that's the case, that Twitch needs to deal with, and YouTube as well needs to deal with immediately. Now, in the meantime, we've had to obtain legal representation because our Twitch account now is at risk. One more bogus claim, and our entire Twitch account is shut down forever, okay? So I hate that this is what's going on, but I think we have to fight it with legal services, and that's not cheap. We could do the minimum, which is like, I just don't do any more debate streams, and they win. Maybe we have to do that. I don't want to do that, okay? But if we get one more strike on Twitch, we're done. Like, that's it. Our account is done for good. Or we can get really involved, fight it. I want to do that. Get a lawyer, try to get these strikes removed, and figure out who is behind this company. So grab a membership. If this bothers you, if you believe that this is what we need to be fighting against at a time that is so crucial for our democracy, where we are trying to decide who is going to fight against Donald Trump, disinformation, propaganda, all of this stuff is happening. Grab a membership at joinpacman.com. Okay. I can't believe that I spent the better part of the overnight dealing with this, but it's where we are and we've got to fight it. So the coupon code 2020 now, I don't care if you discount your membership or not. Anything helps. It does. Joinpacman.com. You can sign up in under a minute. We're also on Patreon, patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Speaking to lawyers again this afternoon. I will update you sometime later this week.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
It's great to welcome to the program today Isaac Bogosh, who is an infectious diseases physician and scientist based out of the University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital. The topic today is, of course, coronavirus. So great to have you on. I appreciate your time.
Of course.
So to start with, right now, the latest numbers that I'm seeing are somewhere around 82,000 cases. There's a question mark as to whether there are about 15,000 more in China that are not part of that official record. Would want to hear from you a little bit about your thoughts on that. Approaching 2,800 deaths. So in context, based on the current world population, how does this rank right now in terms of how deadly this is and how widespread this is?
Yeah, I mean, both very important questions and kind of separate questions as well. In terms of how deadly it is, if we look at the current numbers, you'll see, this 2% case fatality rate, also known as mortality rate number, that's used pretty frequently. The question is, how accurate is that? And really, it's not entirely clear if that number is entirely reflective of the full spectrum of illness. What I'm trying to say is there's probably a lot of people that have this infection that just are not sick enough to seek medical care, and the true denominator of people that's infected is probably a lot greater than what we see. So that 2% mortality rate might actually go down a little bit as we have a greater appreciation of how many people are infected. And that kind of leads us to the next point. How much of this infection is out there? It's interesting. I feel like we have to timestamp every conversation because, as of February 26, 2020, there seems to be a growing number of countries that are reporting cases. And within countries that have known chains of transmission of this infection, there are a growing number of cases in most of these places. So if we're not calling this a pandemic now, we'll likely be calling it a pandemic in the days to come, because that's exactly where this is headed.
So two of the charts that I have in front of me are total cases and total deaths. And when you look at those two graphs on a linear scale, total cases has started to flatten out as of about February 15th, meaning that the number of new cases seems to be growing more slowly. Total deaths has started to flatten out, but only over the last few days. How relevant is it to look at that graphical representation of the cases in thinking about where this is potentially going next?
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to appreciate what the strengths are in the data and what some of the weaknesses are in the data. And of course, we know that most of the data to date is from China. And we know that, of course, even with this expanding infection throughout many different parts of the world, still the bulk of the cases are in China. China imposed these unprecedented, massive public health initiatives to really slow down, but not stop, but slow down the spread of this infection. And of course, when we start to see this flattening out and maybe even decrease in the number of cases, maybe that's reflective. Well, actually, not maybe. It's most likely that that's reflective of these massive public health initiatives that were imposed in China. What that data doesn't show you is that over the last few days, we've had a few other major regions that have significant disease. Iran is one of them. Northern Italy is another one. And already we're starting to see exported cases from those foci. So, I don't think we have a true understanding of what the actual number of cases are for this infection because A, it's a moving target, and B, there's just a lot of cases that haven't come to medical attention or haven't been screened yet. This is the kind of thing where at this point in time, as of February 26th, the more you look, the more you find. So, and this is truly is a shifting goalpost and a rapidly moving epidemic. So, those data are helpful, but they don't tell the entire picture by any means.
In terms of how this is transmitted, there's some confusion and there have been conflicting claims made about both the origin, the original transmission to a human, and then transmission between humans. So can you lay out what we know in terms of how it's transmitted, whether or not there has been asymptomatic transmission, and anything else that would be relevant to know about this?
Oh, I'm just gonna roll up my sleeves here.
Yeah.
Got an hour? Because this is a great topic. So a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about how do humans get this. So this virus has likely existed for millennia and existed in I have to be careful with my words. It likely existed in bats. It was probably, again, careful with the words, it was probably transmitted from bats to another non-human mammal host. And then it was probably transmitted from that other non-human mammal host into a human. That's probably what happened. And people that know much more about this, who are, genomics and molecular biologists and geneticists, can look at the virus and look at the similarities of this virus to other viruses and patterns of that. But that's probably the story. Of course, we know that it did jump into humans, and we started to hear about a growing number of cases in Wuhan, China, in mid to late December. And of course, we all know where we are now. We're sitting at the precipice of a pandemic where there's just wide-scale global transmission of this infection. So how did we get it from there to here? It's a respiratory virus. And like other respiratory viruses, it behaves in a very similar manner. People will have symptoms of a cough. They can shed the virus through the respiratory tract, and they can cough out the virus and transmit it directly to people through coughing and people in that close vicinity of them. And also, we know that with other respiratory viruses, in the droplets of which people are coughing out, there can be virus in that, and that can land on surfaces. And, this virus might be able to live for a period of time. Usually it's going to be in hours to days, although for this particular virus, we don't have that answer yet. But in general, it's hours to days, depending on the surface, depending on the environment it's in. And then if someone else touches that virus and wipes their eyes, wipes their nose, wipes their mouth, doesn't wash their hands, they can get the infection that way. So that's how it's transmitted, through direct contact and through likely through respiratory droplets. You touched on another really important point, and that's what's the deal with asymptomatic transmission? It's a bit of a contentious issue. I mean, there certainly have been some very high-profile reports of people who have had no symptoms whatsoever who are able to transmit this infection. Now, in some cases, when you scratch the surface a little bit more, those people were actually symptomatic, just very mildly symptomatic. In other cases, they might have truly been asymptomatic. But I think a more practical way to sort of reframe this is, rather than dealing with is someone truly symptomatic or not, I like to think of this in terms of, I like the term subclinical. What subclinical means is someone has the infection, someone might be shedding virus to, either a lot or a little, but however sick they are, they're not sick enough that they're going to seek medical care. They're not sick enough where they say, you know what, I'm really sick, I got to stay home, or I got to seek health care. So these tend to be people with no symptoms or very, very mild symptoms. And from some of the data that we've had from this epidemic, and actually some high quality data emerging from China looking at thousands and thousands of cases, there's a growing narrative and data to support this narrative that many, many people who have this infection have actually a mild course of illness. So if people have such a mild course of illness, and there's a significant number of people that have this infection that just aren't sick enough to seek medical care, they are going to be transmitting this virus in the community. They're going to be transmitting it to other people. And that's probably why we're seeing the numbers that we're seeing now.
How do you ultimately contain something like this when it gets to a point like the one that it is now? In other words, do we have to? Is it about people not traveling around? Is it really that? Is it about, just what, from a public health perspective, what do we know about when it gets to this point, how you deal with it?
Right. So containment is not an option. Containment is not an option. Now, earlier on in the epidemic, I've said this a million times, and I really still firmly believe it. Early in the epidemic, all efforts should have been made and were made to contain this in China. But in the same sentence, we were saying all efforts should be made to contain this in China, but we should be prepared for the scenario that this cannot be contained in China. And of course, that's where we are now. And certainly those massive public health initiatives in China were helpful. They were extraordinarily helpful. This impacted about 10% of the world's population with mobility restrictions and whatnot. And this really slowed the virus down. It's not going to stop it. It didn't stop it, but it certainly slowed down the global transmission by decreasing the number of exported cases and decreasing transmission throughout China, which was extremely helpful because it probably bought the world, 4 or 5-ish weeks to prepare. And now the only hope is that people used that time wisely and really scaled up their public health systems, their healthcare systems, their government structures that they use to deal with infections and epidemics. Because, it's not going to come to anyone's surprise that wherever you are on planet Earth, you will likely be seeing more cases than what you're seeing now.
So in terms of an individual making travel decisions, right? Sometimes we see numbers and you start to see China's got 78,000 cases and South Korea has 1,200 or whatever. And people might start to say, well, these are countries that I would avoid. Now, at the same time, if you consider influenza, standard flu in different places, you're not looking at those numbers before you travel necessarily. And you also have a risk of contracting flu when you travel. Depending on your age, it's not likely to kill you, much like it seems the death rate for coronavirus for those under 40 is very, very low. So how should the average person make a travel decision around this?
Yeah, there's a few points I think that are important to highlight here. Number one is everybody's going to have their own risk aversion tolerance threshold. And of course, we have to be humble here. We don't have all the answers to this infection. We have a lot more data than we did 1 and 2 months ago, but we certainly don't have all the answers here. And we have to remain humble that we just don't know some things about this virus yet. The next point is that people who ultimately decide to travel should be very cautious about travel advisories and travel restrictions. Currently, as we have certain countries that have more of a greater burden of infection than others, we have travel advisories and travel restrictions to those countries. Every country is different. Every country will have their own policy, and these are changing policies right now. So if you're traveling, I think you have to be mindful of the country you live in, the country you're going to, and any potential stops along the way, and what the current policies are in those places. The second thing I think you have to be mindful of is there's changing goalposts here. Who knows what policies might be enacted or redacted between the time someone books their ticket to the time someone actually gets on the plane. And so I think the third thing is if people are choosing to travel, I think you should have some insurance or safety net in place where, for whatever reason, health, quarantine restrictions, cancellations, you can get reimbursed for your flights or the money you spent on this trip.
Last thing, when it comes to a vaccine, I've seen reports that say a vaccine is 8 months away. I've seen reports that say a vaccine in total will take 2 years and that could be closer to a year and a half away. Is my instinct is if we are in a situation in 12 months where we desperately need a vaccine, it will have gotten very bad.
Yeah, I mean, there's a with the vaccine is, it takes time, energy, money, and brains to make an effective vaccine. And people say, well, look at Ebola in 2014 in the West African epidemic. There was a rapid deployment of a vaccine there. But remember, people had decades of effort that went into the vaccine before it was deployed in West Africa. People started looking into a coronavirus vaccine after SARS and then during MERS. But, these are underfunded, underappreciated research endeavors. And of course, now that we're on the verge of a pandemic, everyone's thought, oh, we should really reinvest in this. But it's going to take time. My bet is that it's certainly over a year. Now, the point is that if this might have run its course by then, in which case one of the risks is that we just cross that off our budget line item. But this is not the last coronavirus we're going to see, right? We had SARS, we had MERS, we have COVID-19. This is going to happen again. You don't need a crystal ball to know that this is going to happen again. So all efforts should really be placed on a vaccine for either, hopefully, in a perfect world, would be available for this epidemic or pandemic, whatever we want to call it, and certainly to prevent the next one.
Last thing very quickly is should we look forward to when it starts to get a little warmer in certain parts of the world? Is it true that when it gets warmer, this is going to hopefully diminish in terms of how much it is spreading?
I certainly hope so, but I'm not betting on that whatsoever. And, we keep hearing that, coronaviruses don't do well in warmer climates. But I also think we have to. So the short answer is nobody knows. The longer answer is, sometimes during the course of an epidemic, a lot of these rules don't apply. So, for example, influenza is typically a winter infection, but H1N1 started in the summertime and really spread pretty efficiently in the summertime and in the wintertime. So, I'm not entirely sure if these rules will apply to this. Of course, I hope it does, but I don't think we can bet on that, and we shouldn't be betting on that. We should be prepared for an increased number of cases, regardless of what the temperature is outside.
We've been speaking with Dr. Isaac Bogosh, who's an infectious diseases physician and scientist based at the University of Toronto and Toronto General Hospital. I really appreciate your time and your insights today.
Anytime.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com. The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
I want to take a minute here to insert some factual basis into the disinformation that is being spread very quickly about Donald Trump's supposedly brilliant economy. And today, I'm not going to argue with you about economic lag times and when you attribute an economy to one president versus the previous versus the next. I'm not going to argue about whether the stock market is a good indicator of how the economy is doing overall. It's not. We've talked about that before. That's just not today's topic. Today, the topic is simply to compare Obama and Trump on three metrics: the stock market, jobs, and income. First, let's do income, since we have new data there. Since Donald Trump took office, income growth has slowed down compared to the Obama administration. Incomes grew 5.8% from 2014 to 2016 under Barack Obama. And then when Donald Trump took over from 2016 to 2018, incomes grew at about half of that rate. Now, why don't we have 2019 data yet? Well, it's not a trick. People's taxes just haven't been done yet. Taxes aren't due until April 15th or even October if you take the extension. So we just don't have the 2019 data yet. Next, let's look at the stock market. Looking at the S&P 500, the broadest of the three major indices, you will see that the S&P 500 gained more than 60% during Barack Obama's first 37 months. That's how long Trump's been president. So we're comparing first 37 months of each presidency. You would have gained 60% in the S&P 500 during Barack Obama's first 3 years plus 1 month. while the S&P 500 has gained only 37% during Donald Trump's first 3 years plus 1 month. And then lastly, on jobs, we did this in its own segment not long ago. The last 3 years of Obama's presidency saw more than 8 million jobs created, whereas the first 3 years of Trump's saw almost 20% smaller job growth, only 6.6 million jobs created. That is per the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So when you put it all together, Obama was better on income growth. Income growth has slowed since Trump became president. Obama was better on the stock market when we compare Trump's full presidency so far to the equivalent time period under Barack Obama. And Barack Obama was better on job creation. Was it that the recovery that Barack Obama was overseeing was solely responsible for this? Well, that wouldn't really explain the job growth at the end of Barack Obama's presidency. So what you have to understand here is I am not giving you this information to tell you that there's nothing good happening in Trump's economy. There are people who have done well in Trump's economy. There's no question. There are indicators that look okay in Trump's economy. And I am not telling you this to pretend that everything about Barack Obama's economy was ginger snaps and waterfalls. When we look at different indicators, we get different results. And for a lot of people, the economy hasn't been good under Trump, and it wasn't good under Barack Obama. The point is, when they pick the metrics to hang their hats on, and we look at those metrics and see that Trump is underperforming Obama, you have to see the brazen and deceptive nature of what they are trying to sell you, the disinformation propaganda. I'm glad to debate how do we really tell how an economy is doing, and it requires more than 3 metrics. That's for sure, and we've talked about that before. But what we can't allow is not just for them to set the narrative. It's bad enough when they set the narrative, but to set the narrative based on misleading facts or things that are not actually factual. That's the point of showing you this information today. I tweeted an image summarizing all of this yesterday to my Twitter page, dpacman. It's been retweeted a lot, and we're doing everything we can to spread that these are the numbers. And the numbers don't tell us anything. It's sort of like if you accept that climate change is happening, that doesn't tell us what we have to do and what the policies should be. But if we have people who are still spreading denialist conspiracy theories about climate change, we're not even going to be able to have the conversation about what should be done. Recognizing that stock growth has been slower under Trump, recognizing that job growth has been lower under Trump, it doesn't tell us what has to happen, but we're starting with the facts, and that's where we should always be starting. So it's not only Chris Matthews on MSNBC that in his panic about Bernie Sanders' recent primary and caucus successes likened Bernie to Nazis. We've actually been covering the disinformation propaganda and the memes that have been spreading, and the American right is in as much of a panic over Bernie Sanders as is establishment corporate media and the Democratic Party establishment. And the right is now starting to spread disinformation, equating Bernie to Hitler. Now, I want to look at one example today, which in 6 different ways suggests that Bernie Sanders is like Adolf Hitler. Now, we have to suspend disbelief for a moment, because when you say, yeah, the Jewish candidate whose family members were killed in the Holocaust by Hitler's Nazis is like Hitler, immediately most people would say that doesn't make any sense, David. Let's ignore that for now and just look at what they assert. Let's look at these one by one. The meme claims that both Hitler and Bernie believe state power will fix their respective countries. It's important to point out that Bernie Sanders has no interest in increasing state power. And in fact, Bernie has been critical of how Donald Trump has exposed that the executive branch probably has too much power, because Trump has been able to completely flout and ignore laws and norms and do whatever the hell he wants. So it is simply not true that Bernie is looking to increase state power for these hegemonic authoritarian reasons that Hitler wanted to do that. What Bernie believes is that government involvement in a sensible and controlled way will make some of our systems better function. There are systems that aren't working well, that have turned over too much power to the rich and to corporations at the expense of the average American. Bernie believes government involvement in those systems will be better for the average person. Secondly, they argue Bernie and Hitler are the same because they both proposed gun control. Now, this relates to a meme that has spread that the Jews were disarmed by Nazis. And if the Jews had not been disarmed by Nazis and had rifles and handguns, they could have successfully resisted World War II, period. That has been widely debunked. It's an entire, we could do an hour just on that, but it is both factually wrong and it's wrong in its conclusions. Bernie wants sensible gun control that most Americans agree with. Gun control was already strict in Germany before Hitler came to power. Historians agree that guns would not have allowed the Jews, who made up just 1% of the German population at the time, to resist the Third Reich. And the idea that 1% of the population with pistols and handguns was going to take out a very well-armed police state that ultimately became and worked with and melded into the Third Reich is silly at its face and has been widely debunked. The third bullet point is both Hitler and Bernie promise political revolution. Now, in a sense, so did Donald Trump, a revolution where the swamp would be drained, political insiders would no longer have power. He failed to do it, but this idea of revolution is so vague that it becomes meaningless. Hitler's revolution was one of a hegemonic Germany invading other countries and killing Jews. Likening it to Bernie Sanders wanting the U.S. to be more like the social democracy of Denmark, where people get health care and public college paid for through taxes, is laughable. It is a semantic game that they are playing. Number four, they bring out the term socialist. The right-wing disinformation meme says, hey, Hitler called himself a socialist and Bernie calls himself a socialist. Now, of course, National Socialist, abbreviated as Nazi, has nothing to do whatsoever with democratic socialism, or in reality, what's social democracy. That's what Bernie Sanders is proposing. This is a semantic confusion that's being used to trick low information people who don't really know much by throwing the word socialism in without any context. Number five, Hitler blamed Jews for Germany's problems, while Bernie blames the rich for America's problems. This is a really important one. Bernie is not so much blaming the rich for problems. Now, even if Bernie was blaming the rich is very different than blaming the Jews. But put that aside for a second. Bernie doesn't blame the rich. Bernie points to the super rich as evidence that the system is not working and needs to be reformed. When Bernie says, look at the super rich and corporations who often pay little or less in taxes compared to people who are just middle class, that's evidence that the system isn't working. The rich are a side effect. The rich aren't the problem as individuals. A very, very deceptive component. And then lastly, both Hitler and Bernie wanted heavily regulated economies. And again, this is just a semantic game. A regulated economy could mean anything from a communist, centrally planned economy to social democracy or even a totalitarian police state. Hitler wanted to get involved in the minutia of people's everyday lives in the authoritarian sense, determine who gets to live, who gets to procreate. Bernie wants to regulate the economy to prevent bad actors in industry and bad actors who limit the average person's ability to just live a happy life and pursue happiness. So this is one of those examples where you see the full list with the deceptive language and you start to think, man, maybe Bernie is like Hitler in some ways. The merest superficial analysis confirms that this is merely disinformation and something that we need to protect ourselves against, given the nature and the scope of the disinformation that is floating around already in the Democratic primary. Very, very ugly stuff, but we will do our best to debunk it. We've got a voicemail number, 2192-DAVID-P. Today's voicemail is a very practical question about the Democratic primary.
Hi, David. So now that Bernie Sanders has won the first couple of primaries and caucuses, and he's polling well going into Super Tuesday, mathematically speaking, what's the fastest way he could wrap this up? And what's the earliest we could know who the nominee is going to be, presuming that it will be Bernie, which hopefully it will be?
So listen, let me see how to word this. If the nominee is going to be Bernie, we are not going to know that very soon. The things that we could know soon are, and I really think we'll know by Super Tuesday, does anybody really have a path to half of the delegates before the convention? Or is it going to be a brokered, contested, or maybe a better term is negotiated convention? Contested implies something different, but will it be a negotiated convention? We will probably know that by midnight on Tuesday. If Bernie is going to get half of the delegates from primaries, from winning primaries, I think we're not going to know for a while, particularly once Michael Bloomberg wins some delegates on Tuesday. It will become even more split. So it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. We've got a great bonus show for you today. We will talk about the death of Hosni Mubarak, the Egyptian strongman who was undone by the Arab Spring. We will also talk about the U.S. losing the toilet race. It's a weird story, but a relevant one. And we will also talk about how there has been a spike in the number of seniors using cannabis edibles and also smoking pot. What is behind it? What does it mean? All of those stories and more on today's bonus show. Grab a membership or become a patron to get instant access. Otherwise, as sad as it is, we will speak to you next tomorrow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Good evening. I'd like to call
He's got that mood lighting on half his face.
Board meeting of February 24th, 2020. Good evening, everyone. And I'd like to recognize the public. Do we have any public with us tonight?
Our road boss is here, but no public.
Okay. So we don't need to talk about the rules of procedure because there's no one. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do not have any.
All right. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I do not have any of those either.
I presume we've all read the minutes, and do I have a motion to accept them, or do I have some editorial comments? comments?
I'll make a motion to accept them as written.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Highway update. Dan, hi, how are you?
Good, Richard. I hope you're enjoying your vacation.
I am, thank you.
I hope the weather's good.
In and out. But there's no snow, sleet, or ice or rain.
Yeah, well, we're supposed to get a little of that next couple days, so little mixture of stuff.
Aye.
Just updates that our sand budget and salt budget's pretty much depleted. I probably got about 800 yards in the shed. I'm hoping to get us through, because I want to clean it out anyway, so to redo the floor. Salt, I got 4 loads of salt last week, and that I'm over on that. So other than that, we've just been out doing a little sanding, a little plowing, cutting a little brush today. We're out turning, making waterways and stuff, so the water, when it warms up, melts. So far, we haven't got no mud. There's still a lot of ice on the roads, which days like today that's melting. But
Great.
it'll be, the brown goo will be here before we know it. So
Right.
everything else
So
is.
from that, we can roll into new business, Dan, and the first item on the agenda in new business is the future needs of the town garage, which we wanted to have a discussion about. We were very interested in what you had to say about the future needs of the town garage.
Well, I mean, like we've talked in the past, the roof needs some attention. The wood bees and the woodpeckers have got, because it's all made out of wood on the outside. So the siding should be done someday. We should probably put vinyl siding on it or some kind of different siding. The inside of the garage is all wood. And, you know, back in the day when they built it, all the material came from the lot. And, you know, we have to be very careful when we're welding and using the torches, because all it's going to take is one spark and, you know, we could lose the garage. But we do have a fire alarm system in it and a burglar alarm system. But there's some things in the shop that needs to be done. Number one, I would say the roof. You know, do something with the roof. Right? I don't know if it needs, pull all the old screws out, put new ones in with new washers, or just maybe do a new roof. I'm not sure. So we'd have to get somebody in there to look at it to see what we really need to do.
I don't remember what the capital needs assessment said about the garage. Peter, do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, so I mean, we had
improvements that the plan had in it.
Yeah, one of the issues with the plan for the garage was that the engineer who completed it did note that due to the weather when he came, there were certain parts of the garage that he was not able to fully assess. One of which was the roof, another of which was the exterior sill, where the sills meet on the exterior part of the building, and a few other things. So because of that, he said there could be things that are of higher importance than what he noted. So I've spoken with Ian several times on it, and by far and away, I mean the work on the roof, it was suspected due to the age of the building. And so that was on there. One of his big priorities on there was also, he noted the effect of the carpenter bees and the woodpeckers on the siding, and he felt it needed to be re-sided. All of the human doors, not the bay doors, but the human doors and windows all need replacing, according to the report, and a few other things.
Okay. So
question?
Does anybody have any comments about the state of the garage? And we're looking at this issue because of the capital improvement budget and making sure that we budget prudently and wisely and fully for what is needed in regard to the garage in the upcoming years.
I think it's also good to note that due to the changes in the town in the 30 years since the garage was built, that we have 3 times the number of pieces of equipment than when the garage was first built. So most of the equipment sits outside in all forms of weather. The bays aren't big enough for the guys to fit everything in, or for stuff to be able to work on stuff when they have to do repairs in the middle of winter.
Because we only have 2 bays we can get, say if we get the wings on the trucks, the 2 bigger bays, those are the only 2 doors we can get in. The other 2 doors on the other side, then you can just barely get a truck in, because when they built it, it was all this. And they cut corners and made the doors short. Of course, back then, we didn't have any trucks with wings on them. The only thing we had was the wing on the grader. Of course, the grader always stayed outside, so.
Well, my question is, does it make sense to put more money into this building, or?
The building's still a good, sound building. I mean,
Yeah.
it's good. I mean, we have the old garage, or I got the tractor and one of the old trucks stored in it, down at the old town garage. You know, that's a cold storage building, there's no heat. All it is just storage. We put the chipper down there, and I got my chloride tank in it and some other things, but I mean, this building over here, we put a little work into it. I mean, it still ain't gonna be big enough, but it still works, serves our purpose. Plus we got, you know, a lot of times when we park the little trucks inside the sand shed. You know, if I don't fill it right out the door, so we can back them in, so they're, at least something's undercover. So, and the loader stays in the sand shed, so. And if it gets cold enough, we got, out in the shed, I have timers out there so we can plug all the vehicles in, you know, leave them undercover and whatever, so. But the garage, you know, it started in 1986, you know, and they did volunteer help, in which back then it was, sounded like a good idea, but it didn't work. And we ended up, when the contractor was doing the school gym, they were in like a little lull, so we ended up getting a price from them to come over to finish framing, put the rafters and do the roof on it. So, I mean, and we moved in 1990. So, I mean, we've been in the garage since 90, but we started in 86, so.
Is there any thought or possibility of expanding the current structure?
Pardon?
Expanding?
Possibly
Well,
expanding.
There's only one way we could expand, because of the way we're limited on space over there, and the way the sand shed sits, and then we have the salt shed. We only got a little space between the salt shed and the further end of headed towards Bonneville Road end. We could go back in the bank, but the way the sand shed is, the salt shed, the back of that salt shed is right on our property line, on the school, because the school owns the rest of the land. But it's right, we're right bordering that property. There isn't much room over there. And then if you go down the other end, you're right in the swamp, and you can't do anything in the swamp, so.
Is the swamp between the school and our property?
Yes.
So that's, as you encroach the school,
Yeah, the only one.
the school property closest to that abuts you is not buildable either.
Right.
Is that
We
correct?
got one spot we could go
Yeah.
in between the
It's
sand shed,
right,
and
this
the
one.
salt
Yeah.
shed and the upper end of the garage, so.
No, I guess my comment would be, we've kicked this around a bit from time to time, and I really think someone's got to come in, an engineer that can see the building and evaluate it, you know, in the summertime perhaps. But I think we need a plan, you know. To me, this keeps getting kicked down. We've known the roof's been an issue. We know the siding's been an issue. We know the woodpeckers are working hard, you know, to destroy it. But I think we need someone to come, give us an evaluation, to make a determination, to Michael's point, whether is this something we want to continue to build up, or do we look at, would it be cheaper to build a new structure? As far as...
Could we get the engineer who did the CNA to come back and look at the garage more thoroughly, and give us an assessment of its capacity and its future use and what it might need in regard to repairs?
I see no reason why not. Obviously, they'd want to be paid, but, you know, we could inquire. I mean, depending on the expense of it, if it's less than $2,500, yeah, we could directly, the select board could choose to directly hire that individual since he's already been here before. If the expense is gonna be more than the 2,500, then we'd have to either make an exception to that policy or go out to bid.
Because when he came and did all the buildings, it was in the middle of winter.
And it was right after a snowstorm.
And it was, yeah, and he couldn't,
Oh, that's why he couldn't, I didn't
yeah,
understand.
he came, it was during the middle of the winter when he came.
I remember it turned out to be a very bad plan.
So could we come to an agreement that we should at least inquire whether that person can come and find out if he can do this and how much he would charge for it?
I think that's a good suggestion. Will that person have the ability or the expertise to evaluate?
I'm almost wondering if an architect.
Well, that's what I don't,
Yeah.
would he,
I don't know who, I don't know what his name was that,
Richard LaLancette from LaLancette and Associates in Rutland
okay, no.
was his name.
And he made some very, what I thought were good engineering and architectural observations. He seemed to be very professional. If you read the CNA, which you've all done, I mean, he really got into a thorough analysis of what all of our buildings need.
I mean, I could start with just a phone
I
call
would
and ask him if he
Yeah.
felt comfortable giving a more in-depth analysis, or if he thought that was something we should, inquire with an architect. So,
Yeah,
and then-
because he
we
has,
should start.
we've already spent money with him and he has a sense already, I think, of the
So
buildings
we-
and everything. It would make more sense to have him do it, and if he couldn't do it for less than that.
well, the other thing is, we don't know that he doesn't already have an architect on his staff.
So we're asking him for advice, essentially, right?
Yeah,
About,
yeah,
here's the project. If we're clear about the project, what do you recommend? Can you do it, or give us somebody else?
Or,
Or go
yeah,
somewhere
or at
else,
least
yeah.
give us a sense of what it would entail.
I mean,
So do we have agreement on that we'll start there?
Yes.
So for an action point, I'll reach out to Mr. LaLancette and ask these questions.
Yes.
Are you feel like the building, I mean, would you like to be able to pull in the equipment that can't fit through the doors at the moment?
Well,
Is
the
that-
other two, I mean, one of them, we don't put a wing on it, I mean, we're just using it for, but the grader, if we put the wing on the grader stays outside. I mean, we can put it in on the two bigger sides, there's just barely enough room for it to get in. The other trucks, even the 1 ton with a wing on, we can't put in over on the, what I call the other two cold storage bays. There's heat over there, but I mean, it's because the doors are small. We're limited to, if they had gone back when they built it, another 4 feet, and we'd gotten some good doors in it, I mean, made them wide enough, we'd have been all right on that.
Well, I think that's what you gotta evaluate,
Yeah,
is it
can we
worth
widen
going
the
back
doors?
4 feet, putting new
Yeah.
doors in and all
I
that.
think
So,
that
I mean, if he agreed to come, we could just suggest to him what we're particularly interested in finding out from him.
I also think that we need to think about 5 or 10 years down the road for the town
Yeah.
and what the needs will be, and not do the same thing that happened with this building and just kind of do Band-Aid fixes to the garage. That puts us in a position where we would have been better off with, an earlier decision being made.
The bigger question for me is expandability. We're limited there. We're not gonna be able to expand it for the future in terms of equipment.
Very limited, there's only one
Right.
place that we could go.
Over at the Old Town Garage, is that the footprint that I look at, where the building is and the sand pile? I mean, is it any bigger than that over here?
This over here?
Yeah, no, the one over here.
On Center Road.
Oh, that's what I'm calling
Oh,
it.
the one on the center row?
Yeah,
That one is just cold storage down there. I mean, we just store equipment in it.
right.
The other thing is, we will not be able to get approved from the state to build there because that is in the floodway. It's
Right.
not even the flood.
Yeah, I
zone.
just wondered if what I was looking at was the full parcel, and whether or not we
Yeah.
could put more equipment down there, but.
I mean,
No, it's-
that's an old cinder block building. I mean, it's old. I mean.
Could we put a
that one-
brand
that
new
one does
steel
need a new
building?
Roof on it.
Right. I'm thinking, do we have the footprint to put a new building on it, you know, like a
Down
steel, yeah. I'm just asking.
Like Peter was just saying, we're
Right.
right in a floodplain.
And so therefore we wouldn't be.
Whatever's there
Right
is
now, we're
there.
grandfathered
Yeah,
because that
that's what I
building's
thought.
Correct. Because
Good.
if we lose that building, we've already been told by the state that we can't replace it.
Gotcha, perfect.
That's why we had to
Okay,
get rid
so
of it.
let's, I think we should move on from this. I think we have agreement of our next step. So
I do have one other question,
let's
sorry,
take yes.
Richard,
sir.
sorry. So if we were going to look further into the future, would it be good, I think another plan we need, or somebody's thinking about is what would it look like in 15 years? What are the needs? Not just that we'd all be guessing at them and throwing them out, but I'd like to see them on paper. I don't really know what they all are. I'd like
Well,
to,
I think our needs right now is what we got for equipment is, it's adequate for the town. I mean, we got enough.
and for 10 years more?
I would say, I don't think the town, I think it would be safe to say that what we got will be good in 10 years down the road.
Okay.
We've gotten over the years since I've been for the town, all we had was, we didn't even have a dump truck when I first started. All we had was a grader and loader, and that was it. So I mean, over the years, we've gone
To
from
what we currently.
we've gone from 2-man crew to
Yeah.
a 4-man crew, then a 5-man crew, and a 6-man crew, and now we're looking to go back to a 5-man crew, which this winter, having that extra guy was a very big help. I mean, we got around a lot quicker, and it cut down on the overtime big time, so. That's something that the select board probably should be thinking about, maybe someday hiring, because Alan's
And
retiring.
we may have some support
Yeah,
with
I mean,
that
Alan's retiring at the end of
part-time.
next month, end of March, he's done, he's
Right.
retired.
But he's willing to help out
Yeah, oh yeah, just
when
like,
needed.
just, you know, he said
If we
he'd come in,
can.
work part-time, or be a
Which is
spare
awesome.
for the winter time for snowstorms and stuff, so.
Good.
Okay, so I
All
think
right,
we're still
thank
on
you.
that issue. Zon, is that good for you?
Thank you, yes, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dan,
You're welcome,
and the
Richard.
rest of you. The next item on our agenda is this question of whether we want to increase the rec commission by 2 commissioners. And Peter has the sort of background on this.
So yeah, so when the Recreation Commission was formed by the Select Board, going on 5 years ago now, the Select Board had the option of creating with 5 commissioners, 7 commissioners, or 9 commissioners. At the time, and I can't specifically find any reasoning behind choosing 7 commissioners.
Right in the middle, baby.
Yeah, that's what was chosen. And so Wendy Stone, the chair of the Recreation Commission, came to me several weeks ago, and this is a conversation she brought up last fall, just noting that at various points during the year they have had difficulty in getting a quorum, whether it's due to illness or work or you know whatever it is for the commissioners involved. There's some other things going on as well that you know will leave by the wayside. Anyhow, so they're hoping to. The other thing is that the 7 commissioners that are also involved are starting to feel a little overburdened with the volume of work that they've been putting forth for all of their activities throughout the year, which you already know about, so I don't need to go into those. And so they would like to get some help from 2 additional commissioners. So all it would really entail would be for the select board to make a motion to add 2 commissioners. If you do approve that motion, then we'd go, we can ask the Recreation Commission if they have any recommendations for who would be interested. I know they already have 1 individual who's already expressed interest. And then the select board would appoint 2 new commissioners and we'd be done.
Do I have a motion to add it?
I think it's a good idea because and it's a very active group, and they really, you know, I think having a few more people would be supportive. I don't think it's gonna help their quorum in terms of numbers
Well, I know because it's gonna increase their quorum by
right,
1.
but I do think, I'll make a motion that we add 2 commissioners to the rec commission.
And do I have a second?
I will second that.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor, say
Aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries completely. Thank you very much. On to the next item on the agenda, which is the transfer of the various commissions' funds. Peter, would you speak to that, please?
Yes, so try and be as brief as possible. So I shared with the select board
Yes, please.
a lot of very detailed information regarding this. Several weeks ago when I was doing some additional work that I do at this time of year to update some reports for the select board, there were a couple of items that caught my eye as that seemed a little off, considering that the R3, the conservation, cemetery, and planning commissions do not spend all of their appropriations annually. So I know that in 2014, the select board unanimously moved to create a reserve fund for both the planning and conservation commissions, with any unspent funds at the end of the fiscal year to be moved into those reserve funds for future use. And then in 2016, the same thing happened for the cemetery commission. Looking back through the data, I ended up discovering that for the planning and conservation commissions, that those funds were only transferred in twice in the years since 2014. And then for the cemetery commission, it's only happened once. And so all of those funds are currently sitting in the general reserve fund. So it's not that those funds have disappeared. Since those funds were specifically allocated for those commissions, they are dedicated funds. So you, as a
It's
select board,
misstating our general fund too.
yeah, so you can't technically spend those on other items. Because
So there are enough notes to make that clear that even though they're in the general reserve.
that's correct. So I would make a recommendation to the select board to make a motion to move those funds from the general reserve fund to the specific reserve fund for each commission. And the Recreation Commission, since they were created, they use 100% of their funds every year, so they don't have any to move. But so I gave the specific amounts to you folks in the information. So that's that.
All right, do I have a motion to make that transfer? That sounds pretty.
Sure. Do we need individual transfers for each commission? I mean, individual motions?
No, you can do
all the
you can do all
commissions.
three of them.
I'll move that all the funds be moved.
Zon, and do I have a second?
I will second.
All right, thank you, Michael. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. The Charter for Compassion. I can just tell you what I know about it. I mean, that there was a request from the Charter for Compassion for the Guilford Select Board to correct me if I'm wrong, Peter, to make the motion that Guilford would become a partner with other towns and cities as a Charter for Compassion town. Do I have that correctly? And then we got a URL that took me to the Charter for Compassion website, which I read about, and we also had a recommendation from Peter Elwell, the town manager of Brattleboro, who highly recommended the Charter for Compassion as something that we might want to think about as having Guilford be a part of. Does that sum it up correctly, Peter?
Yes.
I don't know whether our select board has had time to look at that, look at the...
For those who have a solid understanding, could I have a little overview of what Charter for Compassion is?
I frankly don't know a whole lot about it. And Veranda, I spoke with Veranda on the phone this afternoon, and she is not necessarily opposed to the idea, but she personally would like to learn a little bit more about the organization before the select board makes this commitment.
So I did go to the website.
I'm supportive of that because I'm not familiar.
And read about it, and what it is that you...
Can someone give us a
It's
presentation on it?
basically...
He can, yes.
You sort of you join into a partnership of towns and cities which care for their citizens, attempt to not make any actions which create harm among the citizenry, that you also, in other words, that you try to run the town government and to create a space of compassion and promote compassion within the citizenry of your town. And you might choose a project that would be, for instance, in a larger town, something about working with the Boys and Girls Clubs to make it a more compassionate place, or in our town perhaps, the Guilford Free Library, we would have a project that would exemplify the standards of compassion.
And I mean, that all sounds great. I think Guilford does that now, so I don't understand how this takes us to a more formal way of addressing compassion.
You sign on formally to this organization, which is a nonprofit, and you become a formal partner. I'm not advocating for this, I'm just explaining.
I guess I need to understand more.
I don't think it would change our behavior. I don't think our behavior would likely change at all. I think it's just that we'd be aligning with other cities around the world that are part of this. I know a little bit about this. I was one of the founding members of this thing when it first popped out because I'm a big fan of Karen Armstrong. So,
Richard, while you were talking, Michael did ask if this gentleman, Jim Levinson, could come and present to the select board and be able to answer some questions.
I think that's a very good idea.
Okay, I will invite him to come and present at a future select board meeting.
Great.
Great. Thank you very much. Next on our agenda in new business is the grand list certification. I believe that's just a letter that we have to sign, or we have to.
Yes. Yep, that is correct. So it's very simple. I've never seen this in the past, and but the state asks both our lister's office and the select board to certify that we have no appeals or no lawsuits against the town regarding our grand list and value of properties. Lisa has already signed it attesting to that fact, and she just asks for a motion and for the signature of select board members.
May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, what is it called?
It's a certification of grand.
I'll make a motion to certify our grand list.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second it.
2 seconds.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Please say aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. On to old business. I hope that everyone's had a chance to read the revised town administrative job description. Now, Peter, we need a motion to approve the changes. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Does anybody have anything to discuss about that or make a motion about it?
I'll make a motion that we approve the job descriptions as presented.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No one's opposed. I would only ask the select board as they move forward with the new job descriptions and as the roles, particularly with the assistant support, kind of play out, that there'd be a close look at maybe needing to adjust it in the next 12 months or so. Just that's the critical time, in my opinion, that this will shake out.
If I can just add one quick point to that, from my conversation with Veranda, I would personally recommend to the select board to, just due to budgeting, to not hire this individual, whether it is an individual that currently works for the town or somebody else, until the new fiscal year begins in July. Just because we had not budgeted for it in this fiscal year.
Oh, I see.
I agree with that.
Makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Good suggestion.
Now I understand there are some personnel policy concerns, and I'm not sure who's speaking to that. You, Peter?
I think I will speak briefly to it, and then I think Gordon had a couple comments on it. So there were a couple of additional clarifications that came up from the road crew regarding the personnel policy. One was frankly just a very simple clerical error in the fact that in the corrections you folks made a month or so ago, that we forgot one anniversary in there, and so just simply adding an anniversary number in there, which we did. And then the other item was that there was some confusion regarding how overtime is calculated. And make a long story short, it came about that even though this policy has been in place for over 5 years, what was written for the policy and what has been actual practice both in the town as well as in the town office for payroll did not match up. And the opinion is that it's unfair to town employees to suddenly start enforcing a policy that has not been enforced for all these years.
So what it basically comes down to is 5 years ago, there was a change, and that change was not instituted in terms of overtime pay as it was being calculated, just what Peter said. So for the last 5 years, our policy said one thing, we're doing something else, and it was just, you know, I honestly don't think, and we'd have to go and run numbers to understand completely how significant a difference it is. But to me, when the issue was brought to my attention and we researched it, I am in total, I'm of the opinion that if we've been doing it this way for 5 years, even though our policy said something else, and it's been billed that way, that we wouldn't make that change all of a sudden because the policy said so.
The additional point I would add to what Gordon just said is that in our annual budgeting practices, Danny budgets for overtime.
Correct.
As it has been paid. The way that it has been currently implemented for the past 5 years and frankly before that. And so by changing the policy to reflect what is in practice will not financially impact the town a penny.
Correct. And I'll you know, Danny played such close attention and plans for this that my personal opinion is that we just continue to move forward the way it's been done and take out whatever the verbiage is.
Which I did in this sample for you guys.
And Peter addressed that, but I'm of the opinion, and Dan, you may want to weigh in on it, that we ought to just maintain what we've been doing and the way Dan has been. Dan plans for his overtime, basically as best he can. So this is a calculated process that he goes through. You know, I know these two are going to be on, therefore these, you know, and I mean it's a plan. You know, when Dan's not here, I have a higher concern that maybe we need to look at this more closely. But that's my 2 cents.
So are you saying you're suggesting, Gordon, that we should edit the personnel policy to make sure that it's in line with actual practice?
Correct. That's a very good way to put it.
The copy that was in the folder that was shared with all of you, that had already happened. And I had highlighted each section for you to take a look at.
Okay, so do we need to have a motion about that?
So it would be a motion to approve the document as edited and presented to you over the weekend.
Dan, do you want to?
After all the changes have been made to make it.
Yep.
I'm happy.
To bring it in line with practice.
It was a matter of, frankly, it was a matter of removing 2 sentences is all it was.
Yep.
Okay.
So good, I'll make a motion that we edit the personnel.
Or you accept as edited. Because it's already been edited.
Right, we accept it as edited. That's what that was.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now on to
And thank you,
the,
Dan, for bringing that.
equalization. Peter, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, unfortunately, Lisa could not be here tonight because of a previous family commitment. So the town received a letter from Jill Remick, the Director of Property Evaluation and Review from the Department of Taxes, to whom the Select Board submitted an appeal from what Lisa recommended previously. Of the 3 properties that were recommended for changing, the Department of Taxes accepted 2 of them and they denied 1 of them. So we have 1 of 2 options. Lisa did some further investigation on those 2 options. One option is to accept what they have come back to us with, and the other is to continue to appeal. They have scheduled a tentative appeal hearing for April 23rd at 10 a.m. in Montpelier. Lisa's professional opinion is she's highly doubtful that since they've already denied it once, we do not have any additional information to submit, that the select board should accept the proposal from the Department of Taxes as written. If that's the case, I need you to make a motion and then select one of the current members sitting here before me to sign on behalf of the select board.
Okay, so do I have a motion that we are going to accept this certification,
I-
recertification letter?
I will make a motion that we accept Lisa's recommendation that we accept this.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Now, I need a second motion to have a select board member to sign the document, because there's only space for one person.
I'll make a motion that we appoint Zahn to sign that document.
Do I have a second?
Second.
You're gonna have to come back, Richard, to sign it.
All those in favor say aye.
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 He's been quiet tonight.
Thank you.
So I might as well get active here with my pen, huh?
So,
The
yeah,
next
Thanks,
item
man.
on the agenda is
sign where it says chair.
Chair of legislative body.
the next item on the agenda is the town meeting talking points. I just wanted to go through those again. I just want to make sure that
Should I
everybody's
date it?
comfortable with those. The original set that Peter sent out was not really the original, because in the original I had me speaking for 6 and 8, and now Peter put that back in. And I'm just wanting to know whether you're all comfortable with those articles that you're going to present at town meeting.
I didn't see a change.
The only changes I made
Yeah.
what Richard said is I added his name. I removed Zahn from one article and Michael from one article and added Richard in, so
That's
that's.
perfect. For
You
me.
mean so that they're,
Okay, good.
yeah, whatever, I don't, whatever, just tell me
We
what
don't
to
need
do.
a motion on that. Now,
No.
while we're at the town meeting, can we legally bring up this matter of the lunch that you, Peter, you had suggested that?
Yes, so I received a phone call from Mark Tassatore, the owner, one of the co-owners of the Guilford Country Store. He informed me that he and Suzanne have had a fair number, he didn't say how many, but he said quite a few people have approached them in the past 2 weeks, expressing concern that due to the fact that there is no school portion to the meeting, the items on the select board warning are non-controversial and should be fairly quick, that there will be no need for a lunch break this year, and that people will disperse prior to lunchtime. I think realistically, it may take only slightly over an hour to complete the whole thing, and I've spoken with Penny and others about that, and they would tentatively agree. And so Mark also expressed that while they do personally enjoy it, that from a business standpoint, that they have actually been losing money for the past several years on providing this service. And due to the changes, he and Suzanne talked about it and have decided to decline providing lunch. And that's for a number of reasons, the primary one being loss of revenue. He said the fact that a lot of people often come to the country store after town meeting day anyways. So his request to the select board was to let people know that they will be having a soup and salad special on town meeting day. And apparently it looks like we've lost internet connection. I've
No,
lost...
I'm here.
He's there.
Oh, okay. Anyhow, and to encourage people to come over to the country store if they would like to have lunch.
So I don't know about the rest of the select board, but I'm fine not having lunch at the meeting, particularly since if it's going to be a 2-hour delay or a 1-hour delay even to get from the business of the meeting to lunch, I don't see, and secondly, that the Guilford Country Store is not going to provide that lunch, and it's late, and thirdly, the select board is not responsible for providing the lunch. It used to be a fundraiser for the middle school. I'm perfectly fine with not having lunch at the meeting. I think other members of the town might feel the same way.
There's several residents who have expressed a great unhappiness with this decision, but as Richard noted, there's no obligation to do so. Yes, maybe it's a tradition, and some people don't like to see traditions go by the wayside, but there's no obligation for it. And I think that my personal recommendation to you folks is, if we want to see businesses survive and thrive in Guilford, we should support the decisions that they make to keep their business in a healthy financial point. But that's my personal recommendation. It's up to you what you want to do.
I agree.
There are some residents who are attempting to organize lunch on this day because they're unhappy about the situation, but I've not been involved in that.
I think that would be a great solution.
Yeah,
So if there are citizens and they can get it together, wish them the best.
Well, Richard, I'm with you on that.
Anyone
I'm
else? But
comfortable.
I see it your way as well. I take no exception.
I can't hear what you said, Michael.
Repeat yourself.
I take no exception. I agree with you.
Okay.
Is the school really not doing, I thought there was some sort of video presentation by the advisory board. Is that
but
just,
it's going to be brief.
and it'll be part of the,
It's going to be part of the
Hour-long.
town portion, yes. It's going to be under any additional business at the very end.
Okay, so we don't need a motion or anything about that now.
No, sir.
Okay, we're on to the warrants.
Okay, I'll make the motion to pay the following warrants. Payroll week ending 2/16/20 for $7,138.61. Payroll week ending 2/23/20 for $7,470.43. And expense warrant number 2016 for $20,729.94 for a grand total of $35,338.98.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
And
Okay, is there any, do you have anything to discuss?
yes, I just want to highlight under expense warrant 2016, the key things in that stood out to me were our insurance payment in the tune of, I want to say, around $5,000. Our EOC satellite re-up with our phones is on there, 2,100, I want to say, and sand was on there, our last purchase of sand, which is hopefully going to carry us for a while, were the big items.
Great. Any other further discussion? The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Then the summary of actions.
Yes, so the summary of
Oh,
actions.
I'm sorry, Peter, it's communications next.
Actually, I have no communications. Although I've just been notified by Zahn that he has some communications.
For Gordon.
A Gordon communication.
This is a communication to
Wow.
Gordon.
And it is a very pretty print.
Hand drawn.
Oh, look
by
at
locals.
this. Oh my, well, thank you guys, all, my
Gordon,
fellow.
we want to, I'll speak for the select board, I have other select members who may want to speak to this as well. This is a communication. We want to thank you for your 5 years of distinguished service on the select board. You've been, personally for me, a very friendly, industrious colleague, perceptive. I think that your acuity about the warrants and also the town finances and your commitment to protecting the citizens of Guilford in regard to our annual budget, making sure that the budget is straightforward, understandable, and precise, has really been a boon not only to the select board but to our town. And we are very grateful for your service. We wish you weren't going either.
Well, thank you, I appreciate that very much, Richard and everyone else.
Thank you, Richard.
It'll be,
You really have been a fine colleague, and you've made my tenure on the select board and my coming to the select board much more comfortable and friendly, so thanks.
thank you, Richard.
Yeah.
That's very
All
kind.
right, does anyone else have anything to say? Well, we could all say thank you, Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Gordon.
Thank you all.
I just
I
wish
know
the
if
Army
Miranda,
were make a mistake.
Gordon, if Miranda were with us tonight, she would probably have a poem for you. She's probably in the Caribbean writing a poem.
Well, I hope she's enjoying, that's all.
Okay, so the summary of actions.
Yes, add the town administrator job description for approval at next meeting, which we've done. You approved spending of $100 to fund childcare for town meeting day. Review future needs of the town garage to the next meeting. Peter to share the pre-town meeting talking points with select board members. And Peter and Veranda to investigate if Steve Lemke or someone else could attend the broadband training on behalf of the town. And so all of those items were taken care of. We did not have anyone attend the broadband training, but they did film it, and it is now up on the Wyndham Regional Commission website, and I have that on the next select board agenda to talk about in more detail.
I'll commit to watching that before the next meeting.
I'm going to too.
I'm sure it'll be fun.
I just thought of something, and I don't know whether this is inappropriate or not, but we didn't talk about the survey.
That's what
Well,
this was.
that's
Gonna be. That's what I just mentioned. We're gonna have on the next select board meeting.
Oh, okay.
I already filled out the survey.
I did too.
Okay. But
What's
we
the
need
time
to-
frame on that, as far as when it needs to be turned around?
But the select board is going to have.
April.
The select board is going to have some vehicle for at least promoting it or distributing it or something, and so I guess that's what we'll talk about next time.
Yeah.
Yes, well, there's good examples there with, what is it, Whitingham?
Yeah, I think attaching cost to what Whitingham did to have at the next select board meeting would be very helpful.
I will. That was my
Because
intention.
to me, this is kind of a no-brainer,
So would you
but
put that on the actions?
I won't be there to.
Yeah, I already, added it to the agenda for the next meeting because of what sharing that email with you all earlier today. So it's already on there.
Okay, good. Well, the next item is adjournment.
I will make a motion that we adjourn.
Forever?
My last meeting, though.
Do I have a second?
Sadly, yes.
Okay, and is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
No, we can
Motion
adjourn.
carries.
Thank you,
Thank you
Richard.
very much. We're
Thank
gonna
you.
miss you, Gordon.
Well, I'm gonna miss everyone here. And you over there.
See you at town meeting.
Definitely.
All right.
All right, signing off.
Let's call this thing to order. Welcome. It is the West River Education District, I'll shorten it, board meeting. Do we have any additions or corrections to tonight's agenda? Nothing. Okay. Do we actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't have a quorum.
We don't have six.
We don't have 6. Oh,
Six.
Al's here, 6. Ha! Now we're calling it to order because we have a quorum. There were so many bodies at the table, and then I went, wait, do we? Yeah, sorry. Okay, now we're really to order. So anyway, no additions or corrections to the agenda, right? Okay. Take a look at your board norms in front of you on the back of your placard. Maintain the focus, communicate respectively, be present at the meeting, keep the board productive and effective, and respect the agenda. We'll try to do that. That's just a good quick reminder. Members of the public, if you're here for something that's on the agenda, we'd ask you to talk to us at that point. If you're here for something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I have a couple of questions, and they're kind of old news, but, you know, old things, but I just need clarification, so. The small schools grant, how is that distributed? Does that go directly to the school that qualifies, along with their fair share of the taxpayer dollars, or is it commingled?
It is commingled. It is treated as revenue.
Okay.
And it goes to the school district, of which the school is a member of.
So that doesn't seem quite right to me, but.
So for example,
One district, one budget.
right,
Everything flows in, everything flows out.
that is how it is currently handled.
So everything flows in, everything flows out. There's no exceptions to that rule.
That is currently how it is done, yes.
Every grant, every.
Yes, yes.
Okay. My next question that I was unsure of, because through the budget process, there was a lot of talk about this 5% protection, whatever. And I don't remember that from study committee things and stuff, so I tried to hunt for it today to find out exactly what is this and how does it, you know, it's not part of the tax breaks we got for merging, right?
It's part of the original law, but it is not one of the big major things that was discussed at the time. But it is in the text of Act 46.
I don't remember hearing a word.
Lori had a nice.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a really good visual presentation that I can email you offline.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay.
Specifically to the 5%, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Sure. Can you just introduce yourself for the viewing
West
audience
from
in your
Jamaica.
town? Thank you.
Is this the final report that we're going to be getting for like our town report?
Yes.
I had asked Drew at one of the meetings, I would have liked to have in this report a final report as the 1st of July, how much monies or liabilities from each town come into the new district. And I don't see anything in here whatsoever to touch on that at all.
I haven't looked at it yet. Do we have an audit in there?
So the audit is not complete.
That's why.
Right. The audit will be made available once it is available, and we'll publicly post it, and we'll also have it available on hard copy. But yes, you're right, it is not in that.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lisa. I live in Jamaica. I have a first grader in Jamaica Village School now, kindergarten, first grader. At the last meeting, I inquired about individualized lesson plans because we've got different classes grouped together. So we had pre-K, K, and 1. Next year, we're expecting possibly K1 and 2. And what I have met with Principal Bernardo about is getting an individualized lesson plan. I inquired about that specifically at the last meeting. And at the meeting, I was referred to Principal Roach, who graciously said I should come to Townsend, that he can meet our needs there. So I decided to go to Townsend and check it out. And I met with a second grade teacher there. And what I found was that it is, as has been rumored, very overcrowded. Their classrooms are about half the size of ours, and they have twice as many students. Their gym area has a stage behind it, which is used for overflow classrooms. Even though the student body wasn't in session, it felt crowded to me. and I would love my boys to stay in a nice, small classroom. But, having spoken with Pam about the individualized lesson plan, I understand since that conversation with her, the board has passed a 2-year plan to initiate that. So it would not be before my son is 10 years old. I spoke with Mrs. Bernardo, we met, I guess, last week. She could speak to that. And she said the board had approved a 2-year term within which they would be able to provide an individualized lesson plan. So if next year we're going to have K1 and 2 together, that's an even bigger age gap than the littler ones as they are now, up till 1st grade. So I really want him to get, he particularly needs to be challenged in math, and he's not getting that. We have a new interventionist there for a half an hour, I think, a week. Well, he's not really going to benefit from that. He doesn't need that. And the amount of time, that's probably going to go to the kids who are really needy, not the ones who want to be challenged. So I feel he probably won't benefit from that. What I noticed at JVS this year is that there's a lot fewer support staff. We used to have 2 people in our classroom with 9 and 10 kids. This year we had 9 kids. One of them was being potty trained every 2 hours by the teacher. She was there by herself. And the older kids, they're not certainly getting the attention that they need. And I don't think that's an issue that's happening in Townsend. And I want to make sure that next year my boys are getting the same attention and the same benefit of curriculum that the kids are getting in Townsend. So I really want them to stay in Jamaica Village School. It's a fantastic school with wonderful teachers, and that is my plan. But I'm going to, if I need to write to the Agency of Education to assure that whatever staff we are entitled to, we get. Because I don't see, I've inquired, you know, what is it, you have a lot of kids with IEPs, where's the support staff? We can't talk about that. I've hit that wall twice. I understand confidentiality. However, there needs to be oversight that is transparent. What kind of numbers are we talking about? If this is a numbers game, then keep more kids in Jamaica so that we get the support staff we need to assure that everybody gets the slower learners and the faster learners are treated the same. They get the same good experience in both schools. If you could speak to that 2-year plan, I see you, Mr. Anton. I don't know if you had a comment.
I am unaware of a 2-year plan for individualized education plan for any student that is not required by federal law. I have discussed with Principal Bernardo about taking advantage of the small amount of students that are in Jamaica Village School and really looking at them individually and working with the staff to make that happen. But the specificity of the timeline, I don't have any information other than what you just shared.
Can we get clarification on that? Because I want this to happen in the near term, not in 2 years. I'd like it to happen, if not, this year, then next year, beginning of the school year.
So I'll let Pam answer, but I would just say that it would be great to have an individualized plan for every single student, but that is it's not a requirement to have that.
Well, maybe that's the long term.
So, if I may, when Ms. Mann and I spoke about I'll get the words wrong, sorry, because they're different from what I was saying. The SIP, the Comprehensive Improvement Plan, one of the goals in the Comprehensive Improvement Plan that the board approved last meeting is working with multi-age groups of children as opposed to multi-grade groups of children. And one of the things that we put in there was setting individual learning goals for our children in the area of reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And that will be the work that we will do across the 3 years of the SIP in that regard, using the instructional strategy, which is the other goal of the reading and writing workshop. That will require some teacher training, as well as looking at how to help students and teachers set individual goals, mostly quarterly, in reading and writing. And that's what we had spoken about, not individual education plans, which are defined by special education law. We did also talk about, you had inquired about numbers of kids with individualized education plans, service agreements, and those are confidential, and we wouldn't really talk about that in terms of percentages or things like that. We do have the supports at Jamaica to meet those needs of those kids as defined by their plans. The additional interventionist is a half a day a week, which comes to about 3.5 hours. The goal there is to work with the teachers as well to provide the services across the week when the interventionist isn't there. So it will take a little bit of time to look at multi-age as opposed to multi-grade. But in terms of the SIP goal for safe and healthy schools, I felt that that was a better route to go so that kids, like you are referring to with your son, can move at a rate that may be a faster pace or a slower pace, depending on what their individual needs are, irregardless of the grade level, but really at what their current levels are. And the SIP in itself is just focused on reading. I'm hoping to put that in place in math at some point.
It does. However, my son's, it's a math thing. He needs more math. So I would like to, I can meet with Principal Bernardo again if we need, but I want something in place sooner rather than later to bolster his math. He loves it. He's doing well at it. I want him to get more of it.
I would just say, yes, your path of talking with the principal is the appropriate
Okay,
path.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Okay. Everybody else is on the agenda. Great. Thank you. Correspondence. We have one piece. I think I forwarded it to everybody. It's posted on the website. I know it is a request for consideration to pay tuition for a current Leland and Gray student to attend Vermont Academy. That's the first item of new business. And I believe as I understand it, the parent was going to come. I was so late I didn't get a chance to check. Are you here, Ms. Carson? No?
To be fair, because it's on at 7:30.
Okay, well, we can wait and see if she shows up, I guess. We can move along. If she comes back, we'll move her up. So, student reports then. No. What? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong agenda. I'm on my notes one, pardon me. You want to do policy now? Oh, Mike's here, okay, and Lindsay's here. All right. I'm sorry, I was on the wrong agenda, I apologize. Policy committee, Lindsay, you want to speak to this? Or Mike, you want to speak to this? Which one?
All right.
Pick one.
So this is the age of attendance policy. And what the policy committee is proposing, it's been a little bit since I've gone through the details of it, so correct me if I mess anything up, but basically it has to do with children entering kindergarten. And children who desire to enter kindergarten must have attained the age of 5 years on or before September 1st in the year in which the child plans to enroll in kindergarten. However, requests for exceptions can be submitted to the building principal beforehand. And in that case, early admission may be granted to a child whose birthday has passed the state of Vermont legal age, which is in this case, December 31st. So if a parent wants to have their child enter kindergarten early, and their birthday falls before December 31st, they can request to the building principal, and then upon that request, the school district will administer diagnostic stuff, whatever, as the superintendent's office determines, so that we can be sure that children enter who should be entering, so that those kids that may be ready a little bit early can have the opportunity. That's the general gist of it.
and starting with the 5-year-olds in kindergarten, and that works backwards according to this for pre-K, 3-year-old pre-K and 4-year-old pre-K. Same cutoffs?
No.
No?
3 and 4 is a hard September 1st.
Yeah. Okay.
It's only for kindergarten.
Okay. Questions?
Just to clarify, all those exceptions come to this board, the way this policy is written?
The way this policy is currently written, that is correct.
There'll be a recommendation that'll be from the administration.
Any other questions? So this is the policy that you're recommending that we warn tonight?
Yes.
Okay. Make a motion. Sure, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Go ahead.
So I'm here because I wanted to talk about this.
Tell the camera who you are, please.
I'm Allie McFalls from Newfane.
Thank you.
So I had been in contact with Mr. Anton for the last year. My daughter's birthday is September 2nd, so she misses the current cutoff by 1 day. I'm the director of a preschool program in Brattleboro, so she's been in my program since she was 6 weeks old. So I really think she's ready, but she misses the cutoff by 1 day. So I was just asking for some flexibility for individualizing it for kids. I mean, everybody's different, and no matter where the cutoff is, there's always going to be somebody on the other side of that. So if there was just a system of allowing for some flexibility, you know, there is still the chance that they would say no. But I'm just asking for the option of applying early for her.
So this policy, if approved, would allow for that?
Right.
Okay. Anything else? Questions? Okay, we just need to, yes, Drew?
I'll move that we warn policy C35 as presented.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion now that it's been moved and seconded? Ready to vote? Okay, all in favor of warning policy C35, the age of attendance policy, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Appears the ayes have it. All right, we'll warn it. We'll see it again to adopt it. Thank you. All right, now, students. What do you got for us, guys? Ladies, gentlemen.
I got nothing.
I don't think we have
Good
anything
break
to
overall.
report.
Did you have a nice break?
Yeah,
Was a good break, yeah.
today was hard.
Yeah.
First day back, rough.
Excited for my new trip now that we're not going to China.
Do tell.
We are going to Vietnam, Cambodia, and Thailand for 3 weeks, I believe, instead of a month.
Wow. Awesome. You have anybody that speaks any of those languages?
Nope.
Google Translate do those languages?
We can't bring our phones, so it should be an adventure.
Wow.
It's actually really good.
3 weeks without phones?
Just, you know.
Do they still make books that translate for you, like the little guidebooks?
An hour later.
Seriously, they could be out of print now that everybody has a phone. I don't know. I've gone all over the place with just Google Translate. Wow. Well, that sounds exciting. All right, so principals publish their reports. Does anyone have any questions for the principals on anything they read in the reports? Anybody have anything to add, Bob?
So we're going to jump on those coattails about the trip. So many of you are familiar with our Journeys program. It's been in place for a couple of decades now, and this will be the first time that Journeys trip, which happens every other year, will not go to China. And so it's been kind of a big deal, but obviously there are many reasons for this, or really one reason for this. And that one reason is that our flights were canceled. And so we didn't have a choice. So we were closely monitoring the situation up until the point that the flights were canceled, and had a lot of concerns about the status at that point. So it's a done deal. We've been working on things, but as part of the policy side of things, and I'm hoping somebody can answer the question for me. I searched on the website to see what the new district's policy was around field trips. I didn't find one on the district page. Would be D30.
Haven't done it yet.
Which is not a required one, it's an optional one. So I based my approach based on the old Leland and Gray policy, which requires the principal to inform the board of an international trip. So I'm hereby informing you, on the pursuant of a now defunct policy, in absence of a new policy, that the trip is happening. I have some details of the itinerary. We're using a travel agency or travel company, Intrepid Travel. If people want to see this, I can pass this around. This has the itinerary in it and talks about the different places that we're going to send them to. All the places, well, let me put it this way. The CDC ranks their alerts on 3 levels: watch level 1, an alert level 2, and a warning level 3. So the only place that we're going that is on that alert system is a stopover in the Seoul, South Korea airport, which is an alert level 2. That is not a total avoid travel there, but just a more of a high alert. The kids and the chaperones will not be leaving the airport at any time. So that's just where the flight has to lay over in. So that's one area. There are 2 other areas or destinations that are not under any of those levels, but sort of get an honorable mention from the CDC. And that is Thailand and Vietnam. And that just means that there are people infected there, and they've been identified by the CDC. So people pretty much infected everywhere. So at this point, those have not been upgraded to any watches, alerts, or warnings. So we're going along with that being fine. And I have the details of the South Korea advisory if people want to read that as well. But again, we're just going to be in the airport there. And by we, I mean not me. If you want to read that. So yeah, I'm happy to take any questions, but I was sort of following the idea of informing the board of international trip.
Thanks.
When is that trip?
The dates of the trip are March 25th through April 14th.
Do they still get to perform and do some of the things that they?
I mean, Abby can probably tell you more about the latest on that.
I don't remember who it is, but one of the chaperones knows someone in Bangkok, I believe. So we're trying to get in contact with some schools in Thailand to do some performances there. And it's also their water festival, so it might work with their whole New Year type of thing. So we're trying to figure it out.
Very cool.
And we did add an additional chaperone to the trip as well, just because of the different nature of the trip and the fact that it was not something that the current chaperones were familiar with, like they were with traveling to China. So we added Phoebe Connolly to that, and she has traveled with on this tour with this company in previous years. So she's a veteran international traveler with students. So we added her as well to make it, just to have someone who's been there and done that, to make parents and students and administration feel a little more comfortable.
Excellent. Sounds exciting. Any questions for, oh, was there a hand? Yeah, go ahead.
I can wait, but I have something about the reports I wanted to ask.
Yeah, go ahead, ask the question.
Okay. I was wondering, first of all, I'd like to say I love the packets that we're getting. That's very helpful. I was wondering if there was a possibility to make the principals' reports more uniform. This one had Townsend's, which was a lot of, prose about what they're doing, everything. And then, not that I don't like your reports, but Jamaica's was hard to figure out. Because like the graphs call for color, and we don't have a color printer, and you can barely read them. And so it's, and it requires that a layperson understand graphs and things like that to figure out, to determine what it's actually telling them instead of a written out thing, but whatever. And as an aside, I was very impressed by all the things Townsend is doing, and that's what comes when you have a dedicated full-time principal.
So I can speak to the
equal opportunity.
Sure, go ahead. So you may not notice, but they all work with the same 5 topics. And each principal gets to have the freedom about how they want to express that. Rarely do we have graphs, but at different times of the year, we have results that can be shared in different formats and ways. But all the 5 headings all come from when we had our integrated field reviews, which is a study of the educational quality standards, which is the guiding principles for operating schools. And so those are the 5 categories in which we consistently report out through all WCSU schools. So it may look a little different, but the uniformity is reporting out consistently under those 5 categories.
It's just difficult to make assumptions to figure out what it's telling you if it's
Sure.
presented differently. Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Comment? Okay, thanks. The long-term planning work calendar, there are 2 versions of that calendar presented. This is sort of an attempt at a roadmap for discussion purposes of our next few months of work. Obviously the budget, presented some challenges, and those challenges are ongoing. And this is sort of a couple of different ideas laid out for us of a way that we can, take the time to have the discussions that we need to have and gather the information and try and make some plans and maybe some changes about how things are done to address the challenges that we face. The biggest difference between the 2 of these calendars is one has the continued existence of the budget committee doing some preliminary, some deeper work, basically adding a second meeting each month for some of the board members to go through some of the financial data and then be able to speak to it a little bit at the next meeting. We can do away with that because there may be some sentiment to not have the committee do some of that work. But if the board does the work by itself, we may need to add some of those meetings that would have been budget committee meetings to the board schedule, just seeing how things are going. So it's the question really is, do we want to have more meetings as a full board, or do we want to sub off some to a committee? And this is just 2 different takes. We can, build off of these, change these, edit these as we see fit. But something to discuss. We don't have to necessarily adopt one tonight. As you can see, this doesn't even start until April, so we can continue discussing it. Ask questions, redesign, however we want to do it. But Trish, yes.
Maybe I'm crazy.
Probably
the 3rd Monday.
You are. These are additional meetings. These are non-board work meetings. This is purely about planning out your next 3 to 5 years.
Month.
Yes. Yeah. This is additional meetings. So you are not going crazy.
You just do what I did. You work food shelf till 5 or 7 and run across the street.
Disappoint people.
No, you leave people.
Just want to make sure.
Sorry, Trish.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy.
No, not at all. Any other thoughts? Want to see some more permutations of this? You like this? Which one do you like?
I think it makes sense to keep the budget committee because it's a smaller group, just to kind of wade through the stuff and, have options to present to the full board. My 2 cents.
True. Be on the opposite side. I think the board needs to see all the financial information.
there was never any information that the budget committee saw that the board didn't see. I have no, I mean, I have no feelings either way, but it does, you know, if we do away with the budget committee, the board itself will do more work. And it's really our decision. What do we want to do?
When do we reorganize?
The March meeting. March 6th.
You won't reorganize until April because you have the at-large vote on March 25th.
Oh, right, right. Thank you. I forgot about at-large. So April will reorganize.
Does it make sense to hold this discussion and vote at that meeting when you're reorganizing
Well,
about committees and?
We don't have to vote on this at all. I mean, this doesn't start until April 13th. The first meeting on this is April 13th.
I think Drew's
So-
point is you guys,
Right.
you won't meet till the April 20th to reorganize.
Right.
And April 20th is a break, so it could be April 27th.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, if it's out there now, people can look at it, think about it, see if something comes to you, and we'll decide, you know, in April what we're gonna do. I mean, that makes perfect sense. All right? Anything else? Thank you. Okay, so, weighting study. There is some information in the packet, which I'll just take here, about the pupil weighting study. There's some information about how it would affect our district and the surrounding districts in terms of what it would do to the tax rates if the proposed weights were changed in accordance with the study. And as you can see, it's a pretty significant impact. WCSU had a meeting 2 weeks ago, week ago?
2 weeks ago?
2 weeks ago, where we had several legislators here talking about this. And, you know, there's now the Senate Committee on Education is having a public hearing Wednesday, March 11th. We can testify by going up there or written testimony. I know the WCSU is having a letter of testimony sent up in favor of, you know, modifying the pupil weighting based on the study and implementing it now. You know, it corrects inequities that have been in place for quite a long time. And, you know, some districts are really struggling under the way things are weighted now. You know, I guess we already have the supervisory union sending testimony up there. I would certainly be willing to, if the board wanted, write a letter from our district as well, supporting the weighting study, changing the weights to, you know, to match the study and to do it immediately. I suspect that WCSU will send the board chair up to actually testify. I don't know if more physical presence is needed, but I certainly think letters. Individually, people can write letters. I've been copied on a few, so I know people are doing it. You know, but I wanted to put it out there just because I know it's something that affects us all, and you know, we can weigh in officially if we'd like to, and you can all weigh in personally if you'd like to, and you can ask questions about the study.
I think you should write a letter on behalf of the board.
Want to put that in motion form?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion that the board chair write a letter stating
In support of the weighting study?
in support of the weighting study. That's it. That's it.
Implementation of the new weights? Okay. Right away. And right away?
Yeah, well, no, obviously, yeah. Well, everything you just said.
Okay, thank you.
You already said all that.
Yeah.
Why do I gotta repeat it in a motion
I just want to
form?
make sure. Thank you, Ken.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Al. Any further discussion on that? Any questions on the study results? They actually taped the, I'm sorry, one sec. They actually taped the WCSU meeting. They BCTV filmed that, and Laura Sibilia speaking on this, it was really educational. It's worth going back and watching that just to hear her speak. Go ahead, Patty.
So I don't know, I thought maybe, I guess I thought Emily might be here, but she's busy, I guess. I was wondering, I read through this and I just wanted to ask if anybody knows, did the legislative joint fiscal office that did this, did they use the same factoring, like the free and reduced lunch, to determine poverty level as the report did? But I can ask.
Well, no, they used the exact same elements, just different years.
Okay.
The original weighting study, the 150-page one, they used FY18 for modeling and simulations. This one is FY20. So this is the most recent modeling simulation using the exact same factors as the study.
Any other questions, comments before we vote? All right, all in favor of the weighting study letter motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Oh, that's Marlboro's one?
Yeah, just so you see.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. The 2021 calendar. Ken, this is on there for you.
Yay. Why don't we have Veterans Day off? Because the Career Center doesn't do it. Because Career Center's wrong doesn't mean we have to be wrong too.
The Career Center doesn't offer Veterans Day off. We can do our own thing here. I actually was at an assembly at Leland and Gray on Veterans Day. And I thought they did a really nice job of saying, you know, why would you sit home and watch video games on Veterans Day? I mean, it's not like you're going to go do anything necessarily pro-veteran. And they changed a little of the curriculum and the assembly to actually honor veterans and educate about what had actually happened. I thought that was fairly appropriate. Is there even, I mean, this is just a question. If you have Veterans Day off, are there actual activities? Like, they don't really do parades on Veterans Day.
Well, they do.
Do they?
Not here.
Not here, no.
Are you leading it, Ken?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not here in town,
I mean,
so
there's
no,
not
we
really,
don't.
like Memorial Day, there's something.
Right.
And they're different, but there's not really
Well,
sort of
there's
way to
things,
celebrate.
there's things up north, and, you know, White River Junction does something.
Okay.
We do something up the Capitol, and, but, you know, hey.
Would it have, I mean, if we changed our calendar to actually allow our students to not attend school on Veterans Day in our district, what effect would that have? Would that have much of an effect on sort of relations inter-district school? I mean, we losing a school day? I'm speaking to administrators here.
Well, I mean, you've already conformed with the law by having all the major vacations matching with the Career Center. So one day will be can be an individual district decision. So I don't know what River Valleys will decide or Marlboro will decide, but for the schools of the West River District, that decision is within your hands. So it's all or nothing, you know. So you're all the schools of West River would be in, or all the schools of West River would not be in. So I don't think it really has a ripple effect beyond West River.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, would swapping a day would that count as changing 2 days? Or is that like
Yeah,
in the realm
it's
of-
changing 2 days, but
still in the realm of possibility?
it's still in the realm of possibility, yes. And there is no, the decision that this board would make is simply to start letting families know, because once you guys okay this, since the WCSU board has done it, then we can make a West River calendar and then we can send it out. So the timeline on making the decision is completely up to you guys.
My major problem with this is that it used to be that they all had Career Center, everybody had it all. Then the Career Center decided to change it, so then we have to change it. And I just feel that that's wrong.
Well, we don't have to change it.
Exactly, but if we just follow, this is what they're doing, do we do it? You know, just go along, which seems like that's what a lot of the things are, what's wrong with this country is people just go along. Oh, we're gonna change that, okay. And just do it because everybody else is doing it. It's not the right way to do things.
I would be in favor of having it off. I think it's important. I think it's an important message to show him. I think it shows that we feel like it's important.
Was that a motion? Yeah.
That was discussion.
Okay, that was discussion. I mean,
I'm not hearing a lot of discussion.
I move to have the calendar changed to have Veterans Day off. There's a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion on that?
Really?
I wonder if we're gonna hear from any parents who are like, oh, great, now we got another day to deal with. We gotta work, but the kids don't.
Well,
That's what I was wondering.
We did that for teacher in services,
I know,
offered this calendar
I think
without
we've-
consideration, so.
Yeah, we give them.
Well, we give them
a whole
enough
lot of
advance warning,
in-services,
so, you know, I mean, that's my only question on that. Doesn't matter to me, you know. Trish?
I think it's a really good point about, that you made about the student, the schools, or at least here anyway, what you saw, making it a teachable moment. What is Veterans Day? Who are veterans? What is that? I mean, I feel like that, I would worry that that would be lost. As the daughter of a veteran and niece and of many, a lot of service people in my family, they all have it off, and I just because they're in the South and close to Marine bases, Marine Corps bases, and I think it's might feel more impactful there to have the day in areas of the country where it's more easily seen. I don't know, it's more easily understood and honored and made a big deal of. I think that was a good point. Just here, we don't have that type of palpable physical connection to a base, and what does it teach the kids to just have a free day? Maybe there is a better way if you're in school and you're learning something about what is this? I don't know. I'm just saying this just because I personally feel a bit torn about giving the day if it's not going to mean something.
Thank you.
I just want to highlight what Joe's referring to, what we talked about. We did a brief history of where the day comes from, and distinguishing it from Memorial Day and Veterans Day, how they're different. And we talked about the idea of honoring those who fought for freedom and fought for the rights of our students, one of those rights of which is public education. And so that was the argument we made, just to answer that a little bit, was talking about like you're here because they fought, because they stood up for our freedoms, and so to not exercise that right on a day that has earned that right it was a good opportunity for a teachable lesson, I guess is how I would leave that. And this is unrelated to that particular conversation, or do you want to come back to me on the early release days? Because before you guys adopt a calendar to mimic what they're doing, they have very different approach to early release days. You're talking about just the vacation?
This is just the vacation and Veterans Day.
All right.
All the other placement will become.
All right, so make sure people are all clear on that.
Yeah, I just had to time this one out because we had just done the WCSU and matching to the Career Center.
Okay.
And at that discussion, we had a discussion. So this is the only calendar I had at the time.
Gotcha, okay. We wouldn't necessarily be following the early release days that are on.
No, the only things that we are locked into are the long vacations and the discussion right now.
And so if we would have Veterans Day off, we would obviously have another day added somewhere. Right? So it's not like we're losing a day.
Right. We'd
Right.
still schedule 176 days.
Okay.
Right, no.
And along with that, the stuff that you guys do for Veterans Day, you could do before Veterans Day. So that maybe they could find something worthwhile to do outside of school on their own, possibly with their family, and go to one of these, celebrations.
I just had a clarifying question, so I looked at the calendar. So we're following their calendar, which means our February break is now shifting back again to the end of February?
That is correct.
More discussion on Veterans Day? No, yeah, go ahead, Krista.
I just have a question about the vacation, just because I have 2 elementary and one at Leland and Gray. Will their vacations still stay?
So the Christmas, Thanksgiving, the Christmas holiday, February and April will all be matching the Career Center. As Chris just pointed out, next year, this week would be off.
But the elementary school?
The entire district.
Okay.
The entire supervisory, in fact, the entire county.
Okay, because if not, somebody's out for a week.
No, they will not be split.
No, we wouldn't do that to you.
Give them a vacation.
Okay.
So do we have to decide now what day we'd add? Can that be another discussion?
No, if you guys just say, we don't want to have school on the 11th, I'm just gonna bring you back a calendar that represents that.
Okay.
And then if you guys wanna make an individual district change, not on those 4 major things, you
Okay.
can tell us to do that.
Okay.
All right, ready to vote? Yes, Al?
I just wanted to ask Bob, do you have any veterans that come in?
We have at least one staff member or maybe 2 staff members here who are. We called out a name and thanked them and did that applause thing, but we didn't bring in any speakers. It was just me and a microphone. We could, certainly. You could do whatever you want with it, but
I was just thinking back
in the time since I've been here, that's not how it's been done.
Yeah, so I mean, back to the teachable moment, you bring in, that could be something you do.
Sure.
Bring in maybe a high-profile veteran or, yeah.
Do lots of things.
Yes.
One question, would the extra day have to go at the end of the year? So you go further into June?
Doesn't have to. I would just take this information, design a WCSU-wide calendar, give it to each individual board, and then some boards say, I only want to go 175 days, I don't want to go 176. Some boards don't want to start or end at a certain time. The last 3 years, everybody in the WCSU has had the same calendar, all done 176 days with all the same days off. But the legal requirement is just the 4 major breaks align with the Career Center of which we're attached to.
Okay, so, motion
Call the
is
question.
the motion is to have Veterans Day off, February 11th. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right. Redesign that calendar. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to old business, it is 10 of 8. Did the parent of the tuition request student show up? No? Okay, so, let's do it. Yeah, the request is to, yeah, I had it loose so that I hold it on. Thank you. So anyway, thank you. The request is to pay tuition to VA. VA has apparently agreed to let this child attend for 16-7. She's currently an 8th grader here and a resident of the town of Wyndham. The parent says, quote, "I believe she will thrive in the atmosphere at Vermont Academy." And they're just requesting that we consider school tuition. Attached to this packet is the statute that actually governs the that actually governs the discussion, and we
It's C.
It's, yeah.
B.
It's C.
It's the second paragraph from the end.
This one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can tuition a student to an approved independent school or an independent school meeting education quality standards if the school board judges that a student has unique educational needs that cannot be served within the district or at a nearby public school. The letter requesting it doesn't really set forth any sort of unique educational need, and I was sort of hoping that the parent would show up to sort of add to that. Can
we table it?
We can put the request off, and I could even respond to her that said, and tell her that, you know, the statute's kind of clear, we need this, and if she feels that there are, could she please present them? And, you know, if there is such a thing, we can then have it, you know, our education professionals speak to that, and we can make the decision, move it to the next meeting, and I'll let the parent know.
True. So, can we also get clarification? It says here, I believe the number is 16.7. Is it the tuition rate or our per pupil rate that we'd be paying?
That is the, it is specific to Vermont Academy. It is specific to a new program that Vermont Academy has, in which they are essentially providing a scholarship for the difference between the announced average public high school tuition, which this year was $16,686, and so
So that number is real. That's in this.
that yes.
So I would make a motion that we table it.
Second.
Okay. To the next meeting then. Any discussion on tabling it?
Do it.
Okay, all in favor of tabling this to the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right.
You'll email them.
I will correspond with the parent.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any tests for the administration for the next meeting?
Well, I'm going to give you an updated work calendar recognizing the reorg. Just look at that because it makes sense when you have April 20th as your natural date. So I'll update that and bring that to the board on the March 16th meeting.
You give us the annual calendar with Veterans Day off too?
Annual calendar with Veterans Day. I'll give you an update on the audit. I will respond to the 5% over under for Miss Dixon.
Oh, I'll send her that.
You got that?
Yeah, I have it.
All right. Okay. That's what I have so far.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes.
We're going to have audit numbers before the annual meeting.
We should. We absolutely should.
We have copies available.
We will.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, any other tasks?
Oh, could I just point out something?
Sure.
Just to back up what Drew said. So these annual reports will be at all the town clerks and all schools by tomorrow. So I've asked each principal just to put in their newsletters that they're available so that people can come and get them. And they're available also at the town offices. And then we'll have, I've asked people to bring them to the town meeting as well. So you'll have all that stuff, and then if we have any left, I'll have them on the 25th as well, March 20th. And the 24th, the meeting prior.
Thanks. So I just realized I skipped over school choice. I tried. So we have the survey results. I've gone over them. Bill, you want to speak to them, or?
Well, so I just tried to put them all out there without any judgment or analysis, just to make it not my opinion of the results, but here are the results, so that I felt like I was accomplishing the task I was asked. Question 1 is, did you participate in school choice? So number 2 is the follow-up to that. So question 1 asks you, did you? If you did, please go to 2. If you didn't, go further down in the survey. But no, I thought I was pleased to provide the school choice survey and to get the answers and bring it back to the board.
There were, it seemed overall positive. There were some comments in there that were not positive, but generally, the people who exercised choice seemed to be happy with it. Thoughts, questions, follow-up?
So what's the bottom line?
Well, so we have this data, which I will keep. School choice opens up March 1st. So in all the newsletters in the schools, that will be going out to parents today. The link has been updated on the website. All the Facebook pages will be updated by the end of the week so that parents can start applying next week for school choice. And it'll be our second year of kind of rolling it through, and then I think we'll have an idea of kind of where we stand, and then that will kind of hopefully flow into your long-term conversations about what you guys want to do for the next 3 to 5 years as you see if there's any patterns or trends or migration.
Can I ask a clarifying question about these? There was several different comments that had to do with, obviously, the influx of students into Townsend this year. And I wanted to just clarify that the classroom size is continued to follow what the policy we had predetermined was, right? I mean, it was all below the allowable
Yes.
limit.
And I have all the projected enrollments from the current existence to next year, and then that allows us to decide how many spaces are available. So like, for example, in Townsend, there are no spaces available in the 4th and 5th grades. And that's just the one off the top of my head because it's the largest one. But yeah, so we take it, we go off of the 14 to 18 in the K through 3, and the averaging of 18 to 24 in 4 and 5, and flowing that through into the best possible system we can do with the numbers we have at the time, knowing that after school choice things can change, and I may be coming to you guys and saying the system looks different from what we planned for. Here are some possibilities that we can go down and go from there. But yes, that's how it's set up.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that was exactly what I was going to say.
What's the largest projected class that we have?
So right now, when we planned it, it's 25, although Principal Roach let me know this morning that there's a possibility of some people returning, so that could be 27. So I could be coming back to the board and having a discussion with you about that.
So,
And Joe.
clarify, if we're at 27, then based on our policy, we would split that class?
Well, based on your policy is about clusters. It's not about individual classrooms. It's about groupings of 4th and 5th. So I will more than likely on the 16th of March come back and go, yes, I've confirmed that odds are really good that this is occurring, and these are some different possibilities that the board can consider. 27 technically would still fit your policy because of the averages, but you have to look at not only fitting the policy, but the practicality of how that plays out as well. So yes, you should expect something from me on March 16th.
Okay. Go ahead.
Question, when is the deadline for this? Is it a solid deadline?
It's March, the month,
Beginning
March 1st through March 31st.
to the 31st. Is that a solid deadline? It doesn't get moved around like?
That is the current practice that we do, yes.
Yeah.
So I would say that, yeah, class size was certainly a theme that ran throughout, and it was both Townsend residents and not Townsend residents that were speaking to it in kind of a negative way. So I would say that if we happen to get any waiting study money, that we might consider, helping this out, adding a teacher back or doing something to help with that situation.
Mm-hmm. Mike?
I just wanted to clarify something that I've heard. I was surprised to hear that people think that I was against choice, even though I voted for choice. So just wanted to say that just because I ask questions in meetings does not mean that my opinion on the policy has changed. And I supported it then, and I still support it.
It's a little more campaign than anything else. Crystal?
Oh,
Clarify. Crystal Gorby, Wyndham. I just had some comments on school choice. For us, of course, everybody knows we're supposed to go to Wyndham. But we did pre-K in Townsend, and it was wonderful. I mean, Mr. Roach is amazing, the school is amazing, the staff is amazing. I think school choice is really, really important because although Jackson is like a superstar kid there, our other grandson, Oliver, he's not doing well. And it's not the staff, it's not the teachers. I mean, Katie is his teacher, so he has probably the best teacher he could. And for whatever reason, that environment just doesn't work for him. So for him, we need to make another choice. So I think having school choice is really important because an environment may not work for a kid, and you may have to find something that works for that particular kid. So.
Thank you.
And the answers to some of the questions on this, especially the free flow answers, confirmed what a discussion I had with a parent from Jamaica about why they and other families left Jamaica. It had to do with a toxic environment, a lockdowns type of feeling, lack of friendliness by the administration, other things that, to me, how could these have gone on long enough that it would cause people to leave that school and nobody know about it? How could that happen? This did not have to happen to Jamaica. It didn't have to happen. It was unnecessary. If that situation had been addressed when it was happening and fixed, and somebody dropped the ball, and we're paying the price, and we're not happy.
Great.
Got it in the camera. I got to do this special. As I understand it, and I have no involvement whatsoever, as I understand it, the toxic environment was before this board took over. So it's kind of unfair to even point to them and suggest that they weren't paying attention or that they were letting something happen when it should have been the Jamaica School Board who was dealing with it, not this board. So as a member of the public, I just want to support them a little
Okay, well,
bit.
somebody had the buck stop somewhere. And we're paying the price for, and we're not happy because that was confirmed by this survey.
Go ahead.
Sue Stomsky, Jamaica. Our representatives are the same representatives from Jamaica on the old board that is the existing board, and the superintendent, excuse me, is the same superintendent. So whether
Excuse me.
the...
Address.
Okay, the superintendent is the same superintendent. So obviously, if there was an issue, our board, which is the same, Drew was on the board.
Nope. I haven't been on a Jamaica Village board in 8 years.
All right. Placing blame for
No,
something
I'm
that
not,
happened
what
a
I'm
while
saying
ago
is that it
really
was the same
counterproductive.
thing. If it went to our administration, it's the same administration. If there was an issue, which is what we're hearing, is that our board tried as much as they possibly could to correct it. And they had roadblocks again, and more roadblocks, stopping them from issues that were happening, which, as you can see, most of us here don't have children in Jamaica school, but we want our school, we want to find out what happened. That's all we're asking. How did they get to this point? And that's the frustration part. We assumed it was a great school. I had 3 kids go there, and you couldn't ask for those 3 to be any better citizens out there now. So obviously they had a good start. Something happened, and we're wondering when that happened and why did it happen? What wasn't happening to help us fix it? That's all.
And it could happen again.
And it could.
To any other school. Because I can't imagine that it was a quiet situation. I've been on school boards long enough to know that if parents are having an issue, they are vocal about it. And the Jamaica School Board meetings were not televised, so you couldn't tell that from it. And it was serious. It was very serious.
I don't know. Ours were televised. We're pretty transparent.
I know that. People need to know that if it could happen to us, it can happen to anybody.
Anything else on the school results?
Principals, keep your ears open.
Anything else on the choice survey results, comments?
I have one other comment.
Sure.
Some of after going through the comments, it seemed like there was a couple of potential inequities between schools that we don't need to talk about today, but may want to consider talking about. It sounds like the pre-K only in Townsend, there were some comments about they chose to stay because they were in for pre-K and chose to stay. And that there was also comments about concern about other schools, like I would like my kid to stay in my town, but I'm not gonna start them and then move them. So that was one thing. And then another thing was apparently there's different laughter schedules between the schools, and some offer every day and some don't.
Yeah.
And how is that determined? How is that funded? How did we get to where we are with that? I don't actually know the answer to that.
I don't either. Can you tell us at the next meeting?
Sure, I'll give you a
Thanks.
laughter update. And a
Thank
pre-K,
you.
sure.
Question?
No, I remember a discussion that we had about preschool, that we had multiple times about preschool. And that Newfane did not want preschool, which is why we originally did not have a preschool program in Newfane.
Previously, that was part of the discussion.
So are you suggesting that we need to have the preschool discussion
Yep,
again?
yep.
I think that can be part of the
I
larger
think
context of
this is
the whole
a big part of
discussion.
that. Verification, anyway, more than just things I've heard.
Okay. Anything else? All right.
I did not provide you guys the minutes, so we can add them to the next agenda. But I do have the pay orders. That's the most important. That's a little bit.
There are no committee assignments for that. Policy.
Now do you guys believe me about that consent agenda thing we were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We
I
don't
do.
need one?
Well, it'll just be minutes and pay orders at the end instead.
That makes more sense.
The pay orders all in order, or do we have to pull them out?
I've got one correction.
Okay, so the pay orders have to get pulled out of the consent agenda, and the minutes didn't get sent, so they're pulled out of the consent agenda. So there is no consent agenda, Ken. You win. So what can we? What's the question with the pay orders?
We just have one check that's written wrong, so it's one correction.
Oh, so it's not anything we can still approve them.
We can approve it with one correction.
All right,
Pull it out.
perfect.
Did you pull that one?
Yes, I did.
Thanks.
Want to make the motion since you got them in front of you?
Yep. Make a motion that we approve the pay orders totaling $165,429.44.
Is there a second?
That's corrected.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? I know they were reviewed and there's one correction, but other than that, they seem fine. All right, all in favor of approving the pay orders, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Beautiful. Thank you very much. Okay, anything else? All right, we have executive session tonight. So everybody can go.
Rick, you got the pay orders, man?
We don't need you. There-
We have to move into.
Yeah, we have to move into executive session.
I'll make every time.
All right, thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to go into executive session for a personnel matter. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, opposed? Okay, we're out of executive session and there was no decision made, so we just need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, we're adjourned.
So, Brattleboro Planning Commission, monthly meeting called to order, February 3rd, and it is 6 p.m. Are there any announcements?
I have 2 announcements for you. Stephen Dodson, the Sustainability Coordinator, started today.
Right.
He is currently at the Energy Committee meeting, and he will be coming, he's gonna stop up here afterwards, so.
Okay, great. Any other announcements?
Oh, I have one more, sorry. Andrew and I met the Green Mountain Power people out at the substation today, and we got some clarification on a couple of things with that development. So the lighting that they have on site is only in the event of an emergency, so it's not on in the evening, it's just if there was power issues at night and they had to have workers there, then the lighting would be on.
If it was on, is it pointed down and not, or is it just lighting up the whole site?
It's not necessarily shielded, it's kind of, they're on a post, and so they're kind of
They're
down
both pointing
over the
away
site.
from the house.
They are?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're both like angled, the house is back here, they're both like.
But there are a couple of lights that are on the fence, kind of like they have now, that kind of go straight out, but they're down lower. And so it's really only for emergency.
Did they speak to the residents about that?
I don't know that they spoke to them about.
Because I know when they came to the meeting, they had been trying to contact them. They had been the residents, them being Green Mountain County.
Yeah, I don't know if they have.
That was one of the main, is Ian filming right now?
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe they'll see this and.
Well, we'll reach back out and just say.
Yeah, we can reach out.
I mean, they seem to know that the neighbors had wanted the temporary fence during construction, so I assumed that they had had a conversation.
Okay.
Certainly, we should not be assuming anything. The erosion control at the 45-day plans, they don't necessarily put them on the plans, but they will be in compliance with the Vermont low risk handbook for erosion control. So there definitely will be erosion control measures during construction. Stormwater, it all flows to the north, which is kind of towards the Veterans Bridge, and there is a very wide kind of riparian vegetated buffer there. So they aren't proposing any treatment other than it'll run off the parking lot into that it's about 100 feet to the West River, and that is also, that's consistent actually with our regulations in that there's a little bit of impervious surface, but not enough to trigger stormwater. So they are thinking about it. We, even when we were writing the letter, we knew that we had no teeth in the land use regulations because they're under 500 square feet of impervious. The area inside the yard is considered to be pervious because they use this gravel that is, there is kind of a containment berm in case there's any oil releases, and there's this product in there that basically if oil hits it, it kind of, because there's drains out, and so if there is oil in it, it blocks it up so that the oil doesn't release.
Then they have a protocol for coming and stopping that?
Yes. And they actually did do testing at this site for pre-construction, and the soils were clean because they would have to manage them if they were taking soils off site. So they were clean. So that was good. And then the last piece of it was the landscaping on Putney Road. So there is some vegetation that's existing. It's pretty mature kind of bushes. It's not, it doesn't look like much at this time of year because it's deciduous. Tree-wise, there isn't room to plant trees because you need about 10 feet. There is some overhead lines, and then you hit a slope up to Putney Road. So we preferred what was there as an effective kind of screen, but we're not going to get any street trees on there. They seemed open to planting street trees, but the two issues were they need to, they would have had to take out the vegetation that exists there, the bushes, and they kind of need those because they need to prevent people from climbing the fence and the berm. So I think that if we pushed the street trees, they would have been willing, but with the overhead wires and the need to protect the fence and the area for the 10-foot clearance, it seems like what they have is okay.
Everybody satisfied with that?
Yeah.
Never.
I just wonder if, to get really entertain the thought of getting picky, if some evergreen shrubs, exist and could have been.
Well, I brought it up. Yeah, we talked about it, because
That maybe
the
match
adjacent
out.
memorial there has dwarf or spruce, and it's an evergreen, and it doesn't grow that big. It's not like an arborvitae that will grow pretty tall and kind of stay. It's more like goes out than up.
Yeah.
So, but I did mention it.
Yeah, you did mention it.
Yeah.
I mean, it borders on my getting picky. If we wanted an evergreen there, we could request it. But
Yeah, because if there's anything aesthetically to want to block, it's probably transformers and fences and barbed wire.
Did we ask them about reducing the parking lot size and actually planting the edge a little more so it wouldn't go as?
we did not ask them about that. Part of their construction is they're using a part of that parking lot to drop a temporary substation. So that current substation is not operational right now. It's totally powered down after the fire. They had to put in some additional transmission wires to kind of connect it and bypass it. But it's not operational at this point, so there'll be a temporary station there, which is on more towards the West River side of the parking lot. And then that will go away when the other one is. But no, we didn't talk about shrinking the size of it. I mean, I think that the equipment gets in there. We could follow up and ask them.
It's just untidy. It's like,
Yeah,
create
it's-
the edges in a nicer way. Yeah. And when are they doing construction? Like, is this supposed to happen next summer or something?
Yeah, so their timeline is they're hoping they'll have the certificate of public good by August, and then it'll be about 3 months of construction, so they hope to be done by November. They'll go straight to construction. Yeah.
Are we good? Oh, and were there then any updates to the designs?
No.
Okay.
They will be submitting, so what you saw was just the 45-day advance notice. They will then submit the final package to the Public Service Board, and we will get another copy of that at that time. So if there's any changes, we'll see it. But they didn't talk about any changes that they have to today.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're still on announcements. Is that it? Anybody else got any announcements?
One more announcement.
Yeah.
Stephen walked in while we were talking about Green Mountain Power, so.
Hi there.
wanted to
I've met some of
introduce-
you guys, but not all of you here. Happy to be working for the town now.
Welcome, Stephen.
Yeah.
Glad to have you here, finally. Okay, public comments.
No comment?
Nice job, guys.
Can I give you a piece of paper and write your names down for the minutes?
Yeah, we should have. So it's 2 minutes late, so.
If you wanna, I'm still working on my computer, that's why I'm standing, I apologize.
Okie dokie, no public comments.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks for doing that.
Approval of the minutes of January 6th, 2019. Did everybody get a chance to look at them, or you need it? All right, take a few minutes.
I'm trying, it's not like, it's just stuff.
It's obviously.
I have a question. My memory was that the scoping study for the bike
Yes.
plan on High Street would be from the intersection of High and whatever the other road is where the old gas station or something used to be, but it's actually gonna be from Main Street all the way to Exit.
The scoping study is gonna be Main Street to Exit too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's.
1 mile.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're working on a RFP for that.
Segue between, segue just is SEGUA or something like that. That segue is the one you ride on.
Is what you ride on.
That's a trademark.
They get like autumn, must autumn. SEGUE.
We'll get to
Yeah,
that.
That's it, and then what is that?
Yeah.
SU for the state, the range.
SEG. Segue is like the connection from one to the other.
Or I could use it.
That's a mile too.
Segment.
So, yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yes.
that's maybe.
All right. One second. All right.
Are we good?
Yep.
So is there a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of January 6th.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Minutes are approved. As amended. Okey dokey, discussion, land use regulation amendments.
Yes.
Over you.
We had a very nice couple slides to show you to talk through this, but this is just. what's going on here.
Well, can you put it down here and we can just peer at it?
No, because it's not getting off the screen.
Oh, stinker.
Yeah, there was some updates today, it was kind of crazy. A little bit crazy, we put some software on it,
Yeah, we got
so I don't
JS
know
in
if I
there.
totally.
Oh, that's it, so it's on a
Crashed
little
the
vacation.
computer.
It's got too much stuff in
So we can do this the best we can,
it. Okay.
walking through it. It's fun. You wanna skip to act and go back? Well, that's the Hinsdale Bridge. It's up to you, I don't know that that's gonna kind of resolve itself, to be honest.
We can soldier on without it.
No? Oh, for the noise.
What we do, we can always send it out if you guys want to see that PowerPoint.
And you have the notes, so that'll
Yeah.
help.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
They're not the full detail, but at least it's a nice guideline.
So what we wanted to do was kind of go back to kind of the basics, which some of you might be more familiar with than others. And we just had a couple of graphic representations to let you know where our zoning came from and kind of what everybody had decided on at the time. So do you want to go through your slide,
Sure.
through it, or
I'd love to.
start with that?
So we did kind of get to the basics of what zoning is. I'm pretty sure you guys all understand what zoning is, but just to kind of rehash at its core, it's just the dividing up of land, obviously, into different uses. And then the regulations and laws that regulate land use and structures that can be built upon that land. And zoning is a regulatory tool to implement the town plan or any plan. That's a tool to promote what that plan is. First, the plan. And then going to, I guess, the purpose of zoning, one of the things is to protect negative impact on adjacent land uses, and then provide for orderly development. I think are the two really kind of at the heart of that. So
And I
giving
think
that,
the first part, kind of protecting the properties, it's really down to health, safety, and welfare. So if you think back to its origins, it was big industrial plants, popping up in neighborhoods where, people were living. So there's, pollution and other things that were of concern. Or it was big buildings crowding out the light on other buildings. So it's really, its origins were health, safety.
the big case that upheld it was Euclid versus Ambler. One of the bigger land use law cases. So that,
It's like the 19th.
zoning is a police power that the municipality can use. And then I guess going on to the types of zoning, seen specifically in Brattleboro, I get Euclidean or conventional zoning, which is more of the traditional focus on segregation of land use types, permissible property uses, and the controlled development intensity through dimensional standards. Performance zoning is a type of zoning that specifies what may or may not be done in terms of the end result. instead of getting detailed regulations on the exact form of development. And then form-based code adopts predictable build results based usually more on physical form as an organizing principle with a lesser focus on land use. And we kind of see, we have like a combination of all three.
Yeah, we have a hybrid.
Is that common
Yes,
nowadays?
yeah, so today. And then go into some limitations of zoning, because they're not all perfect. They can be controversial. Specifically kind of going to the idea of private property, what you can and cannot do with your land, and then the scope and limits of government's ability to regulate land. It can be hard to define at times. Land use law, potential legal action can occur, and then obviously zoning cannot force a certain type of business or housing to show up just because it states it in what our regulations say you can't put there. I mean, the market really defines a lot of that.
And on the flip side, we can't force somebody to leave. So even if we have a zoning district where there's a non-conforming use in it, we can't make that use leave. You can have rules that once that use has terminated, if it's ceased operations, then it can't reestablish itself. But we definitely, can't force somebody to leave while they're still operating.
Yeah. Zoning can guarantee good design.
Yeah, so we do have design regulations in our regulations, and still kind of, it can be up to somebody whether they think it's good architecture or not.
Stepping back to the part before that, were you referencing grandfather?
Yes, grandfather,
Yeah.
or non.
So when a new regulation comes, if there's things not conforming to it, then,
Right.
or that's good. Right. That's okay.
Yeah. And then zoning cannot regulate the number of certain types of uses.
Right, so the kind of, a good example would be types of retail. So you might not like dollar stores, but you can't say no dollar stores, but allow other types of stores. So a lot of times you might see like one liquor store pop up and another one starts popping up, or fireworks stores or whatever. So you can't say, oh, no, we're only allowing 2 and the rest of you need to go, or only 2 Dunkin' Donuts, one on this part of town and one on the other, and no more. So it's by use, not operator or business.
Don't we have rules pertaining to liquor and the amount that we have liquor licensing?
It's a different thing.
It's
It's different, not
Yeah,
zoning.
exactly, that's town ordinances or whatever. Yeah,
Yes.
got it.
And then zoning can add to development costs.
Just because of requirements,
The current
because
process
it could be
or-
design,
yeah,
it could
design
be
guidelines.
environmental
Yeah.
requirements, certain types of stormwater systems or landscaping that we require, can all add to costs.
And then kind of bringing this holistically to the town plan, back to how the zoning is trying to implement that. We do follow a comprehensive plan process in Brattleboro, which we're lucky to have. And basically, we have those regulatory tools in zoning, and then we also have programmatic tools, which would be like the neighborhood development area. That would be a programmatic tool to implement our comprehensive plan, our town plan. And then, I really wish we had the PowerPoint for this next part, but that's all right.
Can I just
Yeah.
jump in on the town plan? Are you gonna get into the transects?
Yeah,
Or,
so-
okay, we can always flip it
Yeah.
around. Some of the things that our town plan guides us about land use is like we're pretty explicit that we are trying to encourage growth in already developed areas. So, we kind of define that as kind of pretty much the north-south access, so east of exit 2, but then there's West Brattleboro Village and those areas. Out in West Brattleboro, some of which are constrained by the floodplain. But yeah, so we're definitely pretty clear in the town plan that we really want it in existing areas that are sewered and watered, have sewer and water. We also want to encourage, we think that there'll be over time, some redevelopment in the neighborhood areas that are around downtown and up Canal Street. And so we want to continue to encourage a mix of housing. So if we could get up and operating. We've kind of been working on for one of the future meetings, looking at how many units are in the houses around downtown. Because they're not single family homes, some are 2, some are 5+. So we want to continue to encourage that development pattern that exists.
So the PowerPoint presentation was for this conversation? And
Yeah,
and
just
mapped out or something?
we had some visuals, we had some
I wish I was
visuals.
working, I wish I could see what you guys, I think I get it, I think I'm following, but no, can you email?
I will, I'll email it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Especially when we get into some of the examples of
Yep.
looking at lots, because we're gonna get into the CNU memo. And so looking at some of the lots where we know something's wanted to occur and we haven't necessarily been able to accommodate it.
So I guess looking at, I guess Brattleboro at a like transect level, so there's something called transect planning, which actually stems from the Congress of New Urbanism. Some of the, the principles of that came up with this idea, but just looking at it, like here's Brattleboro, and just imagine that there's this line that went across it from west to east. So you would have the, what would say rural or natural landscapes going to more of the working lands like agriculture, to more of the suburban pattern. This, cul-de-sac development,
Stockwell Drive, some of those, I think 1980s, maybe late 70s development.
And then kind of moving towards 91, you get more to the urban center areas to our downtown, which would be the urban core, the most density.
I would also say Putney Road is suburban as well.
Here. And then obviously so somewhat urban south of downtown. So that would be the transect scene in Brattleboro. But the whole idea is that you kind of move across that continuum. And the idea of, protecting the natural landscapes. And then you can still preserve that compact walkable pattern of the growth area, which would be the downtown and as they call it, urban center. Which I think in a way is kind of corresponds to like our neighborhood center, and that we have that's at exit 1 and then right off Putney Road. So there's some similarities, but it's just another type of planning and concept.
And it kind of works. I mean, when we were doing the zoning districts, we weren't necessarily thinking about doing it as a transect. But we were aware of the development pattern that, Canal Street development happened in the 1960s. It's kind of the 1960s commercial development, where Putney Road was the 1980s commercial development. And so we were thinking about the needs of each of those areas, and like Putney Road, which we have zoned as the service center, we're like, okay, that's the bigger buildings, it's primarily commercial, but we really want to make that, infill it with residential development. So there's certain rules for out there.
Well, I was going to say, and I think the future land use map, which is right here, kind of also dictates that as well.
Dictates or portrays?
Or portrays of, where, the darker purples are more, dense, and then you can see how it transitions out.
So, because what did you guys call this?
Transect.
It's a transect.
Transect.
How do you say it?
Transect.
Transect.
Yeah.
It's just to encourage development in already developed areas.
Well, that's what we laid out in the town plan, is we really wanted to encourage development or redevelopment. So infill development or redevelop the existing properties. Because from a municipal standpoint, it's got road, we put a lot of investment in those areas. So there's water and sewer lines, and there's roads, and sometimes there's sidewalks. And so,
Can I ask you a question? Are we certain that our existing infrastructure could withstand growth?
yes,
Water, sewer, all that stuff is
yes.
any growth? Or is there a limit to the growth that it can
I
sustain?
think we're only operating around half the capacity of the wastewater treatment center, treatment plant. It might be a little on the low side. But yes, we can withstand growth. the water treatment plant is due for an upgrade in the coming years.
But it's
To
only
meet
like
that.
half capacity right now.
Can I see that?
And are there are there wells in town as well? Like, is everyone?
There are backup wells. Well, do you mean for?
For public use or for private?
We have backup wells in the retreat meadows area.
No, I mean, like, do private people have wells?
Private,
If you
yeah, there
go
are
there,
private.
unless there are private wells.
Oh,
Are
sure,
people
there's-
using them, or are they?
In which part of
Cheaper
Denver?
not to.
Or which part of the town are you talking? The rural areas are,
More wells?
pretty much this RR and the two greens are pretty much, on well and septic. And that, so the zoning in the rural residential is, 1 unit for 1.5 acre. Or, just said, yeah, 1 unit for 1.5 acre. And in the rural, it's 1 unit for 3 acres. And part of the reason is if you are building new, you are going to need, a well. And you're gonna have certain distances that are a shield around the well. And then you're gonna have your septic on-site sewage system. And then you're gonna need a backup for that. So if it gets really hard to fit that all in a lot, and keep it on your own property, and have room to build as well. So that's why there are larger lot sizes out there. And especially in the western parts of Brattleboro, there can be a lot of physical constraints too, especially if you're talking about the light car district, there's a lot of steep slopes. So what we do out in those areas is, you know, we're trying to cluster development. So if there was going to be a housing subdivision in, we would allow them to build on smaller lots in the subdivision with the hope that they might share some of the septic system, you know, have kind of a common system.
With the hope or with the mandate?
Well, it becomes a mandate because if you're over a certain number of units, then you would have to
Consolidate your sewage.
Yeah. And the state is responsible for on-site septic and on-site well permitting, so we're not involved in that. So in 2018, the wastewater was at 50% capacity, and now it could depend on what kind of load they're taking, like breweries and that kind of thing have different needs that they might need to balance out. And then the water supply has 3 backup wells. It's actually, yeah, it's got a capacity to process 3 million gallons per day, and on average, it's at 1.2 to 1.3 million gallons per day, so there's capacity.
So why is there such a dire need to upgrade the water treatment plant then?
Federal regulations.
Pharmaceuticals is the next thing.
Is it pharmaceutical?
Yeah, they want to know how to pull out pharmaceuticals very well from our waste streams, yeah, so that's gonna be part of what they keep pushing for regulation.
What is that, like a filtration system or something, or would that include?
Yeah, but that would be for wastewater, not drinking water.
Sorry, maybe I was mistaken. I wasn't following.
We were talking about the drinking water system upgrade, which.
Okay.
As a condition of a state permit to operate a water treatment facility, the facility must be evaluated every 20 years. Let's see, it says that upgrades must be done to the filters and the aluminum sludge lagoons. So, I think it's state and federal.
Do we get in, do you know, given this drinking water upgrade that's coming, there'll be like some public tours or something, or?
I don't know. I really share that information. I mean, I think we're still a couple of years.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, so all of that was to kind of explain the CNU, where that Congress for New Urbanism, I know you had some questions the last time.
Questions, we had more
Concerns, critiques of the Congress for New Urbanism, right? So
the way that that whole memo came to be is that the state of Vermont is looking at what they're looking at local zoning regulations and figuring out where are there barriers to creating housing choice in Vermont. And so they picked several communities and said, we'd like to audit your regulations. Well, they hired the Congress for New Urbanism. They have so the Congress for New Urbanism is a collection. It was started by 3 planners, and they've been architects, with the goals of creating walkable communities, having more equitable housing choices, and creating mixed uses. And what was the other one? I'm not sure where it started, but now it's kind of climate change. They're trying to play around climate change. And so that was kind of what they were looking at. They are very much design oriented, so they're kind of the form-based code. The Congress for New Urbanism is a collection of engineers and architects and landscape architects and planners and whatnot, who are involved. So they were hired by the state to kind of take a look at land use regulations and even state planning policy as to what are the barriers to creating housing choice.
And by the state, what agency?
It's the Department of Housing and Community Development. And so I was contacted by staff there. They knew that we had done our land use regulations in 2015, and they said, hey, would you like us to look at them? And I said, that'd be great, because we were talking about some changes, and we knew that housing has been a concern of the select board, and Brian and I were aware of tweaks that we wanted to make, things that weren't working, because we would see projects come in the office and we really couldn't. We thought they were good projects, but there was a barrier in the land use regulations. So that's where this memo came from. I went up, I did a presentation on our regulations and what I thought were some of the barriers, and then they had one of their fellows who kind of spent a little bit longer with the regulations and wrote this memo. Some of the criticism of the Congress for New Urbanism is that if you use the New Urbanist principles as like a marketing tool, that you could actually be creating like new neighborhoods that are detracting from what you already have. That's not like we're kind of the way Andrew and I look at using their principles. It's kind of it is the walkable neighborhoods. It's kind of focusing on the public space, wanting to create a mix of uses. I'm thinking of an area in. Come on up, Jessica. Come on in. There's a big project in Londonderry, New Hampshire, where they're trying to like redevelop, or I think they're creating a new interstate exchange, and they're trying to create this new development with new urbanist principles, where you're going to create a new downtown and neighborhoods around it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to take principles and figure out how can we create that infill housing for more choice and make it walkable and reinvest in our developed areas.
So can you define housing choice? Like what is that? Is there a definition for that, or is that just we work it out by knowing what housing is and knowing what choice is?
Well,
or do they mean something specific when they?
No, I think that's my term that I'm using.
Oh, okay.
A mix of housing types. So, multi-unit housing rather than just single family, which we already allow, but accessory dwelling units, anything that might meet. I can't use the word that's probably going to raise some hackles, but might meet market demand. So our zoning regulations right now, because we say, you have to have a footprint of this size for the building and you can only get, 12 dwelling units per acre on it. We're saying, we're kind of dictating what a builder can build and what their market is, because all of a sudden that in itself can raise housing costs. Where we know we live in a community where there are a lot of single person households. So say you have a 12,000 square foot building and you're getting 6 apartments out of it, so you're pretty much looking at 2,000 square feet. This is just hypothetical. Obviously, most apartments are not that big. But we're saying at 12,000 square feet, you're only getting 6 apartments. So that cost is going to be spread among the 6 units because they want to maximize what they can get to help bring down the building costs. Whereas if we said, okay, we're not going to put a cap on the density, or we're not going to say what the building footprint is, we're kind of letting, in my mind, we're letting the market say, okay, well, this is Brattleboro, like we need single bedrooms or we need studios, so maybe we can fit more in it than these larger apartments. Am I explaining that well?
Yeah, no, you are. I mean, I guess the general term housing choice makes me think, I mean, somebody could choose to have a big old house on a big old lot. And that wouldn't necessarily go to our desire, right? I mean, so when we're talking about housing choice, we're actually talking about more units on less space. That's what we want the choice to be.
Well,
we're at least allowing it, we're not mandating.
Diversity of options, so that it's not all one kind, it's like you can.
And the demand would,
Yeah.
if there's demand like you described, then it would veer it more towards small studios than a big old house on a big old lot. Even though
It
that
wouldn't
would be
prevent,
allowed,
it
yeah,
wouldn't,
right.
it wouldn't prevent somebody from building a single family house. That, right now we do have a maximum building footprint, so in like the residential neighborhood, the biggest you could build is 4,000. That's a very big house. That's a big, because then it can be 2 stories, that is a big house. But so I had examples. The building on the corner of High and Oak Street that is in the residential neighborhood zoning district, that's the yellow building. I don't know exactly how many pictures of it from Google. My computer is
In memory?
Was it?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Really cool.
Andrew, do you recall what the building footprint on that was?
Oh, it was over 4,000.
It was over 4,000.
4,400.
You're on Google Earth.
One that's a school now?
No, it's across the street from the school. It's
Yellow,
the yellow
northeast corner.
apartment.
Oh, it's a
house.
apartment, yeah.
Another example, yeah, that one.
Trees in the way.
Yeah, that.
Right.
Right there. Another example on the housing front. So, in the village center, out in West Brattleboro Village, we have a maximum building footprint of 6,000.
But so the example with this yellow house was that wouldn't conform now?
Right.
Oh, okay.
You couldn't build that because the footprint is bigger, and also it has lots of units in it. So I feel like that is about a 1/4 acre. Is that what we figured out? So
Probably 12 units in there or something?
Probably something like that. So under our density regulations, you could get about 3 units in that.
Oh,
wow.
Really? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Yeah. So
When was that built?
I don't know.
But before zoning.
Oh, yeah. Before zoning.
Well, and
When
was it considered to have all those units too?
Yeah.
After that?
Yeah.
Well, I guess the question to ask is if that seems to be working well, then we shouldn't disallow it. But if it's not working well, I haven't heard any complaints.
I think that it's under good management, and so the parking issues are resolved. But at the same time, it's close to downtown, so you could rent that out and conceivably have a permit in the transportation center or use the high street lot or something like that.
I know someone asked a question about the choice of larger properties, larger parcels used for single dwelling. Should there be something in there because we want to increase walkability about maximum road frontage for a parcel like that?
So that is something that we could do as well. They didn't pick up on it in the Congress for New Urbanism memo, but what I would say is our frontage requirements are pretty suburban. Like a village center is a 60-foot minimum frontage requirement. You could set a minimum and a maximum, so that somebody didn't assemble a bunch of lots, tear down And
all this is
you could
trees
because
protecting
that
my
would-
beautiful house.
Yeah, because that's not consistent with the development pattern. So we might want to drop what the frontage requirement is to maybe 30 feet, and then set a maximum of 150 or something like that. I've seen that done as well. To prevent that kind of thing,
And
knocking down.
would the choice impact, sorry if you've already gone over this, but like setbacks from property lines, and so that there is room between?
So setbacks is another thing that we could tweak. I was gonna show you an example. So one of the things in the Congress for New Urbanism letter is they talk about how you can only have one principal number of buildings per lot. So there's an example out here on Grove Street where it's a lot.
80 Grove.
It's right back there. Where we're gonna use this as an example.
What's the address, 80?
It's the second. It's kind of like an L-shaped lot, so it's got wide frontage, like a reverse wide lot. So there's a multi-unit building here. There's a driveway here.
Oh.
Yeah, but if you go the other way, and so,
Where's the street?
it's Grove Street.
No,
It-
I mean on your map.
Oh, Grove. Can't remember what the lot size on this is. But the idea was, okay, you've got a multi-unit building here, what if we wanted to stick, this looks a little probably narrower than I should have drawn it. But I will tell you, it's 50 feet there. What if we wanted to drop a kind of a tiny house or a cottage or something there? So, and just keep it on the one lot.
Yeah.
So in order to do that, yeah, and it kind of goes back deeper. You can see it.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
So here, our regulations basically say, in order to do that, you either need to, one, create a planned unit development. And I can tell you right now, we have no planned unit development that would fit that type of development. Or the other thing you could do is you could put another residence on there, but you need to double the setback on the side that it would share. Because we wanted orderly development, and therefore, you know, somebody might do that now, but in the future, there's gonna be problems and they'll want to subdivide the land. At 50 feet, in this zoning district, you need to have a total of 25 feet. So you could have 15 feet over here, and then you need 10 over here, but then you need another 10. So you end up, and at 50 feet, you end up with maybe a tiny house you could fit on there because they're pretty narrow. But you're probably not gonna get a cottage or, you know, maybe something that's 500 square feet or something.
Would it be in our best interest to do away with setbacks? Like how, I mean, it's starting to sound almost as if we'd have to do this on a case-by-case basis, which obviously we can't do.
There's a couple things. I mean, we could look at it, and Andrew has started to do some analysis to figure out what is the appropriate setback, and we did do it at the time that we did the land use regulations, and you know, but if you look all over the place, you're going to find different things. What I think that maybe needs to happen is we've got these dense housing around downtown that is all in one zoning district. So whether you're on Stockwell Drive or whether you're on Grove Street, you have the same regulations that apply to you. And I think that it's not really respecting the compact development nature that exists here. And so maybe we need to look at dropping the setbacks to 5 feet. You know, we have to figure out what is people's tolerance. There are definitely homes that are right up to the property line, but if you have 5 feet on one side and 5 feet on the other and the property line runs through, then is 10 feet acceptable? Are people comfortable with that?
Well, it's also been us to talk about creating more than one residential zone. Because you're talking about like what's in West Brattleboro compared to what's, on Green Street or, Elliott.
Right, so the yellow is what
More
we're
dense.
talking about. So we're looking at, and let's leave out this because this is Mountain Home Park and it's a bit different. But, the development pattern here, these are 1980s subdivisions. Where this is, what rings downtown is, 1800s development. So it's like we have one size for both of those and it's not really working. And on the other hand, we also want to consider, are there other things we need to do and move away from some of that Euclidean type zoning? That is really about the separation of uses.
So the question is who here is deeply concerned? I'm not. I personally am most excited about if we're inducing development. I'm most excited about developing in areas that are already developed. Instead of for environmental reasons, instead of encroaching on natural habitat of wildlife and stuff. Is anyone here concerned of the development concepts of inducing or inspiring developers to focus on in town, like Felicity, you're asking, the boundaries or setbacks 5 or 15 or 30 feet or whatever. If we're all on board for this, it's not ever going to be a perfect plan. So 5 feet, it makes, walkable Brattleboro not really doable, in some areas. So I'm wondering, is anyone here deeply concerned of this approach?
You mean cutting the setbacks?
Yeah, or just in inspiring or inducing development to happen in already developed areas.
No, I mean, I think we already crossed that bridge, right? That's in the plan.
Okay, yeah.
The question is, how enthusiastic are we gonna be vis-a-vis the zoning?
Yep.
To support that. I mean, that seems smart. I guess I'm just trying to think about continuing to keep the new housing attractive so that people actually move in and live there.
Yeah, and then to still not affect other folks' property values and
Right.
stuff, to try to make it livable and make everybody.
Yeah, that's what I mean by the sort of case by case is the difficulty of say you're in a down economy and people are concerned about their property values. Having a cheap by jowl neighbor might actually make your house not sellable.
Yeah.
Right.
Or if you're close to a side of a house, if two houses are close and they don't have windows facing each other, it doesn't matter. But if they're kitchen windows and bedroom windows,
Right.
so case by case.
Yeah, so case by case, but that can be a huge.
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't do case by
That's why it's
case.
supposed to be.
That would be.
Well,
the
but
idea.
then that's the role of the waivers and stuff, the DRB, right?
Yeah, the neighbors can come
Say,
to the
this
DRB
doesn't really
meeting.
apply in this scenario, can we?
I mean, that's another thing. We did waivers that were so strictly confined as to what you could get a waiver to. We could look at the waivers and situations. I think that we need to go through, I think it'll be helpful to have some of the analysis that have been working on, that Andrew's been working on, done. And then, there's always going to be that, it's another limitation of zoning, it's not a perfect fit. So there's always going to be the one, unique, or more than one unique situation that you don't have a perfect fit for. And so maybe we need to think about what those are and check our waiver criteria to see if it really works.
But in the meantime, weren't we thinking about figuring out how we could actually make more consistent the neighborhood so that we would be able to make decisions neighborhood by neighborhood as opposed to having to do case by case? Sort of this area is doing this sorts of things, so we want to encourage them to do more of that. This area is doing this, we want them to do more of that. Right?
So does that mean breaking the zoning down? Like, when we went through from the last iteration, we broke it from 12 or something to what we have now, whatever it is. So it would be breaking it to even more granularity of zoning districts, or?
I don't want to get too crazy with the zoning districts. I think that we might want to look at boundaries. I think that we should consider having a second residential type, maybe a more urban residential neighborhood type, that deals with the areas that surround downtown. And then I think we need to look at some boundaries. Well, the mixed use boundary is not really. So the mixed use neighborhood, the mixed use became an area where we didn't really know, we were struggling with where things fit in. So these were areas that had a lot of offices, maybe some commercial. They had building sizes that were bigger than other districts. They were a mix, but it really was more about, we kind of got these uses, we're okay with more mix of uses in there. But I think that in some areas our mixed use is pretty limited. We've got one example that is on Elliott Street, where we've been talking to a property owner. Right across the street is the urban center, and then it goes right to residential neighborhood, and then on Flat Street down below is mixed use neighborhood. And there's some churches and offices that extend down Elliott Street. We really drew the urban center to kind of coincide with the block buildings. But I think that's an area that we should probably take a look at again, because there's parts of Canal Street where one side of the street is mixed use and the other side is residential neighborhood, and there's offices on both sides. And so I find with our existing zoning that we really zoned it to preserve the existing pattern, but not really to be thinking about growth. And it's for the most part, it's worked, but I go back to Red Clover Commons. That could not be developed under our regs now. And I think that most people think that that was a good infill project that fits in with the neighborhood. Wilson's Woods is right behind it, but if you're in Wilson's Woods, it's not like you have this large building that's towering over you. We haven't had complaints, I should say. Some people might not feel like that. But if we think, and that's type of apartment building might not be everybody's favorite thing, but it's got 50 units and it's in a great location because the hospital is nearby and there's restaurants and retail and pharmacies. And, it's kind of exactly the type of development that we want.
And it's had almost no negative impact on the neighborhood too. So when it was first going up, I was definitely deeply concerned, but then I was okay, just be cool, see how it plays out.
It's totally fine. Yeah. Totally fine. Except for we need some sort of traffic calming, especially in the morning. I don't want to say traffic calming, I don't mean to say that. Some sort of something for the mornings when school is in, so that to get people to slow down, especially when there's old folk walking around.
Yeah.
So, but that's not a complaint. I'm still excited.
We could look at West Brattleboro Village. There's several properties that right now are not zoned in the village. We've talked about the Melrose Terrace property, and what happens once that floodplain is restored. Actually, some of those buildings come out of the floodplain. So, what is the future of that? Or even some large parcels that are in the residential neighborhood. I think it's in the residential neighborhood, touch the village. What's the future of those properties? So I think that it's not, some of the boundaries are not calibrated right for thinking about the future and thinking about growth, and it's hard to do sometimes when we're not in a growing pattern. But at the same time, by having it so tight, we might be precluding some growth that could happen.
Well, and this is what we anticipate. When we looked at it, we were like, we'll see how it goes for a few years, and then we probably need to go back and tweak it based on what comes up, what applications come up.
So how do you want to proceed?
Well, I wondered if we wanted to get into discussing the values so that as Andrew and I are working on it and at the March meeting, I'm not sure we might be doing the downtown plan at the March meeting. But the next time that we come to talk about it, we know what your values are so that like I heard you talk about, being concerned
with you, those are about impacting other people's properties.
Right. Yeah, yes. I mean, they're not, those are not necessarily my values, but I know that they are concern of some people. So I sent you guys this Just City Index, and I know I sent it like at 3 o'clock this afternoon, so. But the Just City Lab is at the Harvard Graduate School of Design, and they facilitate, I mean, they basically have a sort of values-based system that they're trying to propagate. So they go around and they highlight programs that operate according to their system of values-based planning. Because the premise of the Just City Lab is that you can use planning to create a more equitable society. But in order to be able to do that, the notion is that you have to establish within your community a set of values against which you then measure all of your choices. And the thing that I sent around, or I sent the direct link to, is their value index, which gives you these very large categories of values and then a whole series of defined other things. I think there's something like 52. Is it 52 or 192? Anyway, there are a lot of them. So the point is that you have to, every community is going to be different what you choose to value and the things you choose to highlight. But once you've done it and established your set of values, then your decision-making process becomes easier because you just measure the decisions against what you've established as your values. So I'm not quite sure how we go about doing that. I was also on my way here thinking, are we like allowed to do that? Or do we need to take our values to the select board and say, you've appointed us, these are what we think our values are you going to let rubber stamp our values so we can go forward? Well, right, and so that was I hadn't thought about any of that until I was on my way here, and I thought, I don't know that the planning commission is entitled to establish its own set of values.
When we did the land use regulations, we kind of had some principles, especially we call them principles, especially like when looking at the district boundaries. So I mean, I think it's perfectly fine that you guys lay out the values. I mean, eventually we're going to have to defend the work to the select board, and if they are not on the page with the values and they reject your work, then I mean, we can always do a check-in with them if that would make you feel more comfortable. But I think establishing your own values as we set about planning commission work is fine.
I think as a facilitator and manager of us, that I think it's within your
purview to do.
Yeah,
to do
to
that?
help
Okay.
to help us understand what we're doing.
Okay. I think it took a lot of the guesswork out of
Yeah.
for us. So just
I thought it would also sort of streamline our activities so that because we do want to plug ahead with this revamping some of the zoning.
Can I ask you something, facility? Felicity, sorry. With these values, getting to these values for us, we're going to involve the public, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yes, because, all right, just wanted to. Well, just when we're developing them, just to make sure that this is a public process.
Right. I mean, and I would
I don't think it has to be like a completely publicly vetted thing. I mean, that could be a process, that could be a different one.
If it's talking about the Just City, I feel like we can't do this without engaging the public. That's me, coming from my, planner's advocacy hat, so.
Right, because if a Just City does include the public.
You mentioned town meeting, and that's a good opportunity to get a whole bunch of.
I don't think town meeting.
We're gonna be
I don't think that's. I think if we're gonna do this, I think not at rep town.
We just got a ton of this sort of relevant information out of the downtown, out of the.
Downtown.
Yeah, downtown designs, the design plan we just.
Oh, yeah,
some
right.
information out of that.
Right.
Only out of 500 participants, like obviously that's a lot less than 12,000. But if we could get a little bit more, but we do have some of that information already.
Yeah,
and not start targeting them.
Yeah.
So this is kind of thinking on my feet, and Andrew, I totally appreciate what you were saying. I was thinking of it more as, these are principles guiding our land use, tweaks. when you and I are working on stuff, we can run it through this and be able to, you know, use that lens for the planning commission. If we are talking, and I haven't read enough about it, I know you have some familiarity with it. If we're talking about it, establishing it for, you know, for the community, then that is different. That's a different process. But there might be some room as we talk about like what Stephen's role as sustainability coordinator is, and maybe we can take a look at this and see how maybe we take it to the broader community. But I was thinking more on a micro level of this project, so.
Yeah,
I mean, it depends on where we want to go with it, they're kind of two different things.
It's also valuable in the sense that, that if you establish a really good and strong set of values that has been publicly vetted, new commissioners coming and old commissioners going means that the actual work of the commission is consistent because you're consistently working with the same set of values and not getting new values every time another commissioner comes on board and shifting and changing and doing something different. Which I don't know necessarily, that might be part of the process, a transitional process, but it seems somewhat arbitrary and unplanning-like.
Is it something that we could internally just work on with this one project and see how it works in application, and if we like the system of having values and applying them to policy, then maybe we do a little bit more public outreach and have something that we can then eventually bring to the select board. So best of both worlds.
Is there, like, does our town plan need to be updated on that particular cycle?
Not until 2024, I think. Yeah, so right, it's 8 years.
Yeah, I was thinking that would be a good place for
Not
that.
tomorrow.
No, but yeah, well, I'm thinking the same, like, there's an exercise in understanding how this process would work, and so you could use the planning commission as almost a little pilot training ground for that in anticipation of the town plan. And maybe this is part of that conversation of updating the town plan, is maybe working it through the spring.
I think we can probably do a hybrid, to where, you know, we do have a public meeting, a planning commission meeting, and invite people to the table. And then, you know, so at least have some sort of public process early on. And
Do they have like a roadmap for how they have?
They
like,
do,
how
they do,
how
they
you
have
might
a,
implement
they have a
this?
how-to kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's helpful.
Yeah, yeah. No,
That's very helpful.
Yeah, it's very helpful. So, I mean, if everybody was interested in doing this, we can circulate the how-to kit and then.
Is it free?
Yeah, it's just city, so, yeah. Equal access. The one thing is they ask who you are. When you download anything, they just want to say, who are you?
Yeah.
So you tell them who you are.
And in the current town plan, is any mention of like values, just kind of an afterthought, or not really primary?
Yes, there are. I seem to remember them in one of those side papers, establishing a set of.
It's in here.
I think it's at the beginning of each chapter, I think we value or.
Oh, yeah, every chapter
It's kind of
has,
a value statement, but that was done by the, there was a advisory group,
right,
that we kind of worked on those.
I think the thing that I really like about the Just City Index is that it defines each one of these words. So because as the example of how housing choice demonstrates, depending on who you are, you can define some of these words in very different ways. Whereas this, if you establish equity as one of your values, then you have a definition that goes with that equity, and so that's what you mean when you say it. And if somebody asks you, you can tell them.
And is that part of the process then, to getting the shared?
Yes.
Obviously,
Yeah.
shared understanding, but what
What
if,
do you mean? like something.
You
So, I mean, are you using their definition?
You're using their definitions, or if we don't like their definitions, provided we establish a value and then define it, we use our own. The point is that you don't use just the words, it can get transformed into something else.
Let's just say we do establish these like more philosophical, like either a micro or macro level. These kind of values, so every time we're doing some sort of planning initiative like that, kind of what we're using that lens to guide what we're doing.
That would be.
Of all planning endeavors.
That's the idea.
I like that. Then we, in school, we talk about, not the same, it's a principle called phronesis, and it's very philosophical, but it's kind of going to more of the epithet, using your empathy to guide yourself, and instead of like the scientific rationale, you know, we're being actually human and we're actually thinking about people. So I that's why I kind of really connecting with this concept, because I feel like it's, you know, how we should be addressing the issues we're dealing with today, which is through
Thinking about people.
aspiration, thinking about people, exactly.
And the environment.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Does that has like a rollout plan and
I have
engagement plan? Do you wanna at the next meeting,
So is the
like,
work already done?
share with us what you've learned about
Sure.
rollout and
Yeah.
deadlines, and maybe if you guys talk between now and then about who might do that work. But what I would be also really interested in hearing from the rest of the planning board folks is what values right now do you think you represent when you come into this room?
Oh, based on like looking at their
Like just
options?
which ones are you like most often like I'm no. And then there's there's so many.
But like in and of itself, like would help
Just to-
as we're
yeah.
making some of the decisions about the zoning. So
Oh,
we're-
like right now?
No, not right now, but I agree, at a meeting.
But it would be nice
Yeah.
just for us to do that little bit of homework between now and then.
Very team building exercise.
Team.
And there are some, Tom's finding some redundancies. There is a lot of.
But they're kind of more tangible than these overarching
Yeah.
philosophical
Yeah.
values, but I mean, that could be useful like in the introduction to say, all of this is seen through the filter of the lens of these guiding philosophies, values.
Why wouldn't you just want all these? I know, it's just gonna.
There's a couple where I'm like,
So
really?
Two of them.
There's
You
a,
value that? That's
in
weird.
the show that I went to in New York that I was gonna report back to you guys on like 6 months ago, it was 4 different projects that had been done by 4 different collaborative teams. And they, for each project, they established 9 of the values. And then they showed you, so they had one, and then they said, and so this is what we did. So they're short, like 2.5 minute, I think they're 5-minute videos on the website. You can go and look. And so if you go and do that, if you don't mind doing a little homework, you get the sense of the relationship between establishing the value and then following through with a particular kind of plan design.
So that was that project based?
It was
They
project based.
established them at the beginning of the project.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Um,
So so I'm just thinking, okay, the toolkit will say your project is updating the zoning, it's not gonna be that specific, but we know our project is updating the zoning regulations. So we're gonna establish these values for this project,
right.
as opposed to for all planning projects, because it could change.
It could certainly change. And I think the idea of because you can imagine the process that if you have 52 values that you have to, every decision has to be filtered through 52 values, you'll never make a decision. So for each project you say, these are the most important things. So taking the example of the setbacks, if you've decided the most important thing is property values, that's going to change the decision you make on the setbacks. Whereas if you decided that your value is housing equity, and you need more housing units per square feet, then you're going to reduce your setbacks.
Yeah. So like taking like 3 values per situation.
I like that, I mean, I think it was, I think it was 9. And it made it made a lot of sense. And of course, if you look at the list, none of these are sort of exploit and, rich get richer. I mean, they're all about creating a more just society.
I definitely like that too in the situation of the setbacks. Like, how are we all going to agree? Like, I was 5 feet, 15 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet, 60 feet. It's a difficult decision to make. Like, especially to streamline things to where we're not doing it on a case by case basis.
Right.
Because that's no fun either. So.
And I think the other thing is that it enables us to make decisions that don't necessarily double back on what we think we're doing. So contradict what we're doing. Because it seems to me that that's one of the conversations we've constantly had. Sort of, how does this get turned around so that somebody can do something we actually are trying to get them not to do? And so if you start from the basis, I don't know exactly how this is going to work, but if you start, I think we can sort of figure it out so that won't happen. I hope.
Yeah, it's interesting to think just through to look at the values through a frame. It's like a frame of okay, the zoning, right? Certain things sort of stand out. Like, oh, that seems like durability and adaptability. Like they're things that seem like those would be good values for zoning. Whereas if you're looking at
A different project.
yeah.
Yeah, or creative innovation.
So very good one for zoning.
Cool. So great. Then we'll
bring it.
All right. Okay. So you guys your homework is to go through them and
you sent us the link this afternoon.
I sent you a link.
I'm so
It's hard to whittle it down.
It's hard to whittle it down if you don't know what the frame is you're thinking about.
But we're thinking about zoning, and I think what we're particularly thinking about is the notion of the different kinds of zoning that we have, and if we want to redraw the map a little bit to get rid of some of those weird anomalies, how would we go about making those decisions?
And right now, we're only interested in our planning commissioner's values.
Well, for the purposes of homework for the next week.
In the future, I think we want to try to internalize the town plan because that is what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah. And take a look at the toolkit and see how we can do this with the broader public.
Could you mentioned a video or something you saw?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I will send you the direct links. All of it is on the Just City Lab website, but I can send you the direct links to those.
Especially if there's inspirational detail. I want to see what you're seeing.
No, they did. I mean, there was one really cool project where they had there was a school in New York City that was sort of, for reasons that they couldn't quite figure out, segregated. And so this collaborative team came in and essentially measured all these factors to try to figure out how this school got segregated when there was no rhyme or reason to it. And they figured it all out, and then they replanned it so that they transformed it and desegregated the school just through planning. Wahoo!
And are the workshops free?
I don't think so, but maybe they are. I was also thinking that, we're getting all this money to do this, that, and the other thing. Maybe we could get a little thing to get them to come here and do a training for us.
I was wondering about that smart. I wonder if we could use that small grant that I had sent you.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I wonder. I think it's up to 1,200. Be worth taking a look at.
Yeah.
See if that might be a project we could get a mini grant for.
And there's also the thing that I'm not going to remember because I can never remember words. This developing rural communities. It's this federal thing.
that we were talking about earlier.
The USDA?
No.
Are you thinking of the acronym or the?
Here it is. It's the rural development hubs. Rural development hubs, this sort of notion that the federal government has that in fact we're not paying enough attention to the rural. And so that there is more money to support rural communities in developing. Because the movement, everybody says the current movement is people are going to cities.
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, there's lots of development and exciting things that are happening in rural areas. And so there's a need to strengthen these rural areas and prepare them for the development and don't keep focusing on the cities. So maybe there's some money through that. This was something that was the Aspen Institute.
Okay.
Because this is considering Brattleboro, the entirety of Brattleboro rural area.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're not
The
talking
whole
about, like,
state
the
of Vermont is a rural
Yeah,
area as
exactly.
far as the federal government is
Yeah.
concerned.
Except for Burlington.
Really? Oh, yeah, Burlington is.
Yeah, Chittenden County, and that is.
All right, wow, okay, where are we at?
Okay, so I'll look at the toolkit. You guys pick up on your values. And do some soul searching, and then we'll
Workshop and dust out your values.
do a game plan for revising the zoning.
Yeah.
Cool.
That sounds good.
Alrighty, we're on to New Hinsdale Brattleboro Bridge.
Yes, so, I'm sitting on a steering committee with representatives from Hinsdale and Brattleboro that we've had, kind of oversee the new bridge. There's gonna be 2 overlooks as you cross the bridge. One over the channel that's closest to Hinsdale and one over the channel that's closer to Brattleboro. So you've got the island in between.
You talking about the new bridge, or you talking about the existing?
The new bridge.
They both face north.
Both the overlooks will face north. Correct. So we've been talking about having interpretive signage in those overlook areas with the idea that Hinsdale will choose the topic of one of them and Brattleboro will choose the other. And so they're so Hinsdale, it's my understanding that they are looking at doing an interpretive panel on the history of the island. So kind of the cultural, social role of the island as fairgrounds and ballpark and all that stuff. Dance hall, yeah. Things like that. And so Brattleboro has been asked to weigh in on what the other interpretive panel might be. And of course, I don't feel comfortable making that decision alone, so we kind of wanted to vet some ideas with the planning commission. And I do have I have a thought of kind of where I think it should probably go, but what you all have to say. So.
Well, the Montastic, the Connecticut River Joint Commission, Montastic Subcommittee, I keep looking for the letter, but I'm not seeing it, reviewed the wetlands permit for the, wetlands impacts. And so one of the things, we submitted comments on that, but one of the things we actually suggested was that one of the interpretive, and I didn't know how many there were, but that some of the interpretive panels would actually talk about the wetlands, riverine wetlands, as you're looking at in the bridge.
Well, my idea is somewhat in that area. I mean, interpretive panels, I don't know if we're gonna be the ones to actually figure out what the art is, or like the town of Brattleboro, I should say, and what the message will be. My thought was, because Hinsdale was kind of focusing on social kind of aspects and kind of a human impact on the island, I was actually thinking something more in the natural landscape. So whether I took into Wantasket and was able to kind of make the Abenaki connection, or it's just something on the Connecticut River watershed, or so I was thinking it's kind of a
species of fish in the Connecticut.
Well, yeah, because you could talk about migration.
Yep.
You could talk about the interesting geologic aspect that like is actually two separate
Plates, right?
plates.
So cool.
Yeah, and then you could talk about the kind of immediate ecosystem that you're feeling.
And it's interesting, the existing ones, they're still talking about converting those into bike and pedestrian bridges, so I think in the future, there's more opportunities for interpretive panels. Of course, those will be New Hampshire, but even as you come right across the bridge and you land down near the Whetstone Station, there could be other interpretive panels as well.
Yeah, it'd be cool to have a history of transportation up and down there.
Exactly, that's originally what I thought I had wanted on the Brattleboro side, but then when I knew what Hinsdale was doing, I'm like, maybe we should go.
Are they set on that?
Let's get your stuff.
What's that?
Are they set on that?
Set on two?
Oh,
No,
on
Hinsdale,
the
I
other
don't know for
side.
sure that they're set on that, but it
Because if they
seemed
are,
to
then-
be conveyed that it was.
Yeah, okay.
How did they make that, do you know how they made that decision or like what the,
How Hinsdale did?
yeah. About the select board or
I don't know.
Sure you don't want to have a sign on it, nuclear energy?
There's also.
Different story. And we will ignore it, but that's.
Yeah, and there's something interesting about the fact that you're facing north.
So basically the view.
Can you turn around? Like, can the sign direct you to turn
Well, the
around,
sidewalk
face
is
south?
only on the north.
Yeah, but you could
That
be
makes
on the
sense.
sidewalk on the north side and turn around and face south. So you could actually represent the south on the thing, you just have to turn around and look
You
at it.
could, I mean, usually the interpretive panels are like kind of the direction you're facing. I guess you could turn around,
Yeah.
but you're looking over the 2 lanes of traffic and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
guardrails. I don't know.
very frustrated drivers staring at that. I like the idea of the wildlife, like the waterfowl fish.
Ecology.
Yeah. And the geology thing, because it's a New Hampshire, Vermont story, right?
Yeah, that's a super cool thing. I mean,
But also the nature stuff.
And depending on how big the sign is, like, doesn't necessarily need to be one, like, you can tell the story.
It will be one panel.
Yeah.
The sizes will still to be determined.
How do we make a decision? Do we just advise you, do either the ecology, the waterfowl, or the geology?
If Hinsdale wasn't doing that topic for their panel, what would we maybe propose? If we didn't have
I
a
have, I'm going to acknowledge, I have very strong biases on what I would put on the sign, so I'm trying to just put that on the table and also sort of keep my mouth shut a little bit, so
The Abenaki.
the Abenaki thing, talking about downtown Brattleboro, stuff in the distance, if you can see Madagascar. I'm not saying things are better, I'm just brainstorming.
Yeah,
I like the island
I was thinking about the Brattleboro, but I think there are other places where we can put some
Right.
Brattleboro signage and we can do it in a different context.
Yeah, people are walking the bridge to see.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
there
or
are-
just to get to the shopping across the lake. Oh, no, because that would be on the little bridges, so, on the lower one. So, yeah, they're crossing that, they're going for the view and.
Yeah, no, but I think
Yeah,
focusing on either Abenaki history or the fish, that would be my choice. I think going for the nature would be better.
Talking about how the islands, because haven't the islands shifted over time? They're kind of controlled now, but they got deposited and washed away.
Well, once
Yeah, I think
dam,
once
right,
it's dammed.
Oh, once
it's
again.
Yeah, it's not so much.
It's not even an island compared to what it used to be.
What do we tell you guys? Nature, industry.
Oh my God, we can.
Sorry.
I'm down for whatever,
Great.
but I love fish.
I mean, you I mean, we might vet some more with some other people, but I would say the planning commission is definitely on the natural environment.
Can I just make a comment on the signage? I feel very let down by the signage around downtown Brattleboro because it's all different designs, all different colors, all different fonts, all different coldly uppy apparatuses. I don't know how big or visible these are gonna be, but if it's a design that sort of can be carried through downtown, or fits with at least one of the choices that's been made downtown, that would be really nice.
I would say it will be different than the design choices that exist in downtown. I'm thinking, have you been to like a national park or it's gonna be kind of one of those signs that kind of is angled, so like you're looking at it and it's kind of.
So it's not gonna be like an obelisk, like the Molly Star.
It's not gonna be like a Molly Star. It is going to be more of kind of this height, and it's kind of angled, so you read it, so there could be graphics on it. So that kind of signage. The standing panel signs is another one, but that's not the way we went. So it'll kind of like come off the rail and come down. I think we're following like national guidelines, size and stuff.
How much influence do you have on the, I mean, I was thinking that if they're doing the historical interpretation, of the carrying it a lot of history, is there, going to be frame for that history? Or is it?
For the island?
Yeah.
I do not believe so.
The history of the island, or white history of the island?
I think it's I will know more in about a week and a half, maybe, about what their plans are. I can call up their community development director too. So I don't know. I could only guess.
Yeah. Fun.
I'm just reading about one bridge over the Hudson River that has interpretive signs, and their topics were about a school of art there and some 19th century painter.
Well,
I prefer
that's a
our
big,
topic.
that's a big deal.
Well, Hudson River School.
Yeah, it's
Don't let's be knocking any painters out there. Nor any art historians who are currently out of work who need to maybe write signage.
Is that all of our?
Yeah, that is the end of our agenda.
Okay.
Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Me, I move that we adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Okay, so we are reopening the planning commission meeting of February 3rd in order to hear public comments.
Excellent. Bruce Roseborn, recent transplant from Massachusetts to Brattleboro about 3 months ago. My wife Carolyn. I'm a land developer in Massachusetts, and we have moved here, very versed in zoning, et cetera, where we're from, and it's a lot of the restrictions where we're from won't allow us in our personal lives to do some of the things moving forward that we might want to do for our family, for housing, et cetera. So I thought that it would be nice to stop into a planning meeting like this to get the temperature of where we're moving to, you know. And some of the big questions we're approaching are, let's say we wanted to build a tiny house, which is almost impossible in the state we just came from. If we wanted to do that here, are we subject to traditional zoning? What can we do? What can't we do? And that might be more than this meeting, but I thought it would be a good place to start to see if we could meet with somebody, just talk about kind of what we're thinking, and see what we're up against, where we're from. If it's a tiny house, you're not doing it. And we had a state just north that made it attractive for us to come up and just explore that option.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
What temperature did you read on the road?
I normally come to planning board meetings with $1,000 an hour guys, just because we're going to get pushback and we know it.
Right.
Our time in Vermont so far has been very splendid, and I expect nothing less. I was going to be as a land guy until I got a good temperature.
Just real briefly, and I think Andrew, do you have a card on?
Well, yeah, I give you a card because you always can come to our office and have these conversations as well.
That's me.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So I'm Sue, I'm the planning director, and
Okay.
Andrew's the planning technician. He answers a lot of these questions. Generally, we treat a tiny home similar to a single family home or, another unit. If you have an existing home on the property, then we'll treat it as an accessory dwelling unit. So an accessory dwelling units here in Brattleboro are pretty permissible.
Are the minimum, like, when you started talking about the purpose of zoning, I said, is this possibly a town that has not adopted zoning at all yet? Because those don't exist where we're from.
Yeah, no.
And now then I realize you're amending.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you were putting, if it was a vacant piece of land, then it would be subject to, if you were subdividing, it would be subject to the minimum lot sizes. But we have a couple of different options to kind of create smaller lots or create like a tiny home.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was possible to connect to town sewer, town water, or for well and septic, et cetera, or,
yeah, both of those you could connect. I mean, I would say we've had a lot of phone calls about tiny houses and less development of them. And I think one of the barriers tends to be the water and sewer because some of them definitely want them to be the more mobile, where you could pick up and move. And when you are told you have to have a connection, either get a state permit if you're well and septic. And they do allow some alternatives. To having just a leach field.
The very specific obstacle that I face all the time, and I sell land and people ask that question of me. In Massachusetts, unless you get a variance, you're going to be required to build a minimum of 600 square feet. A tiny house might be 120 or 200 square feet or something, you're well under. And it's not permanently attached. There's no way you're going to connect to a municipal sewer system. That's just the way it is. So this is very nice to hear that that's not a steadfast rule, because we're going to be under that, and we're going to be, if we'd like to connect, we're not automatically prohibited from that.
A layer added onto that is I think that regulation is the Massachusetts building code, not zoning. And so in Vermont, the building code is really lax or absent for single family owner-occupied dwellings. In fact, there's almost no regulations for that. As long as there's not business happening in it, or rentals, or daycare, or stuff like that.
Most often, where we're from, you can't be a primary residence if it's going to be for more than 2 weeks out of the year. So you would have to have, in that case, 26 of these, and move every 2 weeks. You understand? It's
you
not
can't
possible.
have a tiny house as a primary residence?
Absolutely not. It can be an accessory building.
It must be 600 square feet.
So I was eager to meet with you guys because if you really want to bring people in, I know how to do it. Correct. We can't do it there, but there's been a state knocking on my door for a long time just north, and that's you guys, right? And this just looks like the greatest opportunity in the world because it just makes sense. I hear you talking about what's right for the people, et cetera. Where I'm from, if they allow it in rural Massachusetts, which is not much different than here in most ways, that would create case law or precedent that could be applied to right downtown Boston. Now you have a tiny house next to a skyscraper, right? We don't have that here. So the motivations are different. This is a state that sounds like it's more is about the people. And if that's your housing choice, you can choose it, right? And we can hopefully find a way within reason. And that's it's all this is very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, the only caution that I would have is that if it's not on town water and town sewer, we're less versed in the state permitting of wastewater and on-site septic.
Yeah, and I'm gonna have to
say water and.
I'm gonna have to meet with some septic designers here because I'm used to you have to design a home, and the septic system is based on the number of bedrooms, and in Massachusetts it's a minimum of 2. Tiny home has 0 or 1, right? So we fail again. Yeah. And so I have to get a little more educated as to how do you create a septic system that's designed to serve, a 200 square foot dwelling with a loft.
Right. And they do allow alternative systems here in Vermont, so that could be helpful.
Nitrogen systems, and I assume
Can you do tiny house with a composting toilet?
But I designed one in
Well, there's a weird fact that if you're gonna have a composting toilet, you still have to have a septic design that's approved.
Yeah.
So you go through this funny game where you go through all the trouble.
Money.
You spend a ton of money to get that design made up, drawn up, and approved. to not build it at all and put in your composting toilet.
I'm used to hitting ledge at 2 feet down below the surface, right? And we need 4 feet of naturally occurring soil. So our question is always, well, how can we do, you just can't build.
You can't do a mound system then?
In some towns you can, but then they'll typically require 2 feet of naturally occurring, and let's say you get to Gloucester, Rockport, whatever, you can see there's ledge. It's a wonderful piece of land, can't do anything with it. So we always say, well, can we have a tight tank? And it comes and it gets pumped every 2 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. And they say, sure. After you get perked and you get a naturally occurring system designed, you can opt to get a tight tank. Thinking, well, that kind of negates the purpose, right? So it's intentionally often set up just to protect home values. We already have everybody in this town that we want stay out, and that's the temperature in most of the areas I operate in. So that makes sense.
Does any of our zoning say any of the districts say a minimum to a single family home?
The size?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
No minimum.
No minimum
housing
size, minimum lot size.
We have yards, we have.
minimum lot size.
Just minimum lot. I mean, I heard earlier 3 acres.
3
further out,
acres in the
acre and a
very western part of
Most
town.
rural. Acre and a half otherwise.
No, acre and a half in kind of another section of town. But if you're in the downtown area, it can be a little, there's no minimum lot size in the downtown. There's 6,000 square feet in most of the residential neighborhoods that surround. So it varies.
And no minimum frontage when you're close to town?
Only in the urban center.
Okay.
The others are at 60. That was one of the things we were saying. It's kind of
60 is
suburban.
very low as far as I'm, yeah. So,
Yeah, but it could be lower too if we want to.
yeah.
Diversity of housing, other than housing.
So if I wanted to just set up, if I had just some quick questions, is it possible, who would be the best person to speak with just to figure out the kind of a roadmap for where we go from here?
Yeah, you have Andrew's card. I don't have any on me, so you can give Andrew a call. He can set up a meeting with the planning
Yep, and
department.
we'll probably have Brian Bannon, who's our zoning administrator there too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're welcome to stop in anytime too.
Sure.
We're just in that building right next
door. And is there a GIS system for this town?
Andrew does some work on the GIS, and then sometimes we do consulting with the Regional Planning Commission.
Okay, all right, so I won't take up any more time.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And we're not as much amending the zoning, we're more adapting it.
Right.
Yeah. Tweaking it. I like to say.
I have a lot of opinions on that stuff. You guys don't want to talk setbacks or anything.
So, do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
How do you do that?
Yeah. We moved.
Oh, I did. I'll make a motion to finally adjourn
I'll second that.
officially.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I feel like I'm
Well, good morning, and thank you all for being here. This spring, Vermont will join states across the country to participate in the U.S. Census. Now, this may not seem like the most exciting topic, but the census has tremendous importance to Vermont, and we've already begun work across the state to get a complete and accurate count. In fact, the census even came up in conversations with other governors while I was there in D.C. for the National Governors Association meeting last week, as well as when Speaker Pelosi spoke to us as well. So I'm pleased to have so many of our state, local, and federal partners here with us today to talk about this effort. Having a complete and accurate count on our population is critical in so many ways. It ensures fair representation of Vermonters at all levels of government and helps us to inform us on many important decisions we make, including the level of federal funds we receive. These decisions impact our work to grow the economy, make Vermont more affordable, and protect the most vulnerable in all of our 251 towns and villages. To help get the most accurate count possible, I signed an executive order in November creating a Vermont Complete Count Committee. And many of the members who agreed to help are here with us today. We know this will take the collaboration of community leaders, nonprofit organizations, local government, legislative leaders, federal partners, and more. And this committee is working to make sure that we meet our goals. Jason Broughton, our state librarian and chair of this committee, will share more on their work shortly. But in summary, this group is charged with identifying barriers to responding to the census and trying to break through those barriers so we have the highest participation possible. This includes partnering with schools and nonprofits, ensuring outreach in multiple languages, media and education campaigns, and more. And knowing certain groups are historically hard to count, this committee includes leaders and experts representing these communities in order to better reach them. I want to thank Jason and all members of this committee, including Secretary Kondos and representatives from the U.S. Census Bureau, the Vermont State Census Data Center, the Office of Veterans Affairs, the Howard Center, Disability Rights Vermont, the LGBTQIA Alliance of Vermont, Capstone Community Action, Association of Broadcasters, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Vermont AARP, Voice for Vermont's Kids, and state agencies across my administration. So with all that, I'd like to now turn it over to Secretary of State, Jim Kondos.
Thank you. Ole, you all set over there?
Thank you.
Just making sure. Good morning. As Vermont Secretary of State and Chief Election Official, I am a proud member of the Vermont Complete Counts Committee. It is also important and personal for me as a second-generation American, as my grandparents arrived on our shores in the U.S. 100 years ago. I want to stress the importance of the census and the importance of obtaining an accurate and complete count of all Vermonters. While a once every 10-year count of every person living in our cities and towns seems abstract, the census plays a fundamental role in our democratic process. Data from the census is critical to drawing our electoral maps. Yes, I know when it comes to Vermont's congressional map, there's really only one way to draw it. However, the accurate census data enables the Vermont Apportionment Board to accomplish its important task of configuring our legislative districts. From an election standpoint, an accurate and complete census count really comes down to ensuring fair representation, as the governor said, in our political process for every single Vermont resident. For those of you who don't know me well, I have over 30 years of experience as a public servant. 18 years on the South Burlington City Council beginning back in 1989, to my 8 years in the state Senate serving with the governor, and now nearly for a decade as Secretary of State. I cannot emphasize how important census data is to the basic functions of our local, state, and federal government. It's the primary tool for Congress and other federal agencies to use while making funding decisions that impact all of our citizens, our schools, our roads, and highways. Examples my colleagues and I were successful in securing recently securing election security funding from Congress in both 2018 and 2019, with the support and leadership of the Vermont congressional delegation, namely Vermont Senator Patrick Leahy. Vermont's funding allocation was determined in part using critical census population data. I can also tell you from firsthand experience that census data is used by our city councils, select boards, and school boards to make decisions that shape their communities in big ways and small ways. The census plays a fundamental role in our democracy. While there are some who have sought to warp the census process for political or personal gain, I am thankful that is not the case here in Vermont. During my time in public service, I have served in a number of national roles. I served on the board of directors of the National League of Cities, the board of directors of the Council of State Governments, and most recently as the president of the National Association of Secretaries of State. In those capacities, I have seen how other states handle their support for the census and have gained a national perspective. I can tell you that Vermont is ahead of the game, and that is why I'm so proud to be part of this important work. I want to thank everyone who was here for helping ensure a complete and accurate count, and thank the governor for convening this important committee. It is now my pleasure and honor, where are you, Jason, to introduce Jason Broughton, State Librarian and the Chair of the Complete Count Committee.
Good morning, everyone. All right, I'm going to use some technology here, kind of moving from print to digital. And the reason why I say that is for those who are paying attention and aware, you might not know that the census will be virtual for the first time ever. So you will be able to use that digitally. You can use it on your own device, or seek places where there are public, let's say, computers, and that's why libraries, in my other capacity as state librarian, will be utilized hopefully quite frequently for those Vermonters out in rural and remote places. It's going to be a very different type of census in which you don't have, for example, a type of card that will be sent to you first with a code. That's gone. You simply will log on and take it as you need. But there is a sequence of events that we want to make sure under the executive order that we are very inclusive, extremely accurate, and want to make sure that every Vermonter is counted accurately. So what would it count when you look at hard to count populations? Excuse me, you'll be looking for a variety of people, rural areas, remote areas, isolated, youth, transient populations, migrants, people of color, those who are disabled. All of these persons in this state should be counted on that specific day. That day will be April 1st. Yes, it will be April Fool's as a social commentary, but the census will not be fake. It will not be a joke. Within that, we're going to make sure that people understand beforehand and afterwards the importance of participating. One of our hardest groups to actually connect with will be those who distrust government. That is a very unique conversation that we will have to have with a variety of people. We have had unique questions of how many questions can you leave off and it still be counted or accurate. We would not encourage that type of thinking. We're going to ask people to fill out simply 9 questions. And we have a variety of partners that we connect with our local complete counts, from the south to the north to the east and to the west of the state, especially of central Vermont. One asset that I would ask you to check out if you have some time would be on the census webpage, in which you can actually examine the state of Vermont to see where there are locations of very low response rates. Some of those tracts are not far from here, near Barrie, where I reside. You might not think that, but that means some people are saying this is not that important. For us, it is. This is funding that could be appropriated back to Vermont and utilized in a very specific way at the most useful of times, from emergencies to planning commission to boards. Without doing that, we would be hobbled. So with that, libraries will play a very unique role in helping shape a variety of access points for people to play if they are not able to have good connections or connectivity. In closing, one of the things that I would like to say is I simply will ask all of you to make sure that you make yourselves available to answer 9 simple questions while living in Vermont on April 1st and thereafter. Thank you. With that, I will now introduce Michael Mosier of the UVM Vermont Data Center.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So Jason and I are on the statewide Complete Count Commission, and we're really excited to be doing this work, this outreach work. The Complete Count Commission, it has already met a couple times. We've got essentially a network. We're developing a network across the state of Vermont, advocacy organizations, state agencies and departments, and really reaching out through those networks and reaching into their networks as well to distribute the messages that we have about the Census Bureau to the state's diverse populations, and including all of those hard-to-count populations that have been mentioned. So we're really out there meeting with regional planning commissions, meeting with other complete count commissions that are local to different cities and towns across the state of Vermont, and coordinating our efforts with them. We're sharing some of the messages about safety and security of the census, sharing the message of the simplicity and ease of the questions and the form, and really trying to ensure that Vermonters have the best information possible to respond to the census beginning. Actually, mid-March is when they will start sending mailings out to addresses across the country, including here in the state. And folks will be receiving a postcard in the mail that they will be able to go online with and just follow a simple web link and take 5 minutes or less, really, to answer the form and be counted. And that's really what we're hoping that folks will do. It helps save taxpayer money if folks can do that online and not have to be visited eventually by an enumerator who will come to doors of households that haven't responded so far. So we're out there doing that work, and we really appreciate the governor's efforts on our behalf, on this behalf, and we hope that as we move forward, the word gets out there among all of Vermont's communities, regardless of citizenship status, regardless of your socio-demographic status. None of those things matter. What matters is that you're counted as a Vermonter. And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Michael Harrington, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Labor. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. As a member of Vermont's Complete Count Committee, the Department of Labor is committed to the goal of generating an accurate and comprehensive count of Vermont's population during the 2020 census. Ensuring a complete count will have a major impact on the department as well as the state as a whole. Data points published by the department, such as our state's monthly jobs report and local employment data, as well as analysis performed by the department's Labor Market Information Division, are all derived from the census population data. Plainly, the more accurate the census, the more true our data is. This in turn drives decisions like policies to adopt or programs to fund or where to invest our money. For example, when we talk about refugee resettlement and new American incentive programs, that is based on census information. When we talk about equal pay and economic equality, that is based on census data. When we talk about tax relief, that is based on census data. These are just a few examples to illustrate the importance of having a complete count. More specifically, census data has a direct impact on how the federal government funds a variety of state programs, including the Department of Labor, and which communities are eligible for special federal assistance. At the local level, this can translate into downtown redevelopment opportunities, available financing for businesses, and accessibility of services and benefits. There are still a large number of census jobs needed to be filled across the state, so whether your goal is to simply do your part and support your local community, or maybe earn a little extra cash, I encourage everyone who's interested to apply to be a census taker. For those who are interested, there are many ways to apply, one of which is by visiting one of our 12 career resource centers across the state, where our staff have been working with the U.S. Census Bureau now for more than a year to assist in filling these vacant positions. In addition, the Department of Labor and the state of Vermont's Department of Human Resources are looking at ways to look within state government to encourage state employees seeking additional part-time employment to consider this important role. As we encourage state employees to take part in this historic event and support their local communities, I would also like to encourage Vermont employers to encourage their employees to also take part in this opportunity. Through these joint efforts, the 2020 census can prove to be a success for Vermont. Thank you, and now I'd like to invite Bob Stock from the Regional Census Center to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone here today, Governor, the leaders in the community, the trusted voices that are here to help us shape your future, the Vermont future, through the 2020 census. By the way, although I do work for the New York Regional Census Center, I am a Vermonter. I have lived here for 36 years now. So I'm vitally interested in making sure that we get a complete count and an accurate count. And my message is simple. The census is now, as our responses can be collected in less than a month. A successful census is easy to define, counting everybody once, only once, and in the right place. But first, we have jobs, as Commissioner Harrington mentioned and others have mentioned. Although the census is a national event, in order to be successful, it first has to be conducted at the local level, with local workers who understand and represent their community. I can tell you that we're currently hiring at a pay rate of $20 to $22 an hour. These are great part-time jobs. They're flexible hours. You can work in your own neighborhood, work evenings and weekends, and you will be helping your community. It's easy enough to apply. It's on the 2020census.gov jobs website. It doesn't take very long. Second, we need census ambassadors. We need trusted voices in every community sharing the message that the census is safe, it is easy, and it is important. We do, as the governor mentioned, and others, that we do have the State Complete Count Commission. In addition to that, we have over 20 individual complete count committees working within Vermont. Some of them are town and city-based, some of them are more county-based. And they are bringing these trusted members of the community to get the message out about both the importance of the census and the jobs. We have over 600 partners in Vermont active that we're working with. All your responses, second, in addition to that, we need to share the message that the census is safe, it's easy, and it is important. All your responses are private and confidential. It's safe. Title 13, which every census employee works under, it's federal law, and it protects every piece of data we collect. That means we cannot release any information that identifies an individual or a household, period. We cannot share any information we collect that would identify an individual or a household with any federal, state, or local agency, including law enforcement. So be assured, the census is safe. And the census is easy. As others have mentioned, there are 4 ways to fill out your form and self-respond. Online for the first time, as well as by phone, and for the first time, the census will be available in 12 non-English languages. These are toll-free numbers, by the way, on telephone, and each one of these has its own unique individual toll-free number, and it is answered by a live person. There's no voice prompt. In addition, if you prefer to fill it out by paper, you'll have that option as well. And finally, the most costly operation we do in the census is sending census takers door to door to collect the very information that you can complete online, over the phone, or on paper. So the census is easy. And again, as others have alluded to, it's important. Think money. More than $675 billion from the federal government funding vital programs like Medicaid, SNAP, Section 8 housing, Medicare Part B assistance, food stamps, on and on and on, school lunch. And think power. Legislative boundaries and congressional seats at stake. Yes, it's important. But I think one of the most important things to remember is that this is your census. We get one chance every 10 years to get it right. And I'm confident that by working together, we can achieve the most complete and accurate count possible for Vermont. Thank you. Governor? Thank you.
We'll now open it up to any on-topic questions first, as is normal.
Well, the most recent news heard about the census was the fight over the citizenship question. And for those who are undocumented, can you just address where that stands?
Look at Bob first.
The citizenship question is not on the census. That was decided, I believe, last either spring or summer by the United States Supreme Court.
Are you concerned particularly about new Americans, others who might be scared away?
It is a concern. That is why we have partners that work within that community to make sure that those folks understand that the census is both important and it is safe.
Can you clarify that April 1st, that is the date by which what happens?
The official start of the census.
It starts and.
But you will receive mailers and different items days to weeks prior to that. For example, like Alaska has already, in a sense, started because it's in a different zone specifically. But within that, you'll have a lot of announcement prior through mailers, informational items online. And then on April 1st, the census will roll out.
And it concludes when?
You said it concludes? Now that I would say more or less around September into late October, and then the actual ending and wind down will complete by the end of 2020.
And finally, the GAO issued a report yesterday that said, it raised a lot of red flags about the census, about its security, data security, as well as big challenges with recruiting across the country. Does that all translate here as well?
I say for Vermont, when it comes to that, the census has kind of, in a sense, allowed us to know that the type of systems that they're using are going to be extremely protective of confidential information that is demographic or can pinpoint somebody. The most I would say we'd want to be aware of is how those other systems, for example, if you are web-based, you're going to be fine using the census. But if somebody in their own internal home or, let's say, business is not secure themselves, that's a different type of conversation with that entity. But for confidential data by, let's say, statute of the federal government, it is important that this information not be breached, compromised in any way. So the census has, I would say, assured us in a variety of different ways that it is a strong system, and they are very supportive of how it will actually interplay the rest of the year.
As well, Stuart, I did receive a phone call from someone on the federal level about the number of census takers, and they said that we're short about 1,000 in Vermont, and they're struggling to find people, as we are with everything else in our state. We have more jobs and we have people available, and this is going to be a struggle for us as well. But that's why we wanted to emphasize that this is part-time in nature. Pays $20 to $22 an hour, can do it nights and weekends. This could be, it could be students over 18, I believe, and as well those who are retired or semi-retired and need some extra cash for a short period of time.
Apart from this event, do you have other plans to sort of market that need and
I don't know what you talked about, Jason, within the committee.
With Commissioner Harrison, we kind of come up a bit. One of the things that we are doing from the Complete Count Committee for the state, we have connected with a variety of different partners. So, for example, being the state librarian, some of our libraries want to actually have hiring events. Department of Labor will also be doing a variety of things. Capstone will have a variety of community action items across the state that they're looking to do hiring events or make computers or information accessible at those points so people are aware that there are jobs that they can partake in. So we have a lot of people who are trying to let as many people know that there is employment if they would like to have it when it comes to the census.
I'll just say that I think we'll see a more concerted effort just even from the Census Bureau itself as we ramp up to make people aware. From the jobs perspective, we are reaching out to local communities. We are working through our regional career resource centers. We are using a variety of different means like social media to get the word out there. But I think that's where we would ask each of you to help us in getting the message out that there are positions available. So if there are people, whether they need extra cash or they are looking for work, there are positions available, and we're happy to help them. And they can do that directly online from home, or they can go to the libraries or even come into one of our resource centers, and we'll assist them to fill out an application.
What are the consequences if you don't end up hiring if people do the job, a part-time job, become full-time jobs, or you stretch out the process, or what sort of?
With that, I'll let Bob come and talk about that thoroughly, because these are positions with the federal government.
Pardon me. These are part-time jobs. Most of them will end approximately July 30th. However, at this point, if you're working for the United States Census Bureau, you have the federal government on your resume. And you do have the opportunity, of course, on the USA Jobs site to see if there's something that's there of interest to you. But most of the jobs, as I say, are temporary and would end July 30th. There are a few that might extend a little bit longer. Thanks.
And I believe you were asking what happens if we don't complete by July 30th, right?
Not filling those 1,000 jobs.
Yeah. And our goal is to make sure that we do that count, and if we run into difficulties at that point in time, we'll probably be taking extra measures of some sort to be contemplated. Is that all the on topic?
Was there a particular trigger? You set up this commission in November. The census is still 6 weeks away-ish. Is there a particular reason you're doing this event now?
Well, I think it's, from my standpoint, a couple of reasons. One, just to make sure that Vermonters are acclimated and understanding what's coming and how important this is. But as well, the struggles we have with finding people to fill these positions needs a little bit of lead time. So we want to make sure we get out to as many people as possible to let them know that there's something here for you. So it's really about more of a public service campaign and something that I think is vitally important to the state.
Can you just clarify, what message are you sending to undocumented people who are in this country?
Yeah.
What message do you want to send to those who are living in this country?
I want to make sure that they understand that they're safe, that this information will not be used against them. This will help our state, but again, I just want them to have comfort that we're not going to utilize this. The federal government's not going to utilize this information for anything else, but we need to count everyone here.
And it won't be shared with law enforcement?
It will not be shared with law enforcement or any other entities. It's just for the census itself.
Despite the problems we've had at DMV?
Despite those issues at the DMV. This is totally separate.
You probably have friends and neighbors who are sort of suspicious of government by nature, and we probably have more than our share of those people in Vermont. We talk about new American communities, but that's a sizable component of Vermont as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't trust their government, and we have to do everything we can to convince them otherwise. This is a struggle. I'm sure it's a struggle every 10 years, and this is nothing new. But it seems as though with the number of those suspicious for different reasons grows, this is going to be more of a challenge for us. But again, that's why we have to make sure that we get the message out and give them comfort that we're actually here to help in some respects, and it'll help all of us in the long run.
I could add something to that. Just, the folks that are suspicious of their government, this is really about getting counted so that their taxpayer dollars come back to our state. So it's a way to take that power back and keep it for themselves and keep it local here in the state. And I think that's a message that might resonate with some folks that would otherwise not be interested in having the federal government involved in their daily lives.
Anyone else? Any other questions on topic? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
The Senate's about to try to override your veto on minimum wage. Senate Leader Tim Ash said that he finds your administration to be uniquely unwilling to work on compromises, pointing specifically to the minimum wage bill. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, this was a compromise that the Senate and the House came up with. We weren't at the table, so to speak. And so they came up with their agreement, and it's not acceptable to me. That's why I decided to veto it. I have no doubt that it'll be overridden in the Senate. It appears the numbers are on their side, so then we'll see what happens in the other body.
Was there any compromise to be found on minimum wage?
Well, you never know. I mean, hopefully, if it's sustained, we'll see what happens. But from my standpoint, I've said this consistently over the last number of years that I just don't believe artificially raising the minimum wage is going to help anyone, and I just feel that it will hurt the economy overall, particularly the rural parts of our state, and I'm concerned about that.
So how can you raise the minimum wage without artificially raising the minimum wage? I mean, it sounds like there is no compromise in your mind.
Well, again, we can focus on growing the economy, and the wages will raise by that growth, and I think that we've seen that, and I believe that we need to do more of it. I mean, this money just doesn't come out of nowhere. I mean, if you take use whatever math you want. I've seen some. I think the pro tem had mentioned a number that doesn't seem to add up to me, but But if you use this number, you're talking about $200 million. It comes out of somewhere. It comes out of the economy. Somebody has to pay for it. So we're fragile in this state, and particularly when you go up in the Northeast Kingdom, all along the Connecticut River corridor, eastern parts of our state, all parts of our state outside of Burlington. And as I said before, even New York realized that they did it in zones, 4 zones, because they recognized that there were different parts of the state that were more susceptible to economic burden.
It's fair to say on minimum wage that you could have spent months at the table with Democratic legislators, and there's not going to be a compromise on this particular issue.
Well, again, I think that what I've said is New York took it upon themselves and had regions, different economic regions. You know, I'm more than willing to talk about, but I think there was maybe not in this conversation, but 2 years ago, I believe that there was an amendment on the floor in the Senate to just carve out one region, the northwest area of our state, around the Burlington area, and they could absorb it much easier than the Northeast Kingdom. So maybe that's a place to start.
How confident are you that you'll be in the, when it comes to the House, that you'll be able to sustain the veto?
I think it's going to be very, very close. In the House, it could go either way.
Your feeling about that hasn't changed because of the paid family leave, which would seem like an easier lift for House leadership than the minimum wage.
Well, no, it may be because of it. I think that there's, politics will take place. For those who voted against increasing the minimum wage on the other side of the aisle, I'm sure there's incredible pressure on them to try and override my veto, regardless of how they feel regardless of how their constituents might feel. So we'll just have to wait and see.
What's your message to the 40,000 who will be denied a larger paycheck because of your veto?
Well, again, I believe that we have in place that the wages are going to increase. When I was in the Senate those 12 years ago, and we had this conversation, we had this debate on the floor of the Senate, and I was convinced to vote for an increase in the minimum wage and to tie it to the cost of living increase every single year. And we've done that. So it's not as though there's not increases coming to those who are making minimum wage. But I would say if we can help in any way, we have a lot of jobs available. If we can help with training, trying to give them a lift up to some of those higher paying jobs, we want to help in that regard. I think all of us have the common goal of supporting Vermonters, having them be able to keep more of what they earn, keep more in their pocket. But we have a different pathway to getting there. And one of the ways we could do that is not putting any more burden on them either from a tax standpoint.
In your recent comments on climate issues, you've talked about the fact that your administration has taken a proactive stance and has tried to pursue action while the legislature seemed more focused on taxation and deadlines and things like that. Could you, expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we did last year, I proposed last year in the last session, what I'm proposing this year, it's actually action items, whether it's with incentives for EVs or infrastructure or trying to bring more focus on some of the energy storage, which I think is essential as we move forward. So we're actually doing something about it. And what I'm seeing is a pattern of how are we going to pay for something we don't even know how much it's going to cost, and there's very few action items that I'm seeing. So I'm trying to shift the debate. Like, if you don't believe we're doing enough, then let's have that debate and let's prioritize. Maybe it means putting more money into EV incentives or more into infrastructure or whatever it is that we're promoting, or weatherization, for instance. We put a lot of money into weatherization every single year. But if we're not doing enough, let's have that debate and let's actually do something about it. And let's prioritize. And it may mean that we have to not do something in another area, but let's live within our means and prioritize the areas that we we have common interests.
Which is, the other side of that is living within our means. You're against raising the pool of revenue in any way to allow us to do more.
Yeah.
You reprioritize.
Right. As we talked about, there's a couple of different ways to have Vermonters keep more of what they earn. One way is not to burden them with any more taxes. So I'm saying let's live within, we're already a very high tax state. Many Vermonters are feeling the burden of some of the actions we've taken in this building. Let's live within those parameters. And we have to do it in our own daily lives every single day, our own households, our own businesses, and you have to prioritize it. And you have to think about, want and need. What is it you actually need, and what do you want, and differentiate between the two. And you sometimes have to make difficult decisions. And I'm saying we may have to make a difficult decision here and prioritize those areas. For instance, I said if we have a surplus at the end of the year, let's take part of that and put it towards climate change initiatives, things that will help. And I would say the focus might be weatherization. And if we took 25% of that surplus and did that, and if you compare, if it was a year like last year, that'd be $10 million more that we could spend for weatherization that would help Vermonters.
Do you think the legislature has not come to the table to discuss concrete plans, as your suggestion?
Well, we're still in the midst of the session. I'm hopeful that we can find areas of common agreement. And then maybe we'll shift some of this focus. I think they've come a long ways in some of the bills that I've seen, and we're willing to do more to make sure that we arrive at a place that we can both agree to and make sure that we focus on the areas that will benefit Vermont.
There does seem to be a backing away from the short and medium term goals that Vermont has set for itself. Are you focused pretty much solely on the 90 by 2050 and less concerned with the 2028, 2030, 20 whatever?
Yeah, I think I tried to explain this in previous press conferences. I believe the trajectory is a little bit different because of technology changes and acceptance and behavior changes and so forth. Putting an artificial goal in place by a certain date that isn't attainable doesn't help us, and it opens us up to all kinds of liability. I'm just saying, let's agree to a long-term goal. Maybe there's a midterm that we can agree to, and then let's move from there. Let's assess what we're doing now, and let's see what we can do, how much that's going to cost, and how we're going to get there, like we did with water quality. And I think that we should learn from that experience. And it took, admittedly, it took a lawsuit for us to get to that point. But let's learn from that, and let's not have the lawsuit. Let's actually do something about it.
You talk about setting goals, but the state already had goals that it was on track to missing terribly. And part of the reason, and this is the reason for the Global Warming Solutions Act, is to say you can't just set goals, but they have to be mandatory. Your administration talked about letting that kick in like 2050. Why?
Well, I don't think that's completely accurate. I mean, we're not trying to push it off completely till 2050.
Right, but not the sort of mandatory mechanism.
As I just described, let's figure out where we want to get to. Maybe there's a midterm point that we can agree to. And goals are important, but I don't want to open up us to a lawsuit that would just slow down the progress of whatever we're trying to do.
But why would setting goals, what makes you think that setting goals now would be any more, without some sort of additional enforcing mechanism, would be any more sort of effective than the goals that were set years ago?
Because again, I think we're taking concrete action is the most important thing. And if we just are debating about arbitrary type goals, that doesn't get us to where we want to go. And I'm saying, let's focus on action. Let's actually do something about it. Peter, is there anything else you want to add? You've been part of the conversation.
Thanks, Governor. I think there's a couple of clarification points. We're not changing any of the proposed goals. We're not changing any of the desire to make those requirements. What we're saying is that we need to have a plan in place and figure out what that's going to cost and work towards that plan. And instead of having litigation be the trigger that makes us do that work, let's make sure that we're all agreeing we're going to do that work and prioritize that. And in the language that we propose, there's actually, instead of litigation triggers, there's automatic triggers to reopen that work. Say, what are we doing to fill the gap that we missed it by if we miss it, right? Let's short circuit that step and get right back to work and figure out what we need to what dials we need to turn in order to make sure we make that progress. That's just a different form of approach that gets rid of the hook of litigation and gets us to actually getting to work and shortens that timeline.
So what is it about those triggers that would actually force the future administrations then to meet the targets that have been set? I mean, what were the sort of carrots and sticks that are built in?
Sure, there are timelines associated with updating the plans and then getting to work on implementing those plans. And so, happy to talk with you more about it, but ultimately that's what we need to do. If we don't make a target, or if we don't make the requirement, or whatever we're going to call it, then we need to figure out what changes we need to make. That may be regulatory changes that's proposed in the current bill. It may be different incentives. We need to align with the current technology and make sure that we're pulling the levers that need to be pulled. And so that's ultimately what the plan needs to look at. And so if we reopen the plan and get to work on updating the plan and then get to work on implementing, that's the thing that will actually get us there.
And as well, I think assessing, and they've, again, the House has come a long ways in their proposal, assessing what we're doing now is important and valuable because maybe we're spending a lot of money in the wrong areas. Maybe we should be focusing on areas that give us the best return. And whether, again, we spend, I think it's up to $12 million in the Agency of Human Services for weatherization. I know Efficiency Vermont spends a lot more money. I think all told, we spend $35 to $40 million on weatherization every single year. But if we're not doing that effectively and efficiently, maybe we should do more in that area. Maybe we're doing something else in another area that isn't giving us the best return on our hard-earned taxpayer dollars. With water quality, it was important, I think, to come up with, it's going to cost us $1 billion estimated. And we were able to figure out that's going to be $50 million a year over the next 20 years. So we came to that conclusion. And that's what I think we ought to do here, so that we don't just set an arbitrary goal and have no idea who's going to pay for it, how it's going to be paid for, and just open us up to all kinds of liability. I don't think any of us should be off the hook on this. Not future legislators, not future administrations. Let's deal with this now and actually put something into action.
To be fair to arbitrary goals, the Vermont's goals were set by looking at the IPCC's recommendations for limiting the impact of climate change. So they aren't really arbitrary. They are based on something.
Well, again, I think behavior change is going to half of our emissions right now, I think we all know, are related to transportation. And what is it we're going to do to shift in that area? We do relatively well in terms of electrification, in terms of power, about half of our emissions. But with Hydro-Quebec and others, we do pretty well. So we have that other 50% to take care of. And so how do we shift what we drive and how we do that? And I would say it's through incentives, behavior change, trying to get to more competition. I think there's all kinds of ways of doing it that we put into place. And if that's not enough, let's talk about what it is that it would take to get there. And so, again, I think we're focusing on the wrong areas and putting more of the burden on future legislatures and administration far beyond any of us who are debating it today.
Do you think you're getting a bad rap on climate issues?
No, it's all fair. It's okay. I think that climate change is real. We have to do everything we can. We just have to be realistic about it. And just to set a goal and then just, wipe our hands and say we've done our job isn't good enough. I think you have to put some action into place.
There's a proposal in the building to prohibit Vermont schools from flying anything other than the national and state flag. I guess is really focused on the controversy surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement. Is that a proposal that would you approve, or what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, at first I've heard of it actually, but I think it's a local control type of issue. I think you should be able to fly whatever flag you want.
It would not, there's not a problem here that needs fixing.
I don't believe so, no.
Your administration signed a 5-year contract for blockchain technology to drive the kind of industry. Why do you think that's an effective use of state funds?
I think blockchain is the future. I think that using this technology to make sure that we protect and track the use of this, I think it protects everyone. So I think it's just a good use of this new technology, and I think it can be utilized in other areas as well.
You know how much the state's spending on the contract?
I do not.
Is it something you'd like to see expanded to other agricultural fields? Why just them?
Well, I don't know if it's just agriculture. I think it's just the concept of blockchain technology could be utilized for almost anything. I think about it in terms of some of, like motor vehicle with proof of origin and so forth. They wait long periods of time to get their title, and maybe with this technology, maybe we could utilize it to get to be able to make sure these transactions happen quicker when you're trying to pay off a mortgage company or so forth. I think that's the part that I think is exciting about the future in terms of blockchain. But it could be used in other areas as well. I don't know enough about it. I don't think any of us do, unless you do. But I think it's something that we should explore.
Explain blockchain in 25 minutes.
Governor, the Super Tuesday is coming up, and Vermont is part of that. And I'm wondering if you have share with us who you might be backing.
Well, suffice it to say, I think I've said enough last week to give you an idea who I probably won't be supporting. Governor Weld is someone who is on the ticket. I've met with him before. I think a lot of him and his platform. So I would be supporting him.
Is he going to come?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I have no idea.
So the tax and regulate bill is continuing to move along. I think everybody in here knows your concerns by now. But some of the recent changes to the bill, have you been paying any attention to those in the House side? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I haven't paid a lot of attention to the bill other than my 3 conditions. And I've said, if they meet my conditions that I have, it's pretty simple, that I'm not at no, I'm at yes if. So
yeah, do you have any thoughts about some of the revenue projections at this point?
I don't believe it's a lot of money, so we shouldn't count on that for solving all of our problems here in Vermont, our financial problems. But again, I've said before, I think the after-school program could be one area that it could be utilized in.
The VSCA, they're rolling out their own plan. I don't know if you've seen it, but for the replacement of Woodside, there's 2 potential plans, like a no reject facility. I wonder if you've seen the plans yet from Steve Howard and what you think.
I haven't personally, but we're still planning, forging ahead. The closure, from my point of view, will happen July 1.
Do you know when we could see the RFPs?
RFPs for closure?
Or for the company or the organization that will eventually provide the
Yeah, we're working that out. We have a plan in place. We're looking for other opportunities as well. Okay.
One other thing, tomorrow is a special day for many women around the country, and I am sure, romantic that you are, you would want to share with us your plans. So.
If I told you, Stuart, it wouldn't be a surprise then, would it? Yeah, you never. I just want to make sure you get it right. If I tell you, suffice to say, I do know tomorrow is a big day.
Are you going to open your wallet?
I usually do.
Within the constraints of available funds.
Within the parameters of my wallet. I am not going to extend beyond that. Thank you very much for coming in.
To do was to use this half an hour to just have a conversation about the public hearings, what we heard, what we learned, hand in our paperwork to Teresa, et cetera. And then we do need to be on the floor. The DAA is on the floor today, so let's get down there. We'll quit at 10. So anybody who wants to go first? Maida.
Oh, good. That way it's done, right?
Yeah, go for it.
Diane and I were there on behalf of the House. This was at Winooski at VSAC. And Senator Ash was there for Senate Appropriations. We had 56 people who were just lovely. We held them to 2 minutes each, and everybody, it was just wonderful. The topics, you want a highlight of the major topics?
Just
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
After school programs, all care providers of every description that you could, to increase the pay, the personal care attendants in various programs. Parent-child centers. They've got a lot of people talking about a 3-year phased-in increase with a master grant amount. I've got it all written down, but parent-child centers. We learned a lot about high-tech nursing wage. And I think Diane and I are of a mind that we really need to talk about that. Lot to restoring the micro-business program and the savings match program for CVOEO in the governor's budget. Both are eliminated. A lot with regard to child care, scholarship support, broadening eligibility requirements. There was a lot for the PEG, the public access TV people, for a little bit for a study and then more added to the base requested. Many people looking for support for Vermonters Feeding Vermonters, an initiative of the food bank. We heard about the Governor's Institute needing a small amount. Age Well. There were several people talking to us about Age Well, and there's a specific ask there. Farm to School, women's suffrage. Yeah. 20,000. I was talking to Kimberly before. Working Lands Enterprise Fund. Those are the highlights. There was not a word, surprisingly, I thought it was surprising, not one word in any way, shape, or form regarding affordable housing. And there was only one person who spoke in any way, shape, or form, really, with regard to climate-related stuff.
Yeah, the public
And that was in terms of the transportation component of the greenhouse gas. Is that,
Yeah, I'm just looking through
Is that
quickly.
good?
Yeah, we've got 9 pages each on notes of this.
And VSAC, the VSAC folks, they were just wonderful. And Scott kept coming in and out so that he could listen and hear what was going on, too. It's great.
All right, Marty.
Okay, Chip and I and Jane Kitchell were there. We had 33 people. Many of the same topics. People talking about the Parent-Child Center and the CIS bundled rate. Apparently there has been some change in that regard. They were concerned about that from 2 or 3 people. There were concerns about the Wellness Access Recovery Plan, the WRAP program that was at our local hospital, but I don't know much about it. I need to find out more about that. We had one person talking about the public access TV, the same thing, $100,000 for a study, $500,000 for more broad information. We had 3 or 4 people concerned about the micro-business development program. There were, 3 or 4 business persons who had benefited from it and promoting that should be continued. Budget for the CIS, that was it. Community justice centers, restorative justice, request for an increase needed. We had a homeless person there advocating for more shelters. The current shelters we have in the area, in our area, they say he's been very helpful, but he needs more support. There needs to be more space. There was another person advocating for more space, more shelters, for more support for shelters, as well as permanent housing. The League of Women Voters was there to advocate for the public access TV. We had 3 or 4 people advocating for the Vermont Food Bank Initiative, the Vermonters feeding Vermonters, at $500,000. We had, that was probably 3 or 4 of those folks. We had one person advocating for the Vermont Suffrage Centennial Alliance, wanting some money for their celebration activities. The leader of our after-school program for our school district was advocating for $2.5 million from the state. We've heard that in previous years, but she touted the benefits of that program. Long-term care is a concern from our northern communities' health care, that there needs to be more support for that, and there's not enough nursing homes anyway, so we need to make sure that there's money in choices for care to support those folks. Somebody promoting farm to school and Vermonters feeding Vermonters. One person advocating for fully funding VHCB at $22.4 million. One person advocating for more money in SASH programs. We had some people come all the way from Craftsbury who were concerned that they have a community care center. They were concerned that they were not getting adequate funding, or even as much funding as nursing homes do. They wanted some more funding for that. It makes it very difficult to operate. We had a faculty member from NVU come and promote the extra $5 million per year for 5 years for the college system. We had our regional planner support working lands program. More micro business. We had our local women's wellness, well, more than women's, group advocating for $500,000 for the Vermont Network for Domestic Violence, and also the adjustment to the CIS bundled rate. And we had our local mental health folks advocating for workforce development and mentioning that they were willing to work with DOC in terms of transitioning folks out of DOC. So that was ours. Any other?
No, all the ones I thought you might not got, you got them all.
Oh, okay. It was pretty broad.
Yeah. Dave?
We had 50 people show up.
Wow.
It was a great turnout in Morrisville. 37 people testify in all 3 minutes. Ours was filmed, streamed live, apparently.
Yep, that's true.
Maybe everywhere.
They said they were going to.
Yeah. Everything that's been said, I believe, occurred at ours. Just quickly, community action, the Parent-Child Center, Home Health Agency, Lamoille County Mental Health, our Craftsbury Community Care Home also appeared. State colleges appeared, several people. Fair amount of early childhood, a significant number of different people asking for food bank assistance, the $500,000. The battered women's shelter. I may be omitting some, but they were all everything that I've heard. I don't think we had anybody from restorative justice. I think somebody mention that. So we had multiple people, very impactful, and two points, and I'll stop. One, the president of the union, 150-member union, spoke up at the mental health and just she gave a couple of cases whereby one person with severe and persistent mental illness has had 5 different case managers in 5 years. And as you might imagine, in that world, trust is such, and relationships are key. And she said they just can't keep people. Their wages are $8,500 to $18,000 per position, less than what the state of Vermont pays for what they would characterize as comparable positions. They're a churning factory, and it's just very hard. Home health on choices for care, they lost upwards of almost $200,000 on the program, and they're not sure how much longer they can do it. So they're paid less than what their costs are, and that coupled with the provider tax is just really raising havoc with them. But it was very impactful. I'm glad we did it.
Yeah. Who was with you? Richie and...
Rich Westman and myself. Dan Noyes was there, and Alvin Pat showed up also.
Linda.
We had 26 people, which is good for up in St. Albans. There were 3 senators there with us, Randy Bratt, Cory Parent, and Bobby Starr. And then I had 1, 2, 3, 4 members of the legislature along with me, so for the of the House of Representatives. Biggest one was child care centers. That was probably the most. Had a couple of people talk about Age Well, wanting funding for Age Well. 2 people spoke for public television. The Vermont Food Bank wanted their $500,000. Public television wanted $100,000 for the study and $500,000 to make up for revenue losses. We heard about domestic violence, farm to school funding, which is the food bank, a lot of early childhood education issues. CVOEO's micro business development was getting no funding this year, so they were concerned about that. After School for All, they said that $600,000 was there in 2018. They need $2.5 million annual state investments for that. I had one person talk about funding for the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment. They would like $20,000 to start memorializing the event. Farm to school, child care, CSI, CIS, sorry. But they said for the Children Integrated Services is that right now they are getting $502 a month, and they want to bring it up to $634, which would be $2.4 million statewide. We had one person talk about substance use prevention, didn't offer any issues, just went on and talked about that. And choices for care. They wanted the average continuing funding of $200,000.
And I was last night in Barry with Mary, and then 3 other members were there, Carl Demrow, Tommy Walt, and Rob LeClaire. And like the rest of you, we heard a lot from the parent-child centers, Vermont After School, and one person had been to a conference in Iceland and had some interesting input from that. We heard quite a bit from the area agencies on aging, and in particular the meal gap for their home Meals on Wheels delivery. From the designated agencies asking for 3% of a Medicare funding increase, and the fact that in Washington County they have currently 70+ vacancies, and that's always the struggle, like we've already heard, in terms of keeping their employees. We heard from the Vermont Workers Center about what might be happening with the ACO. We heard from a micro business and about the individual development accounts and their importance in the ecosystem of funding that we provide to businesses in our state. Choices for care. We heard from the Vermont Centennial Alliance, which is 30-plus groups that are working together to honor women's right to vote, coming into its 100th year. We heard about mentoring and about childcare, and as well as about the same farm issues in terms of Vermonters feeding Vermonters and how that's perceived as a win-win across the state. And I think one thing that I would add stuck with me, it was the very last speaker who came forth and talked about the idea that we have this social contract effectively between the nonprofit sector or others who deliver services and the government. And how are we honoring that? In what direction does it go? How does that change over time? And that, I thought, was a nice punctuation to the end of the evening.
He was basically asking or observing that the system isn't working, and we need to revisit, that whole system and our expectations of them. Yeah. And he was the last one up. We had 34 people.
What was it you heard about the ACO? Just concerned about it?
Yeah, it was people felt that that there was money that was going to what they stated was as a for-profit entity, and that was potentially having an impact upon Medicaid. That's my best interpretation of what I heard from them.
We had one that echoed that too.
Don't take our Medicaid dollars was the kind of consistent. There were 3 or 4 of them that said that. Bob, how was yours?
We were Rutland. It was very good. 42 spoke. And there's probably 55 or 60 there. I didn't do a head count. Partly because at the very beginning, there's still a few dribbling in, but as they speak, they dribble out, so it's hard to get an accurate count anyway. So, anyhow, yeah, and not to go on all morning with this, because I've heard the same exact issues that have already been mentioned in pretty much in the same numbers. So I always thought that, the statewide organization filtered down and sent them out to all these, and that's why you got what you got. So it was very good, very good. Everybody was polite. We had 8 representatives and senators there.
Wow.
They just flowed in for whatever reason. But it was good. We were out of there about 7:30, and I'm on my way to Montpelier.
Yeah. Peter.
So I want to start off by saying that we were thanked for having more statewide outreach than we have heretofore had. We had, I don't know how many spots there were, but I think it was like 8. That's my impression, and certainly we were in Kitty and I were in Dorset, and it's not the quaint village Dorset, it's the Route 7 side Dorset. Dorset extends, and it's called East Dorset, so that's where we were. There was approximately 20 folks there, 14 of whom spoke. We had Kathy James and Linda Joy Sullivan were also there with us. Heard much of the same thing, just really briefly. The Parent-Child Center, they're looking for the $4 million increase to the master grant, $1.5 million one time. 2 folks talked about that. The food bank, $500,000 one time or ongoing. I'm unsure. That 3 folks spoke to that. Early childhood educators just need to continue to work on that piece. One person talked about that. Level funding for the Council on Aging, one person talked about that. Farm to school, one person talked about that. The House Bill 744, talking about public access television stations, there's $100,000 in there. I haven't looked it up, but we had 3 people that asked about that. Working lands. We had one person that was so grateful for the help that she received some years ago from Working Land. She and her dad are off and flying, and their product is actually in Texas. A couple of the professional sports teams, can't remember the 2, so I won't even try, not the Cowboys. And so she's off and flying, and but for a small grant there, she might not be. Someone else spoke to grid optimization and the electric vehicle piece that's in the governor's budget. Absolutely concurred with doing that. And then the last person talked about body cameras, supporting body cameras, and doing more drug treatment and education. So it was good. We gave everyone 3 minutes, and it was. Like I said, overwhelmingly pleased that we were trying to reach out to more locations around the state.
Marty, I didn't write down how many people were in here.
33.
33.
That spoke?
Yeah, that's what I said. There were probably a few more people that didn't speak, so
We had
maybe 40, but 33 spoke.
I don't know if you mentioned the Scotts were there, Scott Campbell and Beck.
Oh, yes, Scott Campbell and Scott Beck both came in.
I thought you meant the governor.
Yeah. No, he didn't, but he had been there during the day at the Rotary.
So we were also thanked, and people were really grateful, and I think it was terrific also that public TV made a point of being there.
They were endorsing.
Yeah. Well, that's the beauty.
I went home and
of
watched it.
Yeah. So we had, I mean, it must have been, it was well over 200 people.
263 at this
Is that,
already.
were you at?
I'm trying to.
Yeah. So that's pretty impressive.
That is very impressive.
I think so.
I can't
We're
think of a
doing our
time
job
when we've
well.
done, when we've had.
Yeah, so.
And the people out there are doing their job well.
Yeah,
That they all came out on
to talk.
a kind of dreary night.
Yeah.
I even connected with one of ours who is a local gelato maker. Well, I'm gonna
visit.
I love that stuff. I didn't know there was such a person around Vermont making gelato.
Oh, yeah.
That's great.
We just eat it, right?
I don't know how many people here now remember her. Senator Cattell, Jane Cattell was there. Her daughter spoke, and so she was there she didn't speak, she just watched the proceedings.
Yeah.
Renewed some friendships with Bobby Starr and several of the others.
Do these want to go to Teresa?
Yeah, so we should give Teresa your sign-up sheets and I think all of your testimony. Boy, Teresa.
You don't want our notes.
You keep all of them.
Yeah.
There you
go, Peter.
So thank you, guys. Good work.
How's that for time?
Before we split, for those of you who don't know, we learned at ours, with regard to the micro businesses, switchback, the brewery, that's how it started. Through
We learned that too. Yeah.
There what? Switchback started through that micro business program that we've been, in many ways, asked to restore to the budget.
And the woman who's doing the florist design now, who was almost going to leave Vermont, and because of the micro business, started a business, staying here, has now purchased a home, increased her business, more employees.
And got the award from the Small
That's right,
Business
the
Administration as the best going.
Any
Nice
other concluding thoughts? So we are on the floor. We should be there for announcements as well as the BAA. And then it looks like there's caucus. At 12:45, there's voluntary introduction. I think that means Kitty would like us to be here, but we're not required to be here at all.
It's from various areas, so.
What is it?
It's about, it looks like it's a tobacco control program, and there's kids who wanted to talk with us, so it's not formal testimony, but it's at 1:45, and then at 1, I guess we're going to get trained.
So I just, the new trainer, Delia, and I want to just check in with everybody on your iPads, because we have a path for saving files from the share drive over to your files that's quicker. And if it's not working out, we want to know why and what your settings are so we can fix them. Because I think a lot of people are running into headaches with this, and we need to figure it out.
It's a group adjustment.
Group adjustment, yes. Okay.
IT Cairo.
Thank you so much. Because we're on the record, you need to say your name. And the folks who are with you, look to me before you speak, okay? And you too will have to say your name to the record. Thanks. Go ahead.
I am Catherine Thomas. I'm from Twin Valley Middle High School.
I'm Jaden Copperthite. I'm from BUHS Bravo Union High School. I'm filling in for Amanda Uvino.
Okay.
That is Sawyer King. She is also from Twin Valley. And Shirley, would you like to?
And I'm Shirley Park, their advisor.
Okay, great.
We're here today as members of Our Voices Exposed. It is a youth-led movement across Vermont, and we work together with VCAT through the Counterbalance campaign, working to reduce the effects, well, more like prevention for teenagers. Nicotine is addictive and can affect brain development, and it is found in tobacco, which can cause cancer, heart disease, and lung disease. And a lot of children don't think of that when they do these things. Something that I've seen within my community is the mental health issues that have led to the vulnerability and cause children to want to start. They think that it's going to make them less stressed, when in reality the withdrawals are making them more stressed. And even some of my friends, people that I really care about who struggle with mental health, have turned to nicotine to try to save themselves.
I'm going to say some facts about nicotine and how it all works and just what it does. A young age exposure to nicotine can cause a severe dependency when you get older, and just you would escalate to cigarettes, cigars, and just smoking. And doing it from a young age and just doing it in general can cause long-term health effects. And the long-term health effects of vaping are still unknown today. The flavorings, flavoring like candy is what draws the children in. Like elementary school kids, if an older one, say an unresponsible high schooler offers a bubblegum flavored e-cigarette to a kindergartner, they're not going to know anything about it except for that it's bubblegum flavor and they like it. And the popular e-cigarette brands are like Surian, Blue, and Fuse. And I know I don't know about the other first two, but I know that Fuse is like was one that sells the pods for juuling. And what I've seen, I see in my school a lot of kids selling it, like in class, and just vaping in class, doing in their sleeve, and just passing it under tables and all that, just using the same Juul pod sometimes. And she saw some photos of hidden, like Juul pods that are hidden. Like freshman year, I was curious at how many different kinds of Juul pods there were, and I found this vape pen last year. And it's a pen that it works as a pen, normal pen, but it's also you can vape through it. And she found this clothing line that is it's called Vaporware, and it's for hiding juuling. And they have it right here. They have it in this. They have it in the string right here, so it looks like you're just chewing on your string, when then you can vape it back into your sleeve. And
Internet king goes yes, yes. Oh my God.
And I feel like we should change how, like, who can buy it, where they can buy it from. Like, not every gas station should have it. I feel like it's just easier to steer it off the spinning racks to keep it on. They should keep it in only e-cigarette stores, and just that should only keep it there. And the age restriction should be better, so a more mature audience can only get it, so they don't pass it on to the younger people, because the more mature they are, the less likely they're able to do that. And just how they can get it is just what they should do. And we should make laws on how they can look. We should make laws on how they cannot look like a pen, how they cannot be hidden. They have to be easy visible and all that. Yes.
Okay.
I can't speak anymore. Yeah, your turn.
It is actually not my turn.
Oh, it's my turn again.
Section 3 is you.
Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Juul pods specifically. So Juul was launched in 2015, and it's a lot of high schoolers like it the best because it looks like a USB drive. They can just, like that, without hidden, it's so small, you can just hide it in their hand, and they can go back into their sleeve. I've seen it plenty of times in my classes that happen like that. There's a lot of nicotine in one pod of a Juul. It's around the same amount as, is it a 15? I think it's a 15% Juul pod is the same amount as nicotine as a cigarette can be.
And Juul pods are like this big.
Yeah.
So it's all of that in that tiny little pod.
That's what, yeah, it's just.
Oh, okay. Now it's my turn. Juuls still come in flavors like mint and menthol specifically can kind of like make it easier on your throat, which can also attract kids because they're like, oh, it doesn't hurt me physically, so it's not hurting me. And manufacturers of e-cigarettes like Juul will target youth. There was actually, I think it was back in 2016 or 2017, Juul got in major trouble because they were very blatantly marketing to teenagers, and their advertisements were colorful, and they like featured all of these young people, and they were just really, really trying to get to teenagers. And in my school, Juuls are extremely popular. Just yesterday, I was asked by a student, do you know someone who has a Juul? Where can I get a Juul? Because kids will just pass them around because they're so easy. You can just like slip them off under the table. Or like, some kids will just like toss them to each other. Because if it's flying through the air, you won't know what it is. It looks like a flash drive. Like, teachers are like, oh, that kid just threw a flash drive for some reason. That's okay. And they just do it, like, right there. Yeah.
So I told you about the selling in my school. There's just with the selling, the people who usually the kids who are selling them to other kids are not actually the ones who do it either. They sell to people who are addicted to it, but they don't do it themselves. That's what I've seen in my school about the selling.
And thank you so much for listening to us and allowing us to share the work that we do within our school and bringing it to this higher levels.
Well, thank you for the work that you're doing and for adding your voice to what is a very important public health issue. So thank you very much for coming to the State House. I hope you found it interesting.
It was very interesting.
Sorry you got kicked out of room 11.
I just want to really underline what Chair Pugh said. I mean, your speaking out about this is going to have way more influence than any of ours ever will. So the fact that you're really taking this on and being leaders among your peers, it's really, really courageous and amazing. So thank you.
Keep up the good work. Either you want to say anything, add anything?
The only thing I would add is I've had the pleasure to work with, we have several prevention groups in our school. We have an Above the Influence group, a VCAT group, OVX group, a Pride group, and it makes a real difference when you have kids on the ground in their communities working to influence their peers. And thinking of prevention first, it's so much easier to deal with it at this level, and it's really important for youth voices within the school building to be encouraged, and whatever can be done to keep those groups going. The culture of a school can really change one way or the other depending on if that influence is alive and well at any school. So I'd love to see it at all the schools. It's not quite happening there everywhere the way it is at Twin Valley that we're really proud of. So,
Thank you. Thank you very much. And at some level, this is probably partly discussion and partly to see where we're going forward in terms of, Jamie, these are the same amendments? The same amendments that we went through before, but we just walked through them. We didn't, which is why we put them both up here now, as to whether, what we want to do, kind of thing. So probably to reorient ourselves a bit. Jen, can you pull up as introduced? Sure. And maybe we can do perhaps a little bit of back and forth. But really begin to look, let's look at each section and see where we are.
Sure. Jennifer Darby, Legislative Counsel. So this is H663, an act relating to expanding access to contraceptives. The first section of the bill as introduced would require health insurance plans to provide coverage without any deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, or other cost-sharing requirement, not just for one drug, device, or other product within each method of contraception for women identified by the US FDA and prescribed by the healthcare provider, but for all drugs and devices and other products within each method of contraception for women.
Can you do the amendment?
No, this is just going back to the bill as introduced, and then we can, I just wanted to show this, and then we'll flip it, right? And then if you want, we can flip to the amended version. And going along with this in the bill as introduced, I took out the language that said if there's a therapeutic equivalent, the plan can cover, how it works for if there was only at least one in each category. So I took out some of that language. And then put in language saying a health insurance plan should not provide information under this subsection if that coverage would disqualify a high deductible health plan from eligibility for a health savings account. So if you remember, there are limitations under federal law for what you can cover first dollar for a high deductible plan before it loses eligibility for a health savings account.
Now, that first section was
Right. So then we looked at some language and possible amendments to Section 1. The first of which would be to specify in the definition of health insurance plan that this is a plan offered, issued, or renewed by a health insurer or by a pharmacy benefit manager on behalf of a health insurer, based on some information some members of the committee had received from, I think, from Vermonters about, and from the insurance companies about why the existing law may not be being followed.
So can we just look at that first one? As we create a second draft of the bill, and I'm going to have Sandy in my head when I say, it'll probably be easiest if we end up having a strike-all? Have a strike-all rather than have our bill as introduced and then have a separate committee amendment.
Okay.
Does that make sense to folks?
Why do we, it makes some sense to me. I'm just trying to figure out why we have to do it separately as a committee member.
I think the distinction would be instances of amendment or a strike-all.
Yeah.
And the chair's talking about doing a strike-all, but it would be still from the committee.
It would still be from the committee. It would be the same thing.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about why we had one idea and then change our minds to another idea. We just talk about where we landed.
We won't be discussing the underlying bill itself, we'll be discussing a strike-all amendment, right?
When we get there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where are you concerned?
I don't know if I'm worried or not, to tell you the truth right now.
Okay.
So let's just go, see how it comes out.
But so whether we do a strike-all whether we do instances of amendment, which we would do in terms of what we would put, if we were to do a strike all, we would be making decisions probably individual by individual, whether we want a piece in, and then we would vote for the whole thing. But straw poll kind of thing to add this, does this make sense?
I love it.
Anyone not have trouble? Anyone have trouble with that?
Pharmacy benefit management.
And the reason for it, for doing it, is
The reason for putting this language in is to the extent that an issue with the current law not being followed has to do with pharmacy benefit managers not complying. This language would make it explicit that it also applies to them.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to make sure we all understand why.
Okay, good.
All right, so, yes, okay. Great. The next piece is the requirement for health insurance plans to provide coverage without any cost sharing, and going back to at least one drug, device, or other product within each method of contraception for women identified by the FDA and prescribed by the health insurance provider. So instead of saying all with no cost sharing, going back to at least one, with the caveat that if there is one that is, that if there is a therapeutic equivalent, the plans may provide coverage and may for more than one and provide and impose cost sharing requirements as long as something is available in each method without cost sharing. But if somebody's healthcare provider recommends a particular service or drug, device, or product based on a determination of medical necessity, then the plan has to defer to the provider's determination and judgment and provide coverage without cost sharing for that product.
So, yeah, we go up to the yellow line. The bill as introduced was trying to to remove a potential barrier by saying all drugs and devices. And what this says, along with the rest, is that we go with the generic or the one unless very specifically, and there would be no cost sharing. Unless very specific, and there would be cost sharing if it wasn't the particular drug or device that was prescribed, unless along with that prescription it's a medical necessity.
Right, I think I got a little bit lost in there, but yes.
Sorry.
So regardless of what was prescribed, if there is a therapeutic equivalent that is available without cost sharing under our generic substitution law, that would automatically be substituted unless the provider had said, based on medical necessity, this person needs this specific product.
And if that happens, there still would be no cost sharing.
Then there would be no cost sharing for that one that was appropriate, medically necessary for that patient.
Okay, so we got...
Regardless of regardless of whether that's the way the plans formulary typically work. So if that wasn't the drug that they picked to be the $0 cost share, but the doctor said it's medically necessary for this patient, then for that patient, that drug has also a $0 cost share.
Okay. Topper, and then Teresa. Sorry, we're having some discussion as we go.
That's fine. That's what you're here for.
I want to put myself in the shoes of an individual. So I go in and I want to buy a morning after pill.
Over the counter, so we're outside of...
Okay, let's get something that isn't that then. I want to buy an intrauterine device.
Okay, you're not getting into the farm. I mean, it's the doctor's putting it in, but... Not trying to be difficult. I think I know where you're going. You want a particular brand name. You read about a particular brand name birth control pill that's supposed to have few side effects. You want that one.
Well, that's the one
That's the one you want.
Yeah.
It's not...
shoes on for this. So what happens to me is I get told, your plan covers this one particular pill that does the same thing as the one you're talking about. So I end up with that one. I end up with the one that is the generic brand.
There's probably a lot of generics, and
So if there's 5 different kinds, the plan is going to dictate which one I get. Is that,
Yes.
That's what this means?
Yes, unless the doctor says it's medically necessary for you to have another one. So if you have a personal preference for something else, then, and it's within the same therapeutic class and that works, then you can pay the extra if you want, but you don't get it without cost share.
And is that our generic substitution?
That's under our generic substitution law, which I can pull up if that would be helpful.
But it's conceivable that if you're having like major side effects, your doctor.
Then it could be medically necessary.
Then it could be medically necessary to have another kind.
Right.
Okay. I want to ask, and this may sound personal, but I don't mean it to be that way. You all know what I'm trying to do here and what we're trying to do collectively. Is this okay with you?
Yeah. Teresa has a question.
Right, so before I answer that, I want to ask, so this just essentially is the same as what we have now.
Right.
So if you were trying to change something, that's not what this does. I guess this is my question.
This piece, right, so this piece is the same as current law, because of my understanding of what you heard in testimony from the insurance companies and others is that this part of the law is not the problem. It's not that people are getting prescribed something other than what they wanted, and it's not the one that's available without cost sharing. The problem is that it's supposed to, whatever they're prescribed, they're supposed to get without cost sharing, but they're getting charged something anyway, and so that's why the language in here is specific about the PBM also being bound by this, and then there's language that I was going to add that actually is already in here and is probably an enforcement issue on things like device insertion and removal, where people are getting charged not for the IUD or LARC itself, but for the insertion of it, when our law says you should not. So some of it may be an enforcement issue, and if that's the case, then opening it up to more drugs is still not going to solve that problem, potentially. I mean, unless it's a misunderstanding, in which case maybe somebody would have an easier time as an insurance plan understanding the all drugs language, but considering that the at least one in each class is the same under federal law, under the ACA, as it is under Vermont law, it shouldn't be that difficult.
You're still...
No, I'm just cogitating.
It seems like it's enforcement and education maybe of the people who are insert, when there's a physician or maybe instead of provider charge, that should be included in this language, and that's not always happening.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to know where the hang-up is, and is it a coding issue, is it a compliance issue on the insurance side? So it's hard to know what part of the law, if any, needs to change without knowing why it's not working.
Right. Well, maybe one thing would be to advise the patient that when you go get this prescription filled, it should not cost you anything.
Right, except that the provider in writing it, so if you look at something like birth control, where there are a ton of them out there, may not know which one or one's the person's plan covers with the no cost sharing. So they may write one for a name brand knowing you're probably not getting the name brand, but they can't tell you what you're actually going to get. Depends on your plan's formulary.
Right, but so now I just got totally confused. So, but when the person arrives at the pharmacy and they substitute a generic, it still should cost that individual nothing.
Yes.
So the physician, I guess, is the advice they're getting at the doctor's office should still be that.
That's true. Okay, so when you go to get this,
cost you.
Right, under your plan, this shouldn't cost you anything.
This should not cost you anything. So at least it informs the individual when they go there that maybe if for some reason, they're now getting paid $42.22, that they should ask about. I thought this wasn't supposed to cost me anything.
Or it may
Not
also
yet.
be
See-
a matter of education for the pharmacists, that it
pharmacists
should
as well.
come up with no cost share.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, what's the?
Okay, how do we get to that point, Jen?
That's what you're trying to solve.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
So that sounds more like education, and it may be helpful to hear from pharmacists if they have a sense for where the disconnect is. I mean, I think what I'm hearing is that there is a disconnect between what we expect will happen because of what the law says and what is actually happening. And I haven't. I don't know if you have heard. I haven't heard specifically from people about, well, this is what was prescribed and my insurance plan said it should be nothing, but it's something. I mean, so some of it is
I've definitely
anecdotal.
heard of those things. But what I'm wondering is, though, what if I'm wondering if the hang-up could also be the doctor prescribes the brand that she likes, and the person goes to the pharmacy and there's a charge because it's not, they have no idea what's covered on the health plan, and the pharmacist just fills that because that's what the doctor asked for. So I'm
Because of
wondering,
our generic substitution law. So if
Oh,
it is
it'll
generic,
immediately- okay.
it goes to the
Okay.
right. So would it be helpful to pull up the generic substitution law?
Okay.
While you're pulling that up, can I just ask another? I'm a little confused about the other kind. So you go to your nurse practitioner to get an IUD. Can the nurse practitioner charge for the work of inserting the IUD and then the IUD is free, or is the?
So let's do these two things separately because that requires going. That's okay. That requires going back to the bill. So let's just look at. Oops, went too far. So under our existing law, when a pharmacist receives a prescription for a drug that is listed either by generic or brand name in the most recent edition of or supplement to the Orange Book, this is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services publication, Approved Drug Products with Therapeutic Equivalence Evaluations. So when a pharmacist receives a prescription for a drug that is listed either by generic or brand name in the most recent edition of the Orange Book of Approved Drug Products, the pharmacist shall select the lowest priced drug from the list which is equivalent as defined by the Orange Book unless otherwise instructed by the prescriber or by the purchaser if the purchaser agrees to pay any additional cost in excess of what their plan would pay, or otherwise to pay, if their plan allows it, otherwise to pay full cost. And then there are some various provisions under this, but that's basically because there's a lot for biologics that we added in.
And Jen, am I correct in what we talked about last time, which is the generic substitution, and in fact, much of this part of the laws that we're looking at do not, because of ERISA, cover self-insured.
That's right. Self-insured, non-governmental plans are beyond the scope of this committee and the legislature generally, although many of the provisions of the Affordable Care Act do apply to those plans. I would have to look, but I would expect that this, at least one product in each category without cost sharing would apply to those plans, but they would not be subject to our generic substitution law. They may or may not, actually, because it's really about the pharmacist and the prescription. So because this regulates pharmacists, it may end up applying to those plans as well. So some interplay of these two, I think, should largely apply to self-insured plans, although it's very hard to tell.
How can we figure that out? Because, I mean, as we try to tease out where is the issue on this?
Yep. So the first thing is, let me look at...
People like me who didn't know until probably 10 years ago that my Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance from UVM did not have to follow all of the laws that we had just.
Yeah, and I would have to look at that one. So we, governmental plans, and I think UVM as an instrumentality of the government would qualify as a governmental plan, are outside the scope of ERISA, which means the states can regulate. So I have to find out for sure, but I think if the state employees plan, the teachers' plans, and I would expect that plan
Now,
would be
cost
within our.
sharing is different than or is cost sharing different than my $500 deductible?
Deductible is a form of cost sharing. So, and that's where we get into the piece with the high deductible plans, because making something subject to the deductible requirement is a form of cost sharing. That you have to pay, the amount you have to pay out of pocket before the insurance really kicks in, and that's the piece that the federal government decides what you can and can't exempt from the deductible for purposes of a high deductible plan and its compatibility with a health savings account.
So, under this, Jen,
Yes.
does a person with one of those plans that you just described, the way the thing was written at the beginning, it doesn't matter. They don't pay, is that correct?
I'm not sure where you're looking.
You just talked about a high deductible plan.
Okay. So,
The way what I was trying to do, it didn't matter what kind of plan they had, or whether they had a plan or not. They got it for nothing.
under the existing statute where it's at least one drug device or product in each method, yes, because that happens at the federal, that's a requirement under the Affordable Care Act that applies to all insurance plans, and I'm going to verify whether it applies to self-insurance. If you expand it to all drugs, devices, and products in each category, as we had in the
beginning
bill as introduced, then no, it would not apply for somebody with a high deductible plan. They would not get all of them without cost sharing, because the federal government decides what you can take out of the deductible, and they have not put all forms of contraception across all categories in that list.
So in your opinion, the best way to go to get the best bang for what we want to do here is to go with at least one drug.
So for people with a high deductible plan, it doesn't change anything either way.
Oh, okay.
But I think it sounded like from the insurance company's standpoint, there was potential additional cost to the system if you open it up to all drugs. Because you can have people getting more expensive brand name drugs for which that are not preferred on the insurance company's formulary, and when that happens, the insurance company has to pay the whole thing, which means it gets spread out through everyone's premiums. It may not be a lot once you spread it out, but so there could be nominal additional cost by doing the version as introduced.
Additional cost to the insurance company.
And yes, and therefore to premium, to ratepayers.
So in a sense, I mean, see if Shayla's paying attention. The only way that we could assure that all of this, the contraception would be available free of cost to all people who use contraception.
You mean every method, every brand?
Would be if the state of Vermont decided to fund them and buy them, and the health department or some other
Keep us down on the street corner.
Yes, I mean, and so therefore we would all be paying because our taxes would go up.
I mean,
Well,
yes,
the
the only
insurance
way I am
No,
aware.
I'm saying, I mean, the only way we can get around some of the insurance issues and the federal issues is if we took insurance out of it entirely. And I'm not suggesting that, but I'm saying that really
Well, the
is.
insurance company would be the ones that would not make as much money.
No,
We can't tell them what to do.
we
so
can't
have
tell
to
certain businesses, certain types of businesses what to do with their insurance.
Right.
We're not allowed to. Feds say
Yep,
we can't do that.
Preempted under ERISA.
And so the only way we could get around that would be to appropriate more money to the health department or DEVA or something and say, oh, yes?
I'm so paying attention. No, I do just want to share with from the health department. I do just want to remind the committee about, and this is not for all women, but previously what was the Title X funding that the state has now replaced because we're not using the federal Title X dollars. But that does provide, in a sense, that kind of safety net service for women who cannot afford contraception. We do, in essence, we do that for those particular things.
So the problem is solved.
Yeah.
I didn't say problem solved.
For
those women, yeah.
Subset.
Yes.
I would just also add into that for most self-insured plans, they're administered by someone else, but a lot of them, I can't say all of them, but a lot of them don't have the cost sharing for preventative type things. So if you go online, you look up, I've done my colonoscopy or something, it costs a certain amount if it's medically necessary because you're sick. But if it's because you turned 50, they don't charge you anything. So I would assume preventive for contraception would be the same way. You wouldn't have to pay any of the cost share, like the deductible, in order to get it because it's preventive for pregnancy, right?
I would imagine that it's covered. I have no sense for whether it would be available without cost sharing.
Topper, what I am gathering from both the conversations, reports that folks had with insurers, as well as the information that Legislative Council is giving us around what is our current statutory and what are our parameters around what we can impact as a state legislature and what we cannot based on federal law. That if your goal was to have everybody be able to get it at no cost, that's not really necessarily something that we can promise. We can get further by adding the pharmacy benefit people, and that maybe to have some more testimony from pharmacists and others in terms of why this isn't happening.
Could we put a line in, Jen, that says that if the law is not followed, there's a consequence to it? And state a consequence, maybe that would make people not charge people when they shouldn't be.
Well, I think in DFR's existing enforcement authority, they have fairly broad enforcement authority. I think the issue is maybe, or the threshold question is, does DFR know of any problems? Is DFR doing any enforcement now?
Well, maybe, okay, well, I think we need to find that out.
Okay.
Because if it's not happening, from what I understand, it is not happening. People are being charged stuff. Then we should get that corrected. The other thing that I'm hearing more and more about now, as word is getting out about this, that the procedure itself, people are getting charged for that.
Right, so I want to go back to that because that was...
I'm not just hearing this from what we heard last week. I'm hearing it from individuals.
So I think that's what Representative Brumstead was starting to ask earlier, so I did want to come back to that. So that's the language that, it's existing law, so I highlighted it and put it in bold, but it's not underlined because it's existing law. Says a health insurance plan shall provide coverage without any deductible, co-insurance, co-payment, or other cost-sharing requirement for clinical services associated with providing the drugs, devices, products, and procedures covered under this section, and related follow-up services, including management of side effects, counseling for continued adherence, and device insertion and removal.
Yeah.
So
And so that's happening.
that's existing law.
And it's not working.
So that's why we need to have DFR
Yeah,
come in.
Right.
And
You need
maybe
to-
we can look to the, I mean, there's a part of me that's going also to look to the insurers, who, I mean, in the sense of, if it's their financial, if it's a coding issue or something like that, if whoever is in charge of sending the bills out or whatever, or I guess it's right at the pharmacy because it comes up at the pharmacy.
Well, it depends if we're talking device insertion and removal, or if we're talking
I
prescription drugs.
guess I don't know if there's anything about education. You should hear from the insurers, the pharmacists, that, i.e. a piece of paper in English, not in, and I'm saying that generically in English, not in language that nobody understands in terms of its use of fancy words, that most people should be able to get this for free. You know, or whatever, you know, if you, or if you have, yeah.
Why don't we just ask that question?
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Isn't there an insurance person in there?
Well, but there, yes, there are, but I'm assuming that she will answer something when she's able to answer it. And she may want to come back, or do you want to answer now?
Susan Grakowski, MVP Healthcare. I probably could answer it now, but I think given the level of what appears to be confusion, and to be honest, I've gotten a little confused during this conversation. So I think I would like to take this back and then come back.
So can you tell me what you are confused about? Because I'm now perfectly clear.
Me too.
Which is not necessarily a good thing.
Okay, so the way I understand it, the current law says for each class or type of birth control, we have to offer one with no cost sharing. We cover all of them, or we can choose to cover all of them, but the rest would be with cost sharing. So what the bill as filed would do is to say no cost sharing for anything. So, you know, every single one in every single class has no cost sharing.
But they're moving away from that, back to the...
Yeah, so I think that's where I'm confused during the discussion is where you are in that moving away from, and, you know, exactly what the confusion is, so.
I believe we are moving away from it because, as I understand it, our generic substitution law does the same thing, already does what we were trying to do.
Effectively, I mean, I think the expansion may not get you a much different result than the existing law because of the generic substitution law.
And if I may, I think, you know, the rest of the provisions in the current law that Jen has gone through about, you know, if a provider says that for whatever your medical condition, you couldn't tolerate the one that was at the no cost share, you know, so I'm going to prescribe you this other one, you know, the existing law makes that clear. So it seems like it's all covered on all those levels. So.
Okay, and now let's ask the question that I asked. The person is getting a device.
Mm-hmm.
Someone else has to insert this device.
Mm-hmm.
It says here they're not supposed to be charged.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, are they being charged?
Is that what you need to go back and find out?
Well, Again, Susan Mirkowski, I'm not aware of any complaints. I think, again, that would be DFR perhaps. Is DFR getting complaints? I mean, every now and then we do hear from DFR about maybe implementation of a colonoscopy mandate or something like that, and we all go back and check and, do analysis. We have not been contacted by them about this.
Okay, let me ask the question a different way. To your knowledge, is anybody getting charged?
To my knowledge, no, but that it would not be blanket.
Sandy?
I lost it.
Sure. Becky? I think I also am going to ask the healthcare ombudsman to come in.
Good idea.
To see if there have been any, shall I say, many of us around the table, either because of personal experience, family members, or friends or constituents coming to us and indicating issues, have seen this as a problem.
Yes, but they didn't even know it was a problem because they thought that they were supposed to get charged for that.
Okay.
So we've talked a lot in this room in other contexts about the medical practice board. And I'm wondering whether, and I think this may be a question for the health department, whether it's possible for the medical practice board to remind doctors about stuff like this. You're not supposed to charge for the insertion of IUD.
So to be clear, they charge, but they charge insurance.
Right.
And insurance should not be allowing there to be cost sharing for the patient.
This is why I'm not sure why the payers are who we should be concentrating on, frankly, I think, in terms of this piece.
Yeah.
They all have edits and they all have things that, these claims have to pass through, and there should be an edit there that says that I've got a claim coming through for this and it's putting out a cost share, that should go to an exception pile and get reviewed. It should be dealing with the insurance company, not the doctors. And
Right.
I mean, to the extent that you were interested in having having the providers, the doctors or the pharmacists being on the lookout or telling their patients, you should expect not to get charged for this, you could do that. But I think you're right that it's really, if the law is not being followed, it sounds like it's at the payer level, and then it may be a matter of either education for the payers or education for us if it's a payer that's outside of our ability to regulate.
And will you or someone in your office be able to do some research in terms of where the intersection of federal law, either around ERISA or around the ACO, is around these particular
Yeah, so I've made myself 2 notes. One is contraceptive coverage under the ACA for the self-insured, and Susan is also under the impression that it's the same for self-insured plans, ERISA plans under the federal law, under the ACA, as it is for commercial insurance plans, and you have just mimicked the commercial insurance coverage for the most part. Certainly you have in this piece of your law. My other question, but I will also look at it specifically. And then my other question to look at is just to confirm for myself is under our generic substitution law, is it agnostic as to whether somebody is self-insured or insured by commercial insurance or otherwise, because it's regulating the activities of the pharmacist in doing the substitution? I expect so, but I just want to get confirmation.
Thank you.
And what about the person who doesn't have insurance?
This is a requirement for insurance coverage. If it's somebody who doesn't have insurance and is on Medicaid, that's their insurance. And then whatever the eligibility requirements are for the health department's program. But if you have a high earner who chooses not to pick up insurance and is paying out of pocket, then they will pay out of pocket for this as well.
I believe there's individuals in the state of Vermont that are on Medicaid.
That are not on a Medicaid? Yes, we have a 3% uninsured rate. 3.73%
So
uninsured.
those people, if they walk in,
If they have if they are income eligible and have signed up for the health department program, which I think is broader than Medicaid, they would be covered with no money out of their pocket under the health department program. If they make too much money to qualify for the health department program, and they have not picked up insurance or coverage anywhere else, they have elected to pay for health costs out of their own pocket, and they would pay for these health costs out of their own pocket as well. If they don't have any kind of coverage and they haven't signed up for a program, other than you could appropriate money directly to have products available perhaps at the provider's office, but otherwise I don't know how you get them something for free.
People who haven't signed up for Medicaid are generally going to end up in Planned Parenthood.
So Shirley Winston from the Health Department, and Lucy is also in the room from Planned Parenthood. But so again, the program that was previously Title X. So if you're income eligible and you walk into a Planned Parenthood and you are uninsured, you can get contraception for free.
Devices and everything.
Yes, all 9 yards.
Lucy?
Lucy from Planned Parenthood, yeah, that's correct. And if for some reason someone is kind of completely outside of the system, we also have a sliding fee scale for those very rare cases. Which means it's essentially free if they come in without income.
For the time being, can we move on?
Okay. So that's section 1, unless there's more that you wanted to look at in either version of section 1. Section 2 requires school districts to coordinate with the Department of Health to distribute and make available to all students in its secondary schools free of charge over-the-counter contraceptive devices and products.
Do we have an amendment to that in your in your amendment?
No. There was discussion last week about the Health Department and Agency of Education coming up with some proposed language on the two options, or two directions they suggested.
Are you ready for that? Sheila, are you?
Sheila Winston, Health Department. So I just was able to catch up with Rep. Redmond this morning, and we should have something from AOE and BDH by tomorrow.
Okay, fine. Okay, so I think, yeah.
Will that address both sections 2 and 3? Section 2 is what schools are supposed to do, and section 3 is what the Department of Health is supposed to do.
Yes, it will address
Does it talk about an education program for the public at all?
It does not, if you'd like it to.
We're not just talking about school kids yet.
So here's what I think. I think that Shayla should bring it to us tomorrow. We can look at it, and then we can, I think it's hard to, I think you have to look at it and see it, and then we can fiddle with it and add to it, whatever you want to do. Unless you have a specific...
No, I just had a note, make sure that there's a public, some kind of a education campaign for people who aren't in school. Because we do a lot, we've got a big education program in the school, all schools. And what about somebody who's not going to school?
So I think one of the concerns we spoke about, and I think we should meet. I think that we should sit down with Papa as well and review it. But one of the concerns that came up are just the limitations of the health department to be able to, staff-wise, resource-wise, to be able to take on some kind of endeavor like that. So that's.
And we could add that to our budget now. I mean, seriously, if that is something.
Right.
Looking at our our schedule? Yeah, let's vote, tomorrow, we have a lot of, lots to talk about in terms of Woodside. And there's a naturalization happening, but at the same time, then we're going on.
Yeah, there's that.
You know? And then there's, some more testimony around the old Vermonters Act. It looks like we can't come back to this until with any degree of assuredness until Friday or late or later Thursday afternoon. Looking at what's on the schedule.
I see how that does.
Because, I mean, I think our Thursday morning will be full with the, and then, I don't, without knowing what's going to be on the floor on Thursday, but I would, well, we should, let's counsel.
Yes.
You only have 7 committees to go to. What are you perhaps are you a little bit free, like at 3:30 on Thursday, or 3?
Yeah, so, yes, I think either one. I have a bill, but it's not really mine, so 3:30 would be great.
Okay, so 3:30, we'll get back to this at 3:30. Committee, in terms of this bill, we took up,
we still have one more.
We had a discussion about the bill.
We still have one more
and
section.
pharmacists.
We still have one more section too. I don't know if you.
Oh, we're in one more section?
Yeah, potentially.
Oh.
This is the potential section on the mandatory.
Oh, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Okay. So this was the other piece that I brought to you in the possible amendments, which is a possible new section on the mandatory reporter law, making clear that a mandatory, and maybe I should call these are actually mandated reporter, a mandated reporter as described in subdivision A2 shall not be deemed to have violated the requirements of this section, which is to report suspected child abuse and neglect solely on the basis of distributing or making available over-the-counter contraceptive devices and products to secondary school students in accordance with sections 2 and 3 of the bill. So if there are changes to sections 2 and 3 of the bill, we may need to make some changes to this language. But
go ahead, yes.
I'm just, again, I'm curious about the age to be able to consent. If it's 15 or 16, how can, let's say, a 13-year-old give consent if it's against the law, if they don't have the legal ability to do it?
So I don't know that they certainly couldn't enter into a contract. I think there are potential levels of capacity to consent in different contexts, but this is really about reporting child abuse and neglect, not whether people are engaging in sexual activity, but making available protection in the event that they do engage in sexual activity.
But can they engage in sexual activity?
Well, they do.
Without, I know they do. I know they do, but the law is that they're not at the age, I think it's under 15, so they're not at the age where they can give consent to do that. So it's not, I know they do and I want to protect them and everything. I'm just wondering about the legal piece of it.
So I don't know that I have much more to say on it. Maybe somebody from our judiciary team has more to say. I mean, what the law talks about is what is considered. You have stuff?
Yes.
Oh, great.
I'd have to find you, this jailor is in the health department, I'd have to find you the exact citation, but there are certain areas of substance abuse and certain sexual activity where a minor can consent to treatment.
Yes, they can. They can consent to.
I don't know if there's a
mental health treatment. They can consent to treatment for substance use and for sexually transmitted diseases. Right? Yeah. So while there is nothing in the law so there are prohibitions on engaging in a sexual act with another person. And compelling the person to engage in the sexual act without the consent of the other person. So it's possible that the activity itself would be, that the sexual activity itself would be criminal. But this bill is looking at providing contraceptives. So it is not taking a position on the legality or illegality. It's going with, I think, what Shayla may have referred to as the harm reduction model that's used in other areas, which is to protect the people involved.
So you're saying that a guidance counselor or teacher, if a student came to them and said, or nurse, I'd like contraception, then as a mandated reporter, if they're under the age of consent, they don't need to report that?
That's right.
Okay.
Right, so they are not, or to put it on the flip side, the person, the guidance counselor or whoever, has not violated the mandatory reporting requirement by not reporting that a student asked for contraceptive, over-the-counter contraceptive products.
Thank you.
But the age is not specified, right?
The age is not specified. I mean, the age is specified in the underlying bill in the sense that it's talking about secondary school students.
I think that's Shelley's
So it's talking about secondary school students, which is grades 7 through 12. So if the language in section 2 in particular stays in, it would be specific to secondary schools. So that would be
Maybe that's
second grade and up.
What we all can take a look at is the material that was sent out by the Agency of Education last Friday. Was it just last Friday? 2 Fridays ago. That talked about the underlying requirements around health education that includes sex education and things, and what they are talking about. The other, go ahead.
I was just going to say, is there an educational piece in this bill? That's what I was, I mean, you talk about what the education department is doing, but does this bill reference this?
Not yet.
Not
I
yet.
think that's some of what you have asked the health department and the Agency of Education to bring out. Yes.
Yeah.
So, a couple days. No.
Couple days ago. But we first asked them to talk to each other. And we did that with a letter last year, and phone calls. And we succeeded. We succeeded.
It wasn't easy.
So, we did that. We did hear a bill presentation around pharmacists dispensing. And we also had it was brought up that across the hall in government operations, they are doing a broad they're taking a really in-depth look at many things, including the pharmacy board and what is the responsibility of pharmacists, and expanding, and that's one of the recommendations, general expansion or changing of what pharmacists can do. It's one of the recommendations of some group that met over the summer.
Right. Yes, I think it came from OPR. And the OPR bill, which is starting in Senate GovOps, would include some language around pharmacists prescribing.
So that's where potentially this piece would go, rather than. Now, there's the other thought is that we could add that, and then we take some testimony in this and let it sugar out as it comes from one place or another.
Well, we were taking testimony on the bill by itself,
Right.
separate from this bill, but we were thinking of possibly putting in this bill. But you're saying now they're taking
Well, I mean,
it out.
my question, that really is a question. Is it belts and suspenders to put it in this bill while hoping that it will be put in the Senate or put in the House? And then by the time these bills that are starting in different bodies come and cross.
I love belts and suspenders.
I would say leave it out.
So do I.
I think that, I don't want to confuse things in this bill. I want to keep this nice and clean. That's
So-
my position.
I
agree with the
don't-
other stuff, but.
Right. No offense about this bill, but I think frankly, in terms of what it is that we're wanting to achieve, that has more likelihood of doing it than anything we're doing in this bill. It's my personal opinion.
The pharmacy.
Yes.
I agree.
The pharmacy piece is big.
It is.
Tell me what you mean.
Well, what I mean is, that I think that if we're looking to have easier access for youth in particular, but anybody, easier access for youth, I think that that does it more efficiently. It's just my opinion.
And my sense is that it's easier to go to your pharmacist and ask for some of these things, I think, than it is to go through a whole doctor's appointment and all of the
But
pieces.
some of it you can't get from the
Right,
pharmacy.
right. That is the case too, but I think at least you're giving options by either going to your pharmacist and getting this list of services or your doctor and getting this list of services, but you have some choices to make that
What
work.
can't you get from a pharmacist?
An IUD.
Like an IUD.
An IUD.
Something inserted, you have to
Something
get it.
inserted.
Can't get the.
Well, you can't now, but under this
Yeah,
bill,
sure.
you could.
What?
Under the proposed bill, you could.
Well,
Not the long-acting reversible contraceptive, because that is inserted into
Okay.
the
I thought
uterus.
it
A
was.
provider has to.
Yeah, I don't think you want your
No,
pharmacist.
we don't want
Yeah, no, I think about that.
I said you don't want your
So,
pharmacist.
Yeah.
in terms of belts, and this is, this is discussion. I mean, but this is rough draft. How's that? How many people, in the language of rough draft, which means it can come out or stay in at another time, but let's, would like to proceed with the belts and suspenders, which would be to add that bill to this bill, which would mean we take some more testimony. Of course, I mean, we're going to take more testimony anyway. So how many people want belts and suspenders? Raise your hand.
I'm confused what you mean by that.
By belts and suspenders, the section that would, the bill that would say 752.
Just fold it in.
To fold it in, add that to
For
this
now.
bill.
But there's no real belts and suspenders. You're just saying adding them together.
Yes, correct.
The belts and suspenders refers to what's going on in government operations about pharmacy
So it might be done
practice
now.
in general.
Well, currently,
And-
there's no
and it may
age
come-
limitation on that bill 752, which I could go along with. There'd have to be some age limitation. So, I think it said it's left up to the pharmacist. Well, yes and no. I mean, I think we should really have an age limitation.
It would
So,
potentially,
I
could
wouldn't
potentially
want
be up
put
to the
in
board.
unless that's changed. So,
But yes, but we could specify that that was part of the board's rules or set that.
So I'm sorry, I lost my count with the belts and suspenders. And
I would say this, Madam Chair. If we're going to do that, in the beginning, I thought it was a good idea. If we're going to do that, then we really need to make a decision whether we are going to do that or not. But not, because what I'm worried about is if we're talking about doing it and the people that are working on that across the hall think we're going to do it, and then all of a sudden at the end of it, we say, well, no, we're not going to do this. It's going to confuse, we ran into a problem and the whole building stopped by it. Then to me, we've done an injustice in this area and we've done an injustice in the other area. So I think, because we're getting close to the time when we have to start getting this thing out of here. And that's what I'm worried about.
I hear that.
So I will argue, A, that the big OPR bill, I think, is a big bill, and I guess I have questions about whether that's going to really move this year. That's number one. Number two, my vote just now was to fold this into a draft, and we start to really go into the weeds on the language. We haven't done that yet.
No.
And get testimony on it. So I am not endorsing, every word in this bill. I'm just saying, let's fold this concept into H663 and look at it here.
And we can amend it as we go along.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Gotcha.
But it also gives the world who are sitting around
Gotcha.
following what we are doing.
I'm more than willing to do that. I'll do that
The
as long
opportunity
as.
to go, horrible idea, or, this is absolutely perfect, the best thing, but what you need to do is do this.
I could bring up my age issue.
And to bring up your age issue. No, everyone gets to bring up their issues except Carl.
Carl, I'm gonna have an orange eye.
I'll take the stress ball.
I got a new one today, grapes.
I'm gonna use that a lot today.
Okay, so yes, add 752 for the next draft.
Yes.
Take a look at, all right.
Meanwhile, I apologize, but I think I was supposed to ask Senator White how they were doing on it in her bill, so I will follow up on that today. So apologize.
Or
All of a sudden it's coming back
Or
to
tomorrow,
me.
or the next day, something like that.
We're gonna take this up again on Thursday.
Right.
I'll have it done.
And Shayla's going to circle back with you on that language so you can take a look at it.
Jen, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. And we had lots of people, well, before Jen leaves, did you, anything more to?
The second question.
Okay. And so Shayla, if you actually could provide us with some more information in terms of that would be great.
Do you want to discuss H635 at all while I'm here? Or is that
I'm sorry, what?
the short form?
Oh, the short form bill.
Since I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes, since you're here. I was gone on Thursday.
What shot for
This is the topper afternoon. Topper.
Receivership, you're talking about receivership?
Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. Good idea. Oh, my God.
And so, and before, just other people who are here for this other bill, if you would like to be testifying, or if you have a group that wants to testify, let us know. Do we know who that woman was who just left?
No.
Okay, well.
Oh, Agency of Education. Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right.
She was here last week, so.
Okay, well, I don't always recognize people, and so if you, I was like trying to say, if you want to testify, something to say. Okay, all right. So Thursday, when I was gone, you took up two bills, and what happened with H635? Did we think it was a good idea?
That was the receivership bill. We heard from
Yeah, we voted it out. You voted it. You're reporting.
That'll be really easy. This is what the bill's going to do. I'm not quite sure how it's going to do it, but it's going to do it.
We heard from the AG's office, mostly from the AG, and he walked through how the three elements of that related to the litigation that they had last year with the receivership and whatever the name of that place was.
Pillsbury.
Yeah, Pillsbury. And I found his testimony very compelling. Yes.
And he was so low-key about it. Like, he said, I don't know how to explain it, and he looked to someone else who was here and said, you did a great job.
It was he was also very specific about how this would be helpful in future situations.
So we would like to work on this.
Yeah.
Everyone who wants to work on it, can we raise our hands? Okay. Legislative Council informed us that we have to do something. We have new rules.
No, they're not new.
But I don't know. So does this have to be a vote that the clerk calls, or can we,
I don't know, so here's all it says. The short form bill shall be drafted in standard form by the Legislative Council only if requested by a majority vote of the committee to which the bill has been referred. And then the request doesn't necessarily mean you intend to do anything with it.
but then it says,
Okay.
so
I don't know that you have to record the vote.
okay, you just wanted to follow?
I just wanted to follow your rules.
Okay, so everyone please raise your hand again. Raise your hand.
If we're going to take this bill
We'll, if you like language, do you want the short form to turn into a long form? Okay. All right,
I think she will.
Then there's a majority, and it is, if the camera is still up, the majority of the committee, in fact, 10 members of the committee, and someone left their vote, I understand.
I think she won.
What that means is we have, the majority of the committee has requested of Jen that she draft a long form bill, and now we will discuss it.
Yes.
And you have the language.
I do have the language, yes. So, so I'm all set. Yeah, from Dale, because I don't think it's anything different than we had originally talked about. So yes, and if I have questions, actually, I think Jamie suggested a better way, Jamie from the AG's office suggested what he thought was a better way to address one of the pieces, the part about the temporary receiver. So I will confer with him and Commissioner Hutt to make sure we're getting the right language.
Yeah, she was in during the testimony.
Yes, no, I just want to make sure.
I don't recall if she said anything.
She did a little, you heard from, who did you hear from? Pam Coda. Yes. I'm just sitting with it. You heard from Pam Coda.
Yeah.
From the department.
Well, she's not going to be bored anymore.
Oh, I have not been.
People who need to hear from Pelosi or what she wants, because we've heard from the other side already.
But variety is good.
Who's the other side?
Oh, we heard from Commissioner Hunt from the AG's office.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Is this it?
Sure.
Okay. So for the record, Jim Daber, Legislative Counsel with
Katie McLean, Office of Legislative Counsel.
There we go. So we thought maybe we would go through the current law first, to get familiar with how the current law works, and then go through the draft that the House Education Committee is considering at this stage. So the current law is here in Section 829. And I won't go through all the wording here, but I want to give you a sense of how this works. So first of all, the definition of pre-K child is a child who is 3 or 4 years of age, or is 5 years of age but is not yet enrolled in kindergarten. That right there is a quite controversial definition. So let's pause there for a minute. Because it says it's not yet enrolled in kindergarten, and because there's another statute that says something different in the Green Books, this has caused a lot of confusion as to whether 5-year-olds who are eligible for kindergarten can still attend pre-K and get the state voucher. This says that if you're not enrolled in kindergarten, therefore you get the voucher, even if you're eligible for kindergarten but you don't go yet. That's what this says. Another section we'll come back to later on says something like it's about eligibility to be enrolled in kindergarten, and so we come to the language of the draft. We'll go through. This language will change, and basically the change will be to make pre-K, the voucher, available only for kids who are 3 and 4 years of age, and 5 years if you're not, if you're eligible to be in kindergarten, you can't get the voucher for pre-K unless you're on an IEP or 504 plan. So there's been some changes here, a lot of confusion in the field that's trying to be taken care of in the draft we'll come to. Pre-K education is education designed for this population of kids. We have a pre-K private provider.
So the
pre-qualified private provider, that's a term that's in the existing statute, the pre-qualified, and that's something that we're going to see kind of disappear in the next draft in terms of pre-qualification. Did you want to skip down?
Yeah, I'll go the access to be here.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have the access to publicly funded pre-K education. So currently, no fewer than 10 hours a week of publicly funded pre-K is available for 35 weeks annually to each pre-K child whom a parent or guardian wishes to enroll in an available and pre-qualified program that's operated by either a public school or a private provider. And then in subdivision B2, if the parent or guardian chooses to enroll the pre-K child in an available pre-qualified program, then pursuant to the choice of the parent or guardian, the school district or resident shall do the following. Do you want to cover that?
Yeah, so basically the school districts are paying out of their own budgets the voucher. The voucher is about $3,400 approximately. And the parent can either enroll their child in their public pre-K program in their town, if it's offered in their town, or the parent can choose to have their child go to a pre-K program in another town, so a public program offered maybe, if you're living in Montpelier, maybe in Burlington, or you can enroll your child in a private pre-K provider. So you've got options here, obviously. No matter how it's done, the child will be counted in the resident district's ADM count, which we'll come back to, which goes to how you get equalized pupils and the benefit you get there. We'll come back to that. But however you do it, the school district either enrolls the student or pays away and enrolls that child for ADM purposes, which we'll come back to. So 4 goes into language that will be changed because this talks about the supply pre-K public and private providers. And if it's insufficient, this contemplates basically a conversation with Building Bright Futures and trying to figure out how to increase capacity for the region. Then we go into C, which is around pre-qualification, which I think Katie, you've got.
Sure. So pre-qualification, again, the term pre-qualification goes away in the next draft, but the concept of their certain quality criteria remains. So in this language, in existing law, it says that in rule both AOE and AHS have to determine if public and private programs are pre-qualified, and if so, if they can be part of a publicly accessible database. And the rules are to indicate how a provider applies for and maintains pre-qualification status and minimum quality standards. And then we go into a list of what are those quality standards. So for private and public programs, they have to have one of the following on this list that starts with number 1. So first, they can have a National Association for Education of Young Children accreditation, or they can have at least 4 stars from DCF STARS program, and with a plan to get 2 points from the 5 arenas. And I think you've had DCF come in and walk you through what the different arenas were in the STARS program. One of them is like families and communities, so different areas. And then the alternative option is 3 stars with a plan to come into compliance and get an additional star. So that's the 3 stars with a plan, and I highlight that one because that under the working language in House Education, that number C, 3 stars with a plan, goes away. And then in subdivision 2, this says that a licensed provider must employ or contract for services with 1 teacher who is licensed and endorsed in either early childhood education or special education. In subdivision 3, this states that a registered family child care home that does not have a licensed and endorsed teacher in early education or early special education shall use regular active supervision and training from a licensed and endorsed teacher. So that's another place to pause around the words active supervision and training. because that's another place where we're going to see a difference once we move to the existing proposal.
Okay, and then section D deals with tuition budgets and ADM. So part of this is a bit repetitious from earlier. So as I mentioned before, the district of residence will pay the tuition from its own budget for the 10 hours per week to either another public program or a private program. There are some notices that have to be given back and forth, which is more procedural. And then 2 says that any cost of operating a pre-K education program goes into the district's budget. And then 3 says that the district of residence may include in its ADM any pre-K child for whom it has provided pre-K education or on whose behalf it has paid tuition pursuant to this section. We'll come to the ADM part, but basically the count for a pre-K child is 0.46. I'll come back to that shortly.
The next section is a rulemaking section, which is actually pretty significant because that's part of the structure is proposed to change. So,
can we maybe stop here, because I had stopped sending no questions till you finish the section. This section seems to be a long section.
It's a very long.
And I'm afraid that some of us won't be able to remember what our questions are.
That's awesome.
And we'll start with Teresa, who will remember.
But only because I wrote it down. Way back in the beginning, you talked about, where did I find it now? Found the date. Okay, it's number 1, A1. District of residence is not yet enrolled. It was the age. Where were you talking about age?
Right there, number 1 here.
Okay.
Yeah.
The date established by the district of residence. So has there been any discussion downstairs about, so for kindergarten, there's a defined date. In pre-K, we leave it up to the districts to define it. So is there any discussion about having a defined date for pre-K?
No.
Because okay, that answers my question. I don't like that answer, but that's the answer to my question. It's I hear continually from people that, oh, well, in this district, it's this date, and in this district, it's that date.
I'm sorry, let me see if I understand correctly. First of all, I have to send my kid to school in 1st grade. Do I have to send my kid to school in kindergarten?
Kindergarten,
Or homeschooling, whatever.
I think kindergarten, I have to check on that. I'm not sure if I know the answer to that.
Okay.
I think this is yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. So is the answer to Teresa's question, if my birthday is September 1st, whatever year that's going to be, that makes me go to, and I go to 1st grade. But if I'm August, 3 days, that's September 15th. If my birthday is August 31st, if September 1st is the cutoff, I wouldn't go to 1st grade until the following year. And all zillion public schools, however many we have, around the state have that same date as September 1st or whatever the date is.
I believe so. The flexibility, I believe, comes in the pre-K area only where...
So it's only in pre-K where we
So it's confusion.
I believe so. I want to confirm that for kindergarten. Make sure
That's my understanding as well.
And there's
Okay, and so then my second question was, do we know how many 3-star pre-K private programs there are?
I don't have that information. Could get it from CDD.
Just to know what kind of impact that this might be having if we eliminate that as an option.
I mean, it's only 2 stars.
Following up on the 3-star thing, I just want to make sure I understood. You're saying you're eliminating the 3-star program as pre-eligible or whatever you called it, even if they have a plan, right, to go to 4-star? You're just eliminating that whole thing?
Yes. Under the proposal that House Education is currently working on,
yes, that subdivision would
So
go
they have to
away.
be 4-star to.
So they would have to either have the the accreditation from NACI, or they would have to have the 4 stars.
What's the certification?
The National Association for Education of Young Children.
All right, or 4-star.
4
Okay,
4
so-
stars.
And what you're saying is how many?
Yeah, I don't know how many does that affect and
That's
how
right.
many students that is.
Yeah. It's for especially a starting up operation, it makes it a lot longer to get to 4 stars to
Right.
be able to do a pre-K program the way I
Right.
see it. So,
Well, and the
from a
STAR
financial
system,
standpoint, it's
the
tough.
STAR system is also changing, so it might be helpful to know how the STAR system is going to be changing, and so there'll be 2 changes happening, and
Okay.
then what's the end?
Okay, so the information you're giving us is that the STAR system is changing. Downstairs is not changing yet.
No,
DCF.
no, DCF is changing.
Making sure
Yeah.
it's changing.
Yeah.
You know,
It's a fair question.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Well, maybe I don't, let me make sure. Where the pre-qualification section is there.
Yep.
Program kindergarten education,
Mhm.
it shall have received, and then it says A, or
Mhm.
the 4 stars.
Yep.
So if they just have the education, the Association for Education accreditation, they're okay, they don't have to have
Correct.
4 stars.
Mhm. And that part of the law isn't changed under the proposal that's currently being worked on. What's being changed is the elimination of the 3-star with a plan to come up to a 4th star. And we'll look at it again when we walk through the draft. We'll show you exactly where the changes are.
You might not have the answer to this, but it mentions a process by which the tuition rate will be arrived at. Do you know anything about that process and how the 2 agencies work together to come up with that number?
I don't, in terms of like on the ground, no. Like, there are rules that they have to work together to do it. But
Right.
in terms of how they do it, I'm not sure.
Okay.
This is so out of my wheelhouse. I know that the cost of political education is higher per pupil, for instance, in South Burlington than it might be in some other town. So I am assuming that the cost of, is it fair to assume that the cost of pre-K, publicly, is going to be different in different districts?
Should be. There are reasons for it to be, based upon all the usual cost factors.
Okay, so in other words, the differences that relate to the per pupil cost or whatever it is in grades 1 through 12, those same parameters are in place for pre-K.
Correct. Yeah.
Now, Carl, or James, don't get mad at me, but assuming that I live in Georgia or Milton.
I don't live in Milton.
Where do you live?
Definitely not Milton. I live in Fairfield.
Okay, so, I mean, assuming I live in one of those places,
Third
but
largest
I
state of
work
Vermont.
at the University of Vermont, so I want my kid to go to the pre-K program that is embedded in South Burlington.
Yep.
Because it's right near where I'm going to be working.
Yep.
The cost of that is a bit more than in Georgia or Fairfax.
Fairfield.
By the end of 2 years, I'll get.
Who was the first person to ask if you were all right over the weekend? You can't remember where I live.
No one else cares. So, I mean, how do we, who's paying the difference?
Well, the cost of pre-K goes into the school budget for whatever school is offering pre-K. Pre-K is not required to be offered by public schools, but if they do, the cost goes into their school budget. So there'll be differences among school budgets based upon different cost factors, but whatever that cost is will be absorbed by the taxpayers.
And they're not, like in Ann's situation, the South Burlington pre-K is not required to take that student. Is that correct?
Well, that's interesting actually, because the current law allows you to enroll your student in any public program in the state, unless you have a geographic restriction, which we'll come to later on, which are only two in the state. But yes, basically you can go anywhere in the state, but that program in Burlington would have to have space.
That's what I mean.
And there's something in the current law or in the new version, the new draft, that deals with how space gets allocated. So I'm not sure how that's actually done in practice, but there has to be space for that student, obviously.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So if you're a 3-star program right now, a private 3-star program, but you have some preschool kids, you wouldn't be able to get any other choice. Is that what the change is?
So the change is what quality standards are in place. So currently, if there is a pre-K program that's being operated and the kids, they are currently receiving the publicly funded tuition, and that program is 3 stars with a plan to come into compliance and get the 4th star, then that program would no longer be eligible under the new proposal.
Yes.
So
In other words, yeah.
So like,
Thank you.
Just interpret.
and so it would be great to know how many kids that would be affected.
Question. Yeah.
That was the proposal 2 years ago by the AHS, was to get rid of 3 stars.
Would be what, I'm sorry?
Yeah, 2 years ago when we talked about this, AHS proposed to get rid of the three stars. That was their, I think, their idea.
That was 2 years ago. Okay, I
Okay, what rules?
think we're ready to go into
Okay.
the rulemaking that's really important.
It
Okay,
is.
where are we here? We
So,
are,
we're on subsection E. So it's worth just taking a step back to kind of think about the big picture of how the existing law is different from the proposal. So the existing law has joint rulemaking between AOE and AHS and joint oversight. Whereas the new language that's being worked on downstairs has joint rulemaking between the 2 agencies, but separate oversight. So that's what you're going to kind of see in terms of changes in the language. But I think conceptually that is what's happening here. So current law, joint oversight, joint rulemaking.
So this says joint rulemaking already.
Yep.
And have there been rules? There have been rules
Yeah.
promulgated that were jointly developed and all that? Okay.
Yes. Okay.
But
So,
I'm sorry, I'm still, what's the second part of that? Is the supervision, though, it would be
So
split,
the-
right?
under the language that House Education is working on, yes, yeah.
But now, I mean, how's that different from what it is now?
Right now, it's joint oversight, joint rulemaking.
Joint oversight. That doesn't seem what we've been hearing, that it's joint oversight, because there seems to be, that's where we're getting conflict, it seems like.
It's what schools mostly are complaining about. They have to respond to AHS and they have to respond to
Yeah.
AOE.
So they would technically have their own little universe, yeah.
But they meet to talk about
Right,
what the rules
right,
are.
right, right.
Okay, let's see how that plays out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds difficult.
So in other words, under the proposed language that AHS would be overseeing the private programs and AOE would be overseeing the school, yeah. Yeah.
The one exception, I believe, is Head Start programs that are in schools would still be overseen by both agencies.
And I was gonna add CCFAP, if there's
Right.
a
school program.
public program that is accepting CCFAP, then they're also subject to the CDD rules with regard to CCFAP. Thank you.
Wouldn't it be most everyone?
Yeah, how many is that?
I mean,
You'd be surprised that is not a universal thing.
Oh.
What's that? I'm sorry.
It's not all public schools
are participating in CCFAP.
And CCFAP again stands for what?
Oh, the child care subsidy money, and they, or they might be for their older students, but not necessarily for the pre-K age.
Okay, so there's a long list of rules. I'll try to run through them quickly, but this is guidance as to what rules should be adopted and have been adopted jointly by AHS and AOE. So first, we have allowing non-pre-qualified private providers to create or continue existing partnerships with school districts, and the school district could provide supports to help fulfill requirements for teachers or in-kind payments. And subdivision 2, allowing the district to begin or expand a pre-K program based on community need. Subdivision 3, rules requiring a school district to provide opportunities for effective parental participation. And subdivision 4, establishing a process for parents to notify a district that the child is admitted to a non-district program and can currently enroll in the district, and also to establish a process for the district to pay tuition in a manner that allows the parent or guardian to enroll the child in a pre-K program, or ability of a private provider to maintain financial stability, and to enter agreements with a provider regarding tuition payments, quality, and assurances. In subdivision 4C, providing rules around provider notification to the district when a pre-K student who has been receiving public funds is no longer enrolled in the private program. In subdivision 5, rules directing the establishment of a process to calculate statewide tuition rate based on cost of delivering 10 hours of pre-K a week. Subdivision 7, requiring identifiable pre-K costs and essential early education services in districts' annual budgets. In subdivision 8, requiring an annual report from each district to AOE regarding annual pre-K expenditures. In subdivision 9, providing an administrative process for parents or school districts to challenge a particular action. In subdivision 10, directing AOE and DCF to develop a system for joint monitoring and evaluation. And again, I'll kind of flag that because we'll start splitting apart that joint monitoring once we get in the new draft. But the current joint monitoring, we have a list in 10, A through C. So in subdivision A, what's part of the monitoring? It's programmatic details, including the number of children served, the number of private and public programs operated, the public financial investment made to ensure access to quality pre-K. In subdivision B, it's quality of public and private pre-K education programs and efforts to ensure continuous quality improvements through mentoring, training, and technical assistance. And then in subdivision 4, results for children, including school readiness and proficiency in numeracy and literacy. We're almost there. Subdivision 11, directed rulemaking around a process for documenting student progress. And the process would include helping to individualize instruction and improve program practice. And also to collect and report child progress data to the Secretary of Education on an annual basis.
Okay. And then F and F.
Quick question. Yep. I might not have heard it, and I haven't read this all, but is there any rulemaking with regard to access to special education services? Nothing contained in that, okay, thank you.
No. Sub F here talks about disapplying sections of law that deal with tuition payments because this has its own tuition payment structure embedded within it. G says that nothing here shall be construed to require public funds to be spent in a way that would violate the separation of church and state. And then H is the geographical limitations, and this language won't go through it all, but basically allows school districts to narrow the geographical region in which it will make tuition payments. So while the principle of the section is you can take your child anywhere in the state and use the voucher, this says no. If a school district wants to limit the geography in which they're going to make these payments, to providers, they can do that, but there's a process for it, which includes a lot of engagement with human services and AOE and input. And but if they do that, then what that means is wherever that region is, the district will only pay a public or private provider that is within that geographical area. I believe there are only 2 areas in the state that have done this. And then,
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
On the exception before, whatever you call it, on church and state separation.
Yeah.
Could you read that again?
Yeah, so the language says, nothing in this section shall be construed to permit or require payment of public funds to a private provider of pre-K education in violation of the Constitution, which is the separation of church and state. So,
in other words, the private provider could not be a church, is what you're saying.
yeah, well, couldn't be a program that has a religious orientation where there aren't controls to ensure that the money's not being used for worship.
Let's say they're using a church to hold a class in, but that's the only affiliation.
Yeah.
That would be okay?
I believe that'd be okay. Yeah.
So I wouldn't prohibit.
Yeah. It has to do with the use of public funds for worship, basically, is where that issue is. So let me back out of this for a minute and just take you to 2 other areas of law. Here, this is the definition of average daily membership. And this is how you begin to come up with your equalized pupil weighting, okay? It says here in C that you include the district of residence includes the full-time equivalent enrollment for each pre-K child. So if the child is enrolled for 10 or more hours of pre-K education per week, they get a full count of 1 child, okay? But if they're enrolled between 6 and 10 hours, they get a proportion of 1 child. So say you're giving 6 hours of pre-K, you get, that child will count for 6/10, okay? That's the ADM count. So 1 count for 10 hours or more, and then proportional count between 6 and 10, and no count at all if it's under 6 hours. Wherever that figure is, then you multiply it by 0.46, because that is the next section, which is the weighting. So the weighting is here, and you'll see that under C, pre-K is 0.46. So if you have a child who's getting 10 more hours a week of pre-K, they'll be counted at 0.46 for the purpose of equalized pupils, which affects tax rate. So the higher the count, the lower the tax rate. So that's the game.
Okay. What? I'm sorry.
The higher the student count, the lower the tax rate, because it's per pupil spending is how it's done. Right?
Did you say something about 0.6 at one point, or is it all 0.46? Did you say 0.6 at one time, or is it all 0.46?
Sorry, 0.46.
All
yeah, okay. For pre-K. Yeah. Okay, so we're done talking about the current law. Any questions before we move on to the draft bill?
Are pre-K students subject to the additional weights like all other students are? Poverty, English language.
All that gets adjusted. Okay. That's,
There.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Back on the base statute, there was a section there where it said that the district was able to calculate the costs of pre-K, and that they might differ from district to district. I'm just trying to figure, that was part of under what they could do under regulation or something, I think. Mm-hmm. How, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, right now, it seems, or my recollection is we pay a standard, there's a state set rate of what we will pay for pre-K, and then it's determined somehow through magic how much the private pre-K people will get, which is roughly half of what goes out. So I'm just trying to figure out what the relevance is of the cost, other than obviously it must be included in the district's budget.
Yeah, so it's a really hard question, actually, because well, you have 2 things happening. You have, on the one hand, school districts paying cash out of the school budget of, let's say, $3,400 for those 10 hours, okay? That's the outlay. They get, as a benefit though, to count that child at 0.46 in their ADM count. So some people have said, well, look, that's not fair because the 0.46 is basically half of a student. If the average per student cost in Vermont is, let's say, $15,000 per student, there's a $7,500 tax benefit over here and a $3,400 payment over here. So it seems like that's not fair. But I'm not sure how actually you compare a tax benefit to basically a grant, if you will. I'm not sure how they actually equate to each other, how you actually do that math. So the concept there that there is a difference here, how to value that difference, I'm not sure. Maybe it's a question for JFO to work through a bit.
So there isn't any, or is there, is there any, since we're talking about AHS and AOE splitting out supervision, is there any concept of splitting out payment and just having AHS make grant payments to private pre-Ks?
So 2 years ago, the proposal was to bring all the payment
at the state level,
at the state level up to AOE actually.
Yeah.
But the version we're about to go through doesn't do that. There's a recognition that it's very burdensome for school districts that have to pay all these different providers and having to deal with contracts, invoicing, and things. So the draft we're about to go through adopts a uniform approach to that process as opposed to bringing it up to the state level.
This is something I should get from testimony, but maybe you've heard it. It's burdensome for school districts to have to deal with so many providers. Is there an average? Like, how many is too many?
I don't know. I don't know what the average is. I'm not sure.
I mean, is it 2 or 3, or is it 10?
I think it's more like 10, but you have to take testimony because I don't have those figures.
Okay, so maybe that's something. I only ask that, not that it's not burdensome, but in our world, the equivalent to a public school might be a community mental health center or a private nonprofit agency like a parent child care center. And they have to report to, they have to turn in grant stuff and report to a boatload of agencies, or even the same agency, but 4 or 5 different reporting things. So that's all I'm going to say.
Should we go to the draft bill? Are we ready to move? Okay. That is going to be up here. Okay. So, a couple comments about this draft. So we're on draft 3.1 here. This draft does not reflect very much community discussion at this point. It doesn't reflect testimony they've heard either. So it's a pretty early draft of this language.
I'm sorry, it doesn't reflect, we just went through this with another bill that we were doing, which I put draft language up there, where it hasn't had discussion, but I mean, was there a committee member in charge of doing this, or is this the sort of the garbage can of every idea is here and we're going to...
No, it's actually been a much more controlled process. So I've worked with Web. I
won't take that personally.
Oh, no. I didn't mean to be personal. No, it's been controlled in the sense that it's been funneled through Rep. Webb, Rep. Conman, and Rep. Copley as the people working with Katie and I on this language. Okay. We talked about it in committee, of course, but they haven't had like a session yet that I've been at where they've actually started to think about how to change this or whatever. And there's been quite a bit of testimony on this language that hasn't been talked about yet in committee formally. So let's give you a sense for where it stands as we talk to you about this. In terms of the oversight question. The bill does three main things. So the statement of purpose is to eliminate joint regulatory oversight by the two agencies, to require that tuition payments for pre-K use a uniform form of process, and to simplify and clarify the program quality criteria, the 3 stars, etc. On the first one, just to mention, we talked as well with House Education. In my mind, these, and there might be more than this, but I think there are 5 options for oversight. I'll just lay them out there so we have that in mind maybe. One is you have all the oversight of pre-K by AOE. One is you have it all by AHS. We're not doing that in this draft here. One is, the third option is to have a joint oversight and joint rulemaking. That's what the current law is, okay? And then another option would have separate oversight and separate rulemaking. We tried that in an earlier draft, but then we realized, or we didn't realize, but the committee realized, you have to keep those 2 sets of rules in line all the time. It's one that has joint rulemaking. So the 5th option is to have separate oversight and joint rulemaking, which is what this draft does. Okay, so going through the draft, first we'll come to this definition of pre-K child. I'll read this to you. It says pre-K child means a child who, as of the date established by the district of residence for kindergarten eligibility, is 3 or 4 years of age, or is 5 years of age, but is not yet eligible to be enrolled in kindergarten, or 5 years of age, but is not yet enrolled in kindergarten if the child is on a 504 plan or IEP. So that's changing, that's clarifying the current language, basically to exclude 5-year-olds, generally from the voucher, unless you're on an IEP or a 504 plan.
And 5 years of age, we don't care what month?
It is based upon eligibility for enrollment in kindergarten. So wherever that cutoff date is for that district.
And the cutoff date is the same across the state?
I think for kindergarten, we'll look at the introductory language here. It says, as of a date established by the district for kindergarten. So I believe kindergarten must be based upon local decisions as to what that date is.
And I am eligible for first grade no matter how old I am if I have gone to kindergarten?
Yeah, well, I have to check the rules on that for you.
Okay.
Just how that exactly works.
So if my school district says, oh, it's okay for you to enter kindergarten if you were born in a month that's in the earlier part, like really early. But I love my kid, and my kid's really smart, so I want my kid to be in kindergarten. But the kid's probably younger than what many of us think of as kindergarten. So they go into first grade at basically 5. And they automatically get to go to first grade because they were in kindergarten. And that's possible? No?
I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure.
No, I mean, at least in my district, I know many people who felt their child was ready to go, and they were hard and fast about that.
Even though I was in kindergarten?
Yes.
Sometimes you can go twice.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
I don't know about kindergarten, but you used to go to preschool twice.
Well, I'm trying to see if there's a difference between pre-K and kindergarten and first grade in terms of what gets to be local control versus what is a statewide, and that might influence my views of what needs to change. I mean, I think other things need to change, but if it's all local for everything, then I'm not going to, But if it is something that the State Board of Education or whatever has done uniformly for everybody else, every other thing, I might go, well, why aren't we doing it for this?
I think there's also local control for when a child turns 3 and can be in a public school.
You mean
setting.
public pre-K?
Yeah.
I think we did hear that, because when we looked
Yeah,
at the
there were
report,
some,
there were 2-year-olds.
there were some 2-year-olds attending.
Yeah, I know, boggles my mind. but-
And I don't know if they were all attending public school programs or if they were also getting vouchers to be in privates, but there were 2-year-olds who were a part of the.
Well, let me take that question away. I'll come back to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
That's good.
Definition of pre-K education is unchanged.
Okay, and then we come to where we had language about pre-qualified, and now we're kind of striking through, we're moving away from the concept of pre-qualification, but now we have a definition of just a private provider, and that is somebody who's either regulated as a center-based childcare program or a family childcare home.
Okay. And then we have a definition of a public provider, which means a provider of pre-K education that is a school district that meets program quality requirements under section we're about to come to shortly. So this is you, B?
That's you.
To me? Okay, sorry. So this is the same, nothing's changed here. So in terms of 35 10 hours per week, 35 weeks a year, the way tuition payments work, all the same as before. So again, the district of residence will pay tuition to a public provider or private provider as a parent's choice. A student will be enrolled in the district of residence program only for purposes of, if they're being paid away, for purposes of the ADM count. That hasn't changed either, it's still 0.46. So all this mechanics are all the same in terms of this area here.
Question.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, I got a little lost. So, I live in Rochester. I'm taking my kid to Randolph. So the school is paying Randolph. Is my kid counted in the ADM for both schools?
No.
One's paying and one's receiving?
No, only the home district
The home district is
is getting the ADM credit.
Okay, so my school gets, Rochester gets the ADM, and Randolph gets $3,400.
Correct. Correct, exactly right.
So actually, okay, what value, plus or minus, to Rochester is getting the ADM?
That's the question we were talking about earlier.
Sorry.
The value to Rochester is a 0.46 count for ADM purposes.
Right.
Which will lower the tax rate for Rochester. All things being equal.
So you would like that, just send all of your,
We have a great pre-K program in Rochester.
yes, but don't you want lower taxes?
You know what?
Okay, sorry. Clearly, we don't quite want this type of share.
So if, this might just be a nuance, but so in Sandy's example, let's just presume that the student was going into a public provider, now not public school program, a public provider.
Yep.
They still only get the $3,400 from the sending school
Correct.
district. Okay, so that's regardless of whether it goes to a public provider or a private
Correct.
provider out of district.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, correct, yep. There's some changes in this subdivision 4 here. The original language in law now contemplates there might be a lack of supply of providers. So this talks about how you deal with a lack of supply and that kind of partnership with Building Bright Futures. That's been taken away, I guess, on the view that there's enough supply. The language now says nothing in this section should be construed to require the state or district to begin or expand pre-K education program to satisfy demand for pre-K education. And then it says if a district plans to begin or expand a public pre-K education program, it shall, not less than 30 days prior to the date of commencement or expansion of the program, notify in writing the public and private providers with which it has contracted to provide pre-K education. So the idea being this notification to people locally or the people you contracted with that you're about to expand your program or start with.
So next is subsection C, which had been pre-qualification. You can see that language is struck through. But then on line 19, we have the new lead-in language being provider qualification, and the question came up downstairs. What is the difference between pre-qualification and just qualification? And I think that's a fair question, and the best answer we have is we base this off the AOE and AHS proposal that came over 2 years ago. So that was the basis of where we were drafting from. Regardless, the section deals with the qualifications that we had been speaking about with regard to the existing law. And on the top of page 5, with regard to the private provider, we still say that the private provider shall meet the minimum program quality by having the NACE accreditation, so same as the existing law, or at least 4 stars. Similar to the existing law, except we're striking through that we have to have 2 points in each of the 5 arenas. So that specificity is gone. Instead, it's just having 4 stars. And then you'll see that subdivision C, which was the 3 stars with the plan to come into compliance, or I hate to say compliance, come up to the 4th star, that goes away under this particular proposal. And then we have an and. In subdivision 2, a private provider shall also employer contract for the services of at least 1 teacher to provide direct instruction to a pre-K student who is either licensed in early childhood ed or special ed, or has a Montessori early childhood teacher certification. So 2 things there. First, the language on line 18 about the Montessori early childhood teacher certification, that is new from the previous draft. The previous draft didn't include that. The previous draft just had licensed teachers with either early childhood or early special education, early childhood special education license. And then the second thing that is worth pointing out here is on line 15, there's the phrase that the teacher is to provide direct instruction. So if you remember from the existing law, when we went over it, we talked about an option for training and supervision, and there wasn't language about direct supervision. So this draft, as written, would require direct supervision. However, at the very end of this draft, there's a standalone section that says that it gives private providers 3 years to come into compliance with this, so that they wouldn't have to have a teacher licensed as specified providing direct instruction for 3 years. Instead, we'll look at the language with more specificity, but it allows both direct instruction during that 3-year period, but also coaching from a licensed teacher. So that's a change from the previous, or from the existing law.
The addition of, I'm just curious about the addition of Montessori or I can tell you that probably everybody here got the same letter I did about the Waldorf school. And I'm just wondering if there was discussion about that.
Yeah, can I answer that? Yes, there was. And while there wasn't any vote on changing the language, it kind of, after the last discussion, landed at maybe we should just stick with licensed teachers.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
That if you just stick with licensed teachers, because if you name one specific philosophy of education that has a certification process,
there are others. Yes.
So there was discussion about that, and that was where the last discussion landed, but the language hasn't been changed. And I mean, who knows if and when it will be, but that's where the last discussion went.
We'll get worked up about that.
Yeah, not yet.
Oh, I just would concur. I wonder why that had been pulled out as a unique example.
So I got to visit a couple of programs, and when I said, so when are you doing pre-K and when are you just taking care of kids? They said, we're doing everything all the time. And I'm reading at the bottom of page 5, during the hours in which pre-kindergarten education is paid for with publicly funded tuition. So at 10:30, you need to, but at 9:30 you don't. I mean, they're doing the same stuff. They're building things.
Right. I don't mind chiming in. I feel like you two can't speak to what the conversation is so much, right? You're just speaking about what. So there's also a bit of conversation about that, although no real acknowledgement of it being a challenge. So aside from the fact that it's going to take time to have enough workforce to have every private provider even the ability to hire licensed teachers, there's also a question of if that's the expectation, those licensed teachers are likely going to need to be paid more.
Because they'll be working after school.
Right.
In the after school activities.
So if we're going to pay them more, it is likely going to lead to an increase in tuition rates at private providers. And then there's a whole domino effect, what that looks like in terms of the voucher amount, as well as what childcare subsidy amounts, because that's all rate-based, which then leads to more questions about affordability for families who need both the tuition and the subsidy to be able to send their children to high-quality programs. So I would say that's been brought up, but not thoroughly discussed.
Well, we already have an unequal system because we, the taxpayers, already subsidize the public school costs for pre-K completely. And in a situation like this where if the tuition payment or whatever it's called, doesn't increase, then that's unequal access to pre-K for those selecting a private provider.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was handed, and thank you, and I don't know if this is something that I can keep and should probably share, okay. How that tuition dollar amount is arrived at, which is helpful to look at. And maybe it would be helpful to hear some testimony about that. So as rates go up, presumably the voucher amount would also go up based on what I was reading about that process. But it adds to the overall cost. And I think clearly creates some issues around access and equity too. So, yeah.
As a process for the committee, I believe things are always changed, but I believe it's similar to the bill about lead. We will actually, which came to us so that we got more than a drive-by, but the committee came to a consensus about it, that we would actually get this bill to do things. The idea, part of my idea of having the run through now is so that we can see what our questions are, so that perhaps we can have some conversations with the three people who are doing most of the work on it appears, in terms of where we are, so that the two committees aren't necessarily, at least we're on the same path. We may not necessarily come to the exact same conclusions, but let's know where our paths are or aren't, or where our questions are.
Okay, we ready?
Ready.
Okay, so we were on the language that talks about the direct instruction, either employing or contracting with the services of a teacher, and then in Roman numeral 1, the private provider that's regulated as a center-based program. the hours that are publicly funded are the 10 hours, whereas at the top of page 6, the private provider, that's the family child care home, the teacher is required to be there for at least 3 hours per week. So, yep.
Okay.
Distinction.
Okay, and then we come to the program quality requirements for a public provider, so a school district. And on line 6 it says, employing or contracting for the services of at least one teacher who is licensed and endorsed, etc., to provide direct instruction to pre-K students during the hours of operation of the program. So, just to contrast that, so if you're in a public program, you have to have a qualified teacher there all day for the entire length of the program. And as Katie mentioned, if you're a private program, 10 hours for center-based and 3 hours for home-based. So differences there, obviously, in terms of the requirements to have a licensed teacher. And 2, the public provider has to meet safety and quality rules adopted by the State Board of Education. We'll come back to that because later you'll see that those rules have to be aligned to the rules by AHS. So we'll come back to that.
I think that's it.
Is it me?
Oh, you're right. Okay. In subdivision 2A, this directs that the Agency of Human Services is to maintain and post on its website a list of private providers that satisfy all the program requirements that we just went over, and that a private provider who no longer satisfies one or more of the requirements is required to notify in writing AHS within 5 calendar days of an event that would cause it not to be in compliance with the requirements. So for example, the teacher that the family child care home had been contracting with gives notice that he or she can no longer provide instruction or training, then the private provider would have 5 days to get in touch in writing with AHS to let them know that they're no longer in compliance.
And we actually had somebody testify last year that something happened in her private, some private provider's place that made her lose a star. So she fell from 4 stars to 3 stars. So she would have to close, or at least not be able to get pre-K.
So I may have missed it, James, in terms of what you were going through. But okay, so I'm the private provider and I have to notify AHS if something has happened. So I'm a public provider. Who do I have to notify when?
You anticipated the next paragraph.
Oh.
You're right here.
I'm just teeing you up.
So you'll notice that there's almost identical language in subdivision B. So this again is the idea of separate oversight. So the Agency of Education shall maintain and post on its website a list of public providers that satisfy its program quality requirements. So separate posting of qualified programs on 2 different agencies' websites, depending on whether they're private or public. A public provider that no longer satisfies one or more requirements shall notify in writing AOE and the public providers with which it has contracted to provide pre-K education within 5 calendar days after an event causing non-compliance.
Can I just, in terms of a public provider, my understanding is in terms of public schools, they might, does everyone who works in the building, forget pre-K, everyone who works in the building, do they have to be some kind of certified teacher? Do public schools, can public schools like contract with, I don't know, a jazz musician to come in and teach jazz?
I believe so, because the requirements for screening applies both to employees and contracted workers. So that tells me that yes, the school can hire a contracted worker or teacher to come in for a period.
But I guess my question, the reason I was asking the question is, let's say I'm a public school and rather than creating my own private pre-K program, the public school contracts with the Ann Pugh Child Care Center to be the South Burlington pre-K program. Is that a public program? Because, and they're paying, I mean, is that a public program or a private program?
That's a really good question. It can't be by definition in this draft. I don't believe that can be itself a public program, because a public program or provider is defined as a school district.
So the school district is my employer.
So if you're bringing in a private provider, I assume that's a contractual arrangement that you're bringing in.
Well, you know, I mean, and if I'm going down a rabbit hole that doesn't exist, you can say, and it doesn't exist. But I'm just trying to figure out who are these private pre-K? I mean, who are these, what is a public pre-K program?
Public, that could be just your program here in Montpelier. So if the Montpelier school, the only elementary school, offers a pre-K program, that's a public program.
And I guess does this exist anywhere? And if it doesn't, I will ignore this. Where a public school offers private pre-K, but the way they offer it is they have contracted with me.
Yeah, I think
Ludlow has one.
Ludlow has, they rent space
In the school
they rent the
building.
classrooms.
Right.
They rent the old first grade room.
Right.
And it's a private
But it's a
program.
private program that exists inside a public school.
Yeah. I believe by
But
way
it's still
of
a private program.
Private program, yeah.
It's still a private program.
That exists.
I believe so.
We saw one in the Northeast Kingdom too.
And not all public programs are full-day programs. So the whole, having a teacher there for the hours of the program, some of them are full-day and some of them are half-day and some of them are...
But if they're more than 10 hours, they don't get whatever extra. We only guarantee 10 hours
Right.
of publicly funded. No.
No, that's what is, but if the school district submits a budget to the voters that includes more than 10 hours and is approved by the voters, we as a public are funding more than 10 hours. And we have several schools around the state that do that.
Yeah.
True.
So it's, we have inequity everywhere. So the concept of universal is
Well, it's universal 10 hours a week.
No, I was just sort of agreeing with her.
Okay, sorry.
So the subsection D on tuition budgets and ADM hasn't changed from the law we went through in any material way. So I won't go through and spend much time on this section here. I think we can go up to here. This is new. Okay, so 5A says that, subject to subdivision B, which we'll come to, a school district that pays tuition for pre-K education under this section shall use uniform forms and processes developed by AOE for contracting with the private or public provider, invoicing, payment schedules, and payment of tuition for the hours that are publicly funded under this section, enrolling students in the pre-K program, and tracking attendance of enrolled students. And then it says, notwithstanding what I just read, a school district may adapt the uniform forms and processes developed by AOE to its circumstances if compliance with these uniform forms and processes would be unduly burdensome or costly to the school district.
So, back to my different school districts cost different things. Am I sending the same amount of money to public? I can send my kid to any, provided that the district shall pay tuition for the weeks. Now, Can different school districts charge different tuitions?
Not for the towers. The towers is set by rule by the agency. So that's the $3,400. That's the same for everybody.
So that's different than what is, I don't know what you call it. People in Georgia, right? You don't have a high school, right?
Right.
And so kids in Georgia can go to South Burlington or Essex or whatever, and I don't believe, do they pay the exact, does Georgia pay the exact same thing for those kids, or do they pay different?
We pay the average of 3 surrounding high schools. I think they calculate,
Okay.
or it is the tuition for South Carolina. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's a blended.
Oh, so
They take
the
3 schools.
average.
Yeah.
Well, for this purpose, though, for the towers, pre-K, it's the standard rate.
Right, I'm just trying to see what is different and what is the same. If we are, I'm just curious.
Yep, yep,
And it's
yep.
none of my business, I'm in human services, not downstairs. But if we blend the rates for other parts of education, why are we not blending the rates for the potential, and maybe that's what the 300 or whatever it is.
Well, it's the rulemaking that Kay went through. I believe it allows that rate to be set regionally, so you have differences in that rate. I don't believe it's different regionally. I think it's the same, but it can be done regionally by law.
Okay. So some pre-Ks are all day. So I'm sending my kid to an all day.
Yeah.
Does they get the 3,600? Do they get, or 3,400, whatever? Do they get anything else?
Yeah, whatever the program charges for the additional hours, it's whatever their rate is.
Even in public school?
Well, that's the point. So today, for the private providers, they could charge additional money for the additional hours. For a public school, can't do that today. Okay, you cannot do that. But in this draft, which we skipped over actually, it allows. So here, actually, on line 16, it says a private provider, now it says, or a public provider that is not the child's district of residence may receive additional payment directly from the parent or guardian, only for the pre-K education in excess of the public funded hours. So now this bill is saying if you're a public provider, not the district of residence, so if you're a Montpelier and you're sending your child to a public provider in Burlington, they could charge now this draft for those additional hours, where they couldn't before, to the family. Kind of putting it on parity with the privates, if you will.
And is that in this draft? Is the school board? Can they set any number they want to for that, or is there any? Is there any frame around what they can do?
Not in this draft, no. Nor on the private side. They have discretion. Okay, so we got through 5A and B. So on 6,
It's still you.
okay. So this says the Board of Supervisory Union that has a member district that is a public provider shall adopt a monitoring policy that covers the public provider's pre-K education program that complies with state board rules. What this is saying is trying to move the monitoring function not just up at the AOE and AHS level, but down to the supervisory union level. So SUs are responsible for adopting a monitoring policy of their own public pre-K programs. That's what that's saying. And then 7 says that a school district that pays tuition for pre-K education under this section shall be responsible for ensuring that the provider is on the list maintained by the Agency of Human Services or the Agency of Education, which Kate went through, but shall have no responsibility to monitor the administration of pre-K educational services provided by a public or private provider, and shall be immune from civil and criminal liability and penalties for acts and omissions of the public or private provider's administration of pre-K educational services. So today what you have is a situation where the school district of residence is contracting with, let's say, 5 or 10, whatever, other programs. In that contract, there's a requirement to monitor those programs. So that one school district is monitoring all these programs, and another school district is sending a kid to the same programs is monitoring those programs. And so this is saying no. This school district of residence doesn't have to monitor the programs. That's done by the Agency of Education for Publics. That's done by AHS for privates. And school districts basically are off the hook from trying to monitor these programs. And because of that monitoring, they can't be sued for not monitoring.
So who is monitoring them?
So the monitoring is done, we have separate oversight by AHS and AOE. AHS is monitoring privates, AOE is monitoring publics.
So the local school, so the Agency of Education, so state government is liable, except that state government employees, right, are immune. Right? Right? What? Oh. I mean, I thought there was somebody you can't sue a state employee doing their job.
There are sovereignty and immunity provisions in law, that's correct. I'm not sure how they work exactly in terms of this, but
Is this similar to what happens in first, second, or third grade? When my kids go to a specialized school because they need special things? Or when they send when you send your grandchild who's living with you to South Burlington?
so that's a popular question. The
Well, no, I mean, this is, and something happens. No, I mean, that's, I mean, you know.
Yeah, so in the context of special needs, like special.
Okay, we'll forget the special needs.
Okay,
You know.
more complicated. So your question is, outside the pre-K context, if a child is in like first grade or second grade and gets sent to.
So this is another thing where this is the sending school, the school of residence, and the child is not going to, not participating in something in the school of residence, but rather is somewhere else. Is Georgia, I'm just trying to have no responsibility to monitor the administration, and is Georgia immune from civil and criminal liability or penalties?
I think for those lower grades, they'd have to pay tuition to like South Burlington. The only place where. She's just being theoretical.
I think the answer is no, it's not similar. This is different than that in terms of the language here. So if you're tuition in town, for example, and you're paying tuition to, there's no immunity from liability there, I'm not sure if there's any responsibility to monitor either there.
Okay, so Kelly, a question I will have is why are things different for pre-K than they are for kindergarten through 12? Whether it's this or other things in terms of, that this is going to be public school.
So next we have subsection E. It previously was just a subsection on rules, and now you'll see we have language about regulatory oversight. We have a new subdivision 1 in here. And this basically is just 2 paragraphs. This is which agency is overseeing which programs. So in paragraph 1A, the Agency of Education has sole regulatory oversight of a pre-K program offered by a public provider, provided that if the public provider participates in CCFAP, AHS shall have regulatory oversight over the provider's compliance with CCFAP. And then conversely in paragraph B, DCF has sole regulatory oversight of a pre-K program offered by a private provider. And then we go into the rules, and the rules are still jointly made as they are in existing law.
Can we go back up, because it's public school, because it's public, I have to take all children who fit. I can't say no, I don't want to take you because you're receiving child care financial assistance. Okay.
Most of the rules are the same, so I don't think I need to, but at the bottom of page 13. Yep, at the bottom of page 13, this is the monitoring. So we're still under rulemaking, that we have to have joint rulemaking. And in subdivision H, we now have to establish comparable systems by which AOE and DCF monitor. Previously it was joint monitoring. And they evaluate the implementation of publicly funded pre-K programs under their respective jurisdictions. So again, comparable systems. And then at the top of page 14, they're jointly reporting on the results of their monitoring, even though there's the AOE and AHS are separately monitoring. And another difference, as we go through this subdivision H, on line 7, it says at a minimum, the system shall monitor and evaluate. And then we have the same list that we had before of the different things that are being monitored for, except in subdivision 3 on line 14, the results for children, including school readiness and proficiency in numeracy and literacy. There's an addition of social and emotional development. So that's new from the previous draft.
I'm just going to mention that there was a presentation of what the joint monitoring system, which took many years to build and has just very recently been stood up. I think it was October that they started. There was like a soft, start to it. And so there was a lot of concern that monitoring wasn't being done adequately by either agency or as a joint endeavor. But it's because they were building a system and the system has just started to function. That may not be adequate for some people, but the lack of a sense of monitoring was because it wasn't being fully done and implemented. So I just wanted to add that to everyone's thinking about the possibility of bifurcation and what two sets of monitoring look like.
Sandy. So am I correct that we're still in rulemaking, so they're gonna have to come up with rules for how to do this?
Well, we, under the existing law, we have joint rulemaking authority, and they've already adopted joint rules. Many of the rules are the same, and this draft also requires joint rulemaking. So to the extent they're the same, they're already in place. To the extent there are changes, yes. Then
So I guess my question, I think, I love that we're asking about social and emotional development. I wonder how you measure that. I mean, a lot of this is, how many kids, how many programs, it's pretty basic stuff, and I'm assuming that proficiency in literacy and numeracy is probably done by testing.
Or performance-based.
But I'm
learning.
just, okay. So I'm going to be interested to see what they come up with and how they measure social and emotional.
There's a new paragraph at the end of the rulemaking section, and it basically says that in proposing and adopting rules under E, the Agency of Education or State Board of Education and the Department for Children and Families are to seek to ensure that the rules that apply to public and private providers are aligned. And then we have this kind of similar language again, except to the extent there are compelling reasons that are unique to a public or private provider environment that justify applying different requirements.
And then the F and G and H are really unchanged. So F dealt with disciplining our tuition section. G was the separation of powers. H is the geographic limitations. So you can still create a geographical region under this bill. The only changes here is straight out the words pre-qualified. And then we come to section 2.
It's a good thing you didn't wait, right?
So section 2, we're now in Title 33, and this language in existing law says what a childcare facility, that a childcare facility needs a license to operate or to be registered, if it, in the case of a family or childcare home. And then there's, in subsection B, a list of exceptions when you don't need a license. And when we move to the top of 18, there's a new item.
Can I ask, what is a 21st Century Fund? Is that a federal grant that went away?
No, it's ongoing.
I don't know the answer to that.
My understanding is it's ongoing.
It's ongoing.
And that's what I've heard from local people.
Okay. I'll look into it. Okay. And so there's a new item on the list of exceptions, subdivision 6, a public provider of pre-K education unless the public provider participates in CCFAP. So,
I'm sorry. I'm a public provider, and I'm participating in CFAP. And I'm also getting the $3,400. So I'm getting double. Well, I'm getting the $3,400 plus.
Figure out what the schools have access
Right, the public providers.
to CFAP.
Their school budget is funding the pre-K program, and then if they're also providing after-school
Or
care
longer day.
or longer day, that isn't considered their pre-K
Okay.
program, and they're offering childcare assistance to people.
Okay, okay, thank you. I just wanted, I wasn't, but if I'm a public provider and only doing 10 hours a week, and the participants' families who are there are also eligible for CFAP, the public provider doesn't get any of that CFAP.
Not if it's only 10 hours.
If it's only 10 hours?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Section 3, I mentioned that the issue around that definition of who qualifies for pre-K, 3 to 4 or 5-year-olds, there's another section of law that is conflicting. So this makes the same change we went through earlier in another section of law to make it conform. So all this is doing is saying what we said before, basically pre-K is for 3 or 4-year-olds, and for 5-year-olds if you're on an IEP or 5-year program. And then section 4 is a piece of section law. It requires that the Secretary of Education develop and post on its website the uniform forms and processes for contracting and invoicing, et cetera, as we talked about earlier. And then section 5 says that the Secretary will develop and post on its website a model pre-K monitoring policy for supervisory units to adopt.
So, in terms of how this plays out, for the 10 hours that is publicly funded pre-K, there'll be uniform stuff. Hour 11 through 35, they turn into a childcare. And so then they have different monitoring forms?
Well, the uniform stuff is basically all the contracting and payment process between the school district and the private provider.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah, okay.
Can I just ask a clarifying question? So that pre-kindergarten monitoring policy, I'm confused. Is this only for the public programs?
Yeah. So,
okay, and is it, the way it's worded, it sounds like it's developing a policy for supervisory unions to implement.
Correct.
But I thought supervisory unions weren't going to have monitoring of.
No, monitoring their own programs. So they'll have their own programs, and so what basically this is saying is, in addition to AOE, monitoring public programs, if you have a public program in your supervisory union, the supervisory union board has to monitor its own programs as well.
So, and is that an outdated term, supervisory union?
No.
We have a unified union board, is that the same thing?
Well, it's a little confusing. Supervisory unions are on top of 2 or more school districts, okay? So we have a number of those, we have 51, I believe, in the state. But some school districts are big enough on their own to be their own SU, which is really confusing, right? But I think Burlington's one of them maybe, but.
Burlington, South
Yeah,
Burlington.
so it's called a supervisory district. So when it's supposed to perform the function of a school district and a supervisory union, it's called a supervisory district. And basically it's providing both those functions because there's a big system to do it without a supervisor.
Georgia, we're part of a supervisory, what was the?
Union.
Union, right.
Well, we used to be called Washington West Supervisory Union, but now we're called our union, Unified Union School District. Really, there's 2 U's, Unified Union.
Add a lot of terms.
It's a school district, not a supervisory union.
Yeah, that exists under a new SU.
I don't know. We don't pass any SU budgets anymore or anything. I don't know. That's
Okay.
a different conversation, sorry.
If we can handle this, we've got 3 more pages. And the last page is short.
So next is section 6, and this has to do with safety and quality requirements. And there has been some discussion about which safety and quality requirements do we follow? Do we follow AOEs or AHSs? So this gives a little instruction that the safety and quality requirements that are required under this act to be adopted for public providers of pre-K education shall be aligned with CDD rules that apply to private providers of pre-K education, unless, same language, there are compelling reasons unique to the public environment that justify different requirements.
Who decides that?
So it's saying align, public programs align with CDC regulations around health and safety.
Except when we don't want.
Except for when we don't want to do it, right?
Except for specific circumstances.
Is there, well,
It's not
with
specific.
seriousness, is there anywhere else in rule or guidance or state law where compelling reasons consistent with being a public school are outlined or are identified, or is that to be determined?
No, I don't think there's anything right now.
Okay.
Right down there.
I didn't know if this was an existing sort of thing. Okay.
Okay, we're nearly at the end. Section 7. So this is the language I sort of previewed earlier with regard to teachers and how we talked about the direct instruction provided by teachers in the draft, direct instruction of licensed teachers for both center-based and family child care home for the 10 hours or the 3 hours respectively. And we talked about how that wasn't going to apply just yet, and that there was going to be kind of a grace period where there was a little bit more flexibility for the private providers to come into compliance. So that's what this language is. That notwithstanding that language that we went over earlier, the private pre-K provider employee that's being employed or contracted for services with at least one qualified teacher to provide direct educational instruction, a private provider may use the services of a qualified teacher to provide either direct instruction to pre-K students or coaching of the provider's staff or both until the 2023-2024 school year. And after that, private programs move to the direct instruction of pre-K students. So the coaching is the extra piece that that private providers would have a 3-year window to take advantage of.
Instead of direct, right?
What?
Instead of direct teaching, coaching during that 3-year.
And then we go on to list 2 different possibilities of language to define what coaching is. So in the first instance, we're kind of cross-referencing an AOE policy, and in the second instance, we're coming up with our own definition to put in law. So first, a private pre-K provider that uses the services of a qualified teacher to provide instructional coaching to the provider staff shall use for this purpose the guidelines for implementing effective coaching systems issued by AOE in March of 2016. So that's one option, and then the alternative option, as used in this section, coaching means the practice of endeavoring to close the student achievement gap and accelerate learning for all students by building teacher capacity through implementation of effective instructional practices, including the provision of ongoing embedded, non-evaluative professional learning.
What is non-evaluative?
Language taken from the March 2016 AOE policy.
So I'm looking at section 8, which is the effective dates, and as it references section 7, I guess what I'm not sort of understanding, and maybe it's just different ways of doing it. We have two sections that really don't start until 2023 or 2024. So why don't we just delay the implement? What is different? I guess, rather than just saying effective dates and then saying whatever 16 VSA, whatever that is 2023.
So sections one.
Is there? You don't have to explain the reasons of the education committee. Yeah. Is there a drafting thing that these are actually? Yeah. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So 7 talks about we just talked about 7. The phasing basically of this direct teaching obligation. That needs to go into effect like now to let them know that they got 3 years basically to come into compliance. So that takes effect on passage. While the earlier sections about splitting the oversight takes effect a year from now, to give them time to adjust their rulemaking, their rules.
So I guess I just don't understand drafting or whatever, why we couldn't just say that those two sections, 16 BSA, 829C, 1A, blah, blah, will be in effect August 2023, and the other, whatever it is, or whether the adding of this, whether there has to be this coaching thing.
I see what you're saying. Carve that one section out, and then add it in. So have a separate section that amends. So then you're amending the same section twice, versus putting it in session law. So, I mean, we could do it that way. What it would look like is amending section 829 and section 1 with a particular effective date, and then amending it again in section 2 to have the inclusion of the language we're talking about, and then put a different effective date for that.
So some of this current law does not, well, I'll figure that out. We'll talk, because I'm probably not understanding this, what current law is versus what we're trying to, what is different now in terms of that.
Oh, I see what you're meaning. So right now it talks about training and supervision instead of direct instruction and coaching.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow. Yeah, that was the word that came to mind. There will not be a test. There will not be a test.
You promised.
I promise there will not be a test, and we all owe Kelly a great deal of thanks for sitting down, because she's going to be I mean, it is 4:45 now, so I don't think we have a lot of ability to talk more, but maybe just if there are questions or that maybe one, either we bring folks up here again, not questions of drafting, but questions that we want to understand more about why, that either we pass on to Kelly as the 12th member of the Education Committee around this, or whatever. Or do we just need to regurgitate for a while? Ponder.
I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, you do.
I mean, I have a lot of questions. Providers and everybody, but I don't know. Until we have final language, it's kind of hard to say, right?
So I guess my question is kind of, if the bill is going to officially come to us at some point, that's one thing, and if it's drive-by, would it be more appropriate for that drive-by to happen after education has made whatever changes to this language they're going to make?
I'll try to get even more clarity. My understanding when this whole thing started was that we would, just like we're going to get the recovery home bill, that we will
take possession.
But bringing a list of questions downstairs at this point is still helpful.
Yeah, and so maybe what I would ask folks to do is as we think of, as we ponder this and think about the questions, and in particular focusing on the questions about how it will, we have a mixed delivery system, and so how these changes will impact that and do good. How's that for an English teacher?
That's pretty good.
For the kids of Vermont.
I think it's time for the class to be dismissed.
I think it's so time. It is so time. You know, why didn't anyone have our meetings today? We were sorry. So thank you both very, very much.
Yeah, that was really
very
good.
helpful. Because we really had to start from, and thank you for starting us with what's current.
Okay.